shifting mechanism. The African Development Bank and others have so much. If you look at the African Economic Outlook in this year, we are focusing more on human capital development. What are the measures and strategies are we putting in place to ensure that we have a better human capital development? So, as I say, if the government wants to shift, then it means that we have to strike the balance. You have given the security services the leeway because you want to ensure that you mop in the 24-hour economy. One of the critical elements in that is security, right? And as I said the last time, it's not just about only the providing police service, army, and all of that. You need to put in place the lighting system, because if you look at in the evening, you go, if you are driving along the street, even our Pukwasi Road, you realize that all the lights are off. Yeah. And you cannot run... Even the Tema motorway. You cannot run an economy like that. If you run an economy where it is dark and you say you want to run a 24-hour, you cannot. So we have to tackle some of these things and ensure that we put security cameras everywhere. If the place is well lit, the economy itself will turn into 24-hour economy. You don't need to force a policy there. You provide the enabling environment, and the people will work around the clock to ensure that you have a better... And the businesses will follow. Is that correct, I mean, looking... And I want us to focus now for a bit on the 24-hour economy, because it's, again, the flagship program of... One of the flagship programs, but probably the biggest of this current administration. How can we actualize it? I know the Sona will not capture everything. The budget likely would start looking at it. But how can we ensure that it meets the expectations of the GNCCI, for example?
Yeah, for me, I think it's doable because other countries are doing it. But as has been said, you cannot just say, I'm doing 24-hour economy and it will work. There are certain conditions that you have to ensure that they exist on the ground. Now, if you take a manufacturing company, for instance, one thing they would need is energy, electricity. And even the cost of energy for a typical manufacturing company in Ghana is 30% of their total cost of production. So if you are providing the energy, it should be reliable and should also be affordable. The question we are asking ourselves is that, are we there? One, before we start the 24-hour economy. Our cost of... There's been talk about those who come on board being given certain incentives, including tariff incentives and all of that. Obviously. But all of this has to be streamlined. Exactly. I think that we should go beyond talk. I'll give you a typical case of the one district, one factory. When we were told that those who want to set up some of this factory will be given certain incentives. One is that if you want to go and borrow at the bank, the government will take a percentage of interest rate that you would have paid. So instead of, let's say, 30%, government takes 10%, you will pay 20%. A lot of them did not get some of this incentive that were promised. Did that ever happen? Some did, obviously, but most of them, I mean, a lot of them that were expecting, and people had gone to borrow thinking that there will be this support to add to whatever they have and also set up this manufacturing company. Obviously, some of them, that's why the result is what we are seeing. So sometimes we need to go beyond these manifesto promises and look at how we can implement them and do the things that we say we are going to do. One other key thing, security is also important, but for a business, the 24-hour economy is not only producing goods and services for Ghanaians. We are looking at ECOWAS. We are looking at Africa under the AFTA. The demand is there, but you need to also check on your cost of production as well. If you send your product outside, people will not buy it because it's coming from Ghana. They will buy it, one, because of the quality, and two, because of the price. As I speak to you now, we are all, even the richest are rational buyers. Exactly. As the economists will tell you, we are rational buyers. We don't buy out of compassion. That is, it's coming from Ghana. Unless they don't have even our own chocolate. I mean, others are doing it, people are buying from them. The goods that we export now are not competitive in the international market. Because a typical Ghanaian who wants to export will have to borrow at 35%. Go to Cote d'Ivoire, they are borrowing less than 10%. The cost of utility is less there. Taxes are not as high and numerous as we have here. Which also explains why we have so many products and people contracting from Ghana all the way to China to produce and bring back. It is more cost efficient to do that than to give it to the Ghanaian supplier to actually... That is why we've seen a lot of imports nowadays. If you look at import, the data at 2023, you'll be surprised. billions and billions of dollars. Toilet roll alone in 2023, we imported $100 million of toilet roll. Are we saying as a country, we cannot produce that? We should be able to, but if you try to produce here, by the time you are done, your price will be higher than the one who has imported. Somebody was trying to make a bit of analysis to see, and we realized that the bottled water, the person wanted to import some from Turkey. The person could have imported bottled water from Turkey and will come and sell it in Ghana here at a lower price than what we are producing here. You can never be competitive under such circumstances. Yeah. You can never operate a 24-hour economy under such circumstances because you have to look at the international market. AFTA has created a market for us. We are saying it's 1.2 billion. If you look at the GDP, all those things are there. But for us to take advantage of that, produce the quality goods, also produce goods that are affordable to the people because you are competing. In fact, the challenge we have if AFTA is in full swing is that goods that are coming even from the North Africa alone, Egypt, Morocco, and the rest, they produce at a very lower cost. They will flood our market. They will kill all the businesses that we have here.
So that will be a localized China example there.
From
North Africa.
Yes, from North Africa. So we should look at this, we should listen to the things that the business community are saying. There are things that if you begin to do them, it will help us. 2 days ago, when I heard that we were going to do the National Economic Dialogue, and I got the things they were going to discuss, I went back to check the Ghana Private Sector Development Strategy 1 and 2, and I checked the things in there. That's about 15 years ago. If you had implemented just 30 to 40% of it, our economy would have changed. And I don't want us to go on the 3rd and 4th and go and discuss the same thing that we have spoken about over and over and over again. Our issue is not policy development. Our issue is how we implement those policies. So we should go beyond the English we are going to speak, the economists will come and speak, private sector will come and speak. We put it in a very good document with the same chain, and we didn't implement them, and that is where we find ourselves. So for me, let's look at the things we can do. As I've said, we cannot do all of them instantly. It should be a gradual process. If you are removing tax, let's look at the nuisance one, remove them. Now, we come back to inflation. Let me just, if you look at what our inflation, what constitutes the inflation that we have, a chunk of them is food. Food inflation. In Ghana, every household, they spend 45% to 50% on food. So your salary, you are spending 50% of food. School fees, other things had not come. Obviously, if you are not careful, you cannot invest and you will die early. That is one thing that we also have to look at. I went back to the planting for food and jobs. The name is there. We are planting for food and jobs. I want President Mahama today to tell me whether we were able to plant for food and jobs. Did we create the jobs out of the planting for food and jobs? And what kind of jobs did we create?
I think even before the president says it, we all know the answer to
No, but obviously, when you are there and you have the numbers, you have the document, things will be clearer than what we are seeing here.
Right.
Obviously, as politicians, they always will come and tell us the sweet things that, during the election time, all the things, no politician will come and say the bad things that they have done. But now that they are there, whoever the Minister of Agric is, in his report in the Sona, I want to see the planting for food and jobs 1 and 2. Right. If you had been able to do that successfully, I don't think we'll have the challenge we are having with inflation. I don't think we'll have some of the challenge we are having with the level of unemployment that we are having. And the fact that we are importing all these things, if you import $1 worth of a product from any country, it means that you are creating $1 worth of employment from where you are importing from, and you are reducing your employment situation by $1 worth. Imagine the billions of dollars of goods and services that we are importing. If you are able, at least, to produce some of them here, we would have created the jobs. We have the capacity and the potential, and we have competitive advantage in key sectors.
Right.
Like the manufacturing sector, agro-processing, cosmetics, the plastics. I've said that we did a simple research on our relationship with Burkina Faso, things that they import from us, and we extrapolated for 5 years. Within 5 years, if we are consistent, we'll be able to generate $5 billion just from Burkina Faso alone, from importing to them. $5 billion. How much is IMF giving us? $3 billion. Even that, look at the way we are suffering. The conditions, the stress. So, as a country, we need to sit down. We have the potential. I believe we can do it. If we have the political will, we can do it. I want President Mahama, at least he has 4 years. He's not going to seek for any re-election. He should set a record that all of us will refer to and say that, but for Mahama, Ghana would have been like this.
And coming to you, Dr. Theo Champong, these are crucial aspects to look at, but I'll still stay with you on the 24-hour economy and ask you from where you sit what the priority areas would be that we need to start working on in the immediate term. We already have that grouping led by Guzitano that is in charge of bringing this to bear, but what must we start working on today with the President Sona?
Thank you very much. And I think Mark has made very important points in terms of the 24-hour economy, which I wholeheartedly align with. As for the areas or the sectors, a number of them have been outlined. So if you actually look on the NDC's manifesto, I think page 22, they outline 12 areas that they sort of, or sectors that they will focus on. And this cuts both economic and what I would call kind of social sectors. So they talk about agro-processing, they talk about manufacturing, they talk about pharmaceuticals, construction, sanitation, hospitality, all the way to health and security. And like Mark absolutely said, some of them we have sort of comparative advantages in those sectors. Others too, maybe not so much. But the important thing away from all these sectors is, why are these sectors not even delivering, right, currently without even a 24-hour, right, economy in terms of manufacturing or pharma, which Ghana has a huge advantage in the sub-region. I happen to have consulted for a number of donor programs within this space that is looking at like automotives, pharmaceuticals, and textile. And the evidence is very clear that if we get our act together, we can not only produce for the region, but even export to other countries in Africa under the AFCFTA. So the important thing for me becomes, how do you deal with the structural barriers? The things that Mark is talking about, right? The issues of energy, electricity, the issues of the taxes, when you're importing goods or even intermediate capital goods, the things that you need to turn these into product and services, the taxes at the port, what do you do about them? The interest rates, you go to the bank and you have to borrow 27, 30%. The exchange rate related issues and even security and all of that. And it comes down fundamentally for me to the point that the 24-hour economy cannot take place if you don't have the macro fundamentals right? And this is really the key thing that I expect the president and the finance minister in the coming weeks to lay more emphasis on the steps being taken to address the macro or the fundamentals so that we can actually be competitive. Because at the end of the day, 24-hour economic policy is all about competitiveness. If you implement all of these and you don't do it in a structured manner and it becomes sort of ad hoc and the interventions are not sequenced, what will happen is that we're still going to end up, at the bottom of the pile, where our goods, where the services that you're producing is not able to compete with others coming even from Burkina Faso or Nigeria or Cote d'Ivoire, for that matter. So the sectors are clear. Where we have the potential is very clear. The agro, the pharma, the construction, those things, not an issue. It is really for me the how bit And the how bit is how you address those structural barriers, the energy issues, the tax issues, the interest rate issues, the exchange rate issues, how you provide security and improve productivity overall, because that is what is really at the heart of the whole Made in Ghana or Eat, Consume Ghana agenda. And you can go back to Kwame Nkrumah's, first and second 7-year development plans. You can look at other plans, and it's actually not that different, right? In terms of what you need to do to push and make these sectors, competitive for producers and consumers in Ghana, as well as for export. So yeah, it comes back for me fundamentally, not in terms of sector focus, but what you do to address those structural barriers. And then those sectors will pick up by themselves.
Right. And speaking of sectors picking up by themselves, Dr. Obeng, as we talk about the 24-hour economy, you are the men on the ground. You are there. You have the numbers. How can the door of the 24-hour economy be opened to you? What are some of the areas that you feel this government can help out? Yes, we've spoken about the nitty-gritty of inflation and all of that, but practically, what areas are you hoping to go in? How can you be assisted?
Yeah. I've told you about trade diversification, that we want to diversify. And so most of us have actually even put their proposals before government to migrate into manufacturing. And so we can do manufacturing. In 24 hours, as traders, we will be doing our trading in the normal daylight. And if we have the opportunity to set out our factories, we can have even better opportunity to supervise our factories in the night. So it goes very well even for the traders if government will make a deliberate effort to support us. So that's why the enabling environment is important, like Dr. Teo talked about the interest rate, and that's access to credit. How is that government deliberately, because if you want it to work, then there should be a deliberate effort for you to support people to do it, to subsidize, provide the needed incentives, and we are open for this.
Right.
And that's why we are also expecting a government to talk about access to affordable credit, as have been promised for our women in the market. So we are also expecting that the president also talk about that, because access to credit will also enhance on the 24-hour economy. Because if we have that access, then we can also trade into the 24-hour economy. So it's very essential. We are bracing ourselves up for this laudable agenda, but then also we have to make a conscious effort to support, especially if we are able to identify where we have the comparative advantage, as Mark was talking about, because it's not everything that we can also produce in this country.
Exactly.
So the areas that have the comparative advantage, we make conscious efforts to bring that out and encourage people to go there, and we'll be able to do it and do it well.
Let me bring in Dr. Kwapong, Osai Kwapong. Your quick take on the 24-hour economy, and I'm thinking as well about the headache of state-owned enterprises when it comes to governance, for example. What are you looking at in respect of that? Do we have Dr. Osai Kwapong? Hello, Doc. If you can hear me, you would have to unmute. It appears we've lost Dr. Osai Kwapong. I would have wanted, and then I'll throw that question to you. The headache of state-owned enterprises. We keep bleeding, we spend so much, we incur losses, and yet look at the salaries some of them, the CEOs and top managers earn. So I'm starting with your final thoughts, all of you gentlemen, but I'll start from that standpoint. Maybe you can give us a quick thought on that as you add your final thoughts.
Most of the state enterprises are really not functioning properly. And I think that recently SIGA is putting in measures, strategies in place so that they can best be positioned and they can change their way of doing things. I have the opportunity to do a consultancy for one of them. We wrote a case for Bost. We realized that Bost is now in the path of making some profit. Formerly, it was posting some losses, but in recent times, it's now becoming more profitable. I do hope that the new CEO will take clue from the former CEO.
Mr. Professor, that's the former.
The former CEO. See how best they can actually position it. So state-owned enterprises by its own self needs to sit down and look at it critically. What can we do to ensure that we now post profit? You cannot consistently be making losses. After all, you generate the revenue to pay yourselves. Why should we be making losses? And some of them are even near monopoly. And how can a monopoly be making significant losses like ECG? It's just because of inefficiency in terms of revenue generation. If they're able to do well and ensure that people pay their electricity on time and pay well, you will be surprised. Look, I was doing a particular research in some part of the communities. Electricity was given to them for more than 4 years. No even meters, no bill, nothing. So it is about government also ensuring that the efficiency comes in and the state enterprise also ensuring that they have the efficiency in place. So in that manner, we can have a better system in place.
All right. Mark?
Yeah.
Any thoughts, final thoughts for us as we wrap the conversation?
On the state-owned enterprise?
Oh, no. This was just a general question.
I mean, from what you have experienced over the years, it goes to confirm that there is no business for government to be in business.
Government has no business in business.
There's no business.
Create the atmosphere.
Create the atmosphere.
Right.
Consistently. Look at all these state-owned enterprises. In fact, it's one of the reasons why we have this high debt. Because some of the contingent liabilities are coming from these state-owned enterprises. And of course, you cannot be doing that. Create the environment, allow the private sector to work. And I know that you have a very competent private sector in Ghana that, given the support, will be able to do a lot of things. For this Sona, for me, as the name says, it's going to give us just the state. I'm looking forward to the budget. The budget will now come out with the policies and directions that will help us come out from these difficulties that we are in now. And I'm expecting that we should be able to navigate all these challenges going forward. Thank you.
Dr. Theo Champong, final thoughts?
Yeah, so I agree that we need to do more for the private sector, but the private sector cannot function if you don't have a competent state. You know, China and a number of the East Asian countries have clearly shown us that if you have a competent and an efficient state, you can deliver better economic governance outcomes for your people and for the private sector as well. So we actually need both to really work together. We need a competent state delivery machinery. Those state-owned enterprises have to deliver profitability and dividends for the citizens of Ghana, not just as a conduit of sharing political, patronage. And that would be my concluding thoughts.
Final thoughts from you, Dr. Joseph Obeng. Very brief final thoughts.
Yeah, there's too much waste in the system. We have to look at it. Much as we are thinking about revenue generation, we have to think about how the expenditure pattern. We have to evaluate and then scrutinize it well, and then fund value for money policies to address that. That's it. Thank you. And then I will also encourage the government to reduce their taxes, and that is the only sure way that will enhance on revenue, because that's what will assure compliance, and that government should be emboldened to reduce these taxes, and then compliance will be assured, and we'll get our work to develop this country and rope in more people outside the tax net. That's what we have to do.
All right.
A lot more people into it, and then we go.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. You've enriched the conversation, and now, well, all roads lead to Parliament. You've seen the footage in the background. They are gearing up for President John Mahama's second term and the first or the maiden Sona of his second term. Those who joined us for the conversation: Dr. Theo Champong, economist and political risk analyst; Dr. Jabir Mohammed, senior lecturer, University of Ghana Business School; Mark Bedu Abuaje, Chief Executive Officer, Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry; and Dr. Joseph Obeng, President, Ghana Union of Traders Association. We also had Dr. John Osai Kwapong, a CDD fellow. We are so grateful to you. Thank you so much for joining the conversation. Well, we take you straight there. We'll leave you with some of the footage coming through from Parliament. And of course, you can expect that in the next few minutes, we'll be bringing you the State of the Nation address, courtesy the President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Thank you for watching. My name is Benjamin Akakpo. I did this together with Sweetie Abochi.
The big man himself.
You are the big man.
The United States has spoken. Executive orders signed, aid suspended. But what does this mean for Ghana?
I don't want to say when, but it's going to happen. Has to happen, or we're not going to have a country left.
With US aid halting its operations, the shockwaves are already hitting key sectors: health, education, agriculture, infrastructure, and governance.
US aid was established in 1961 by John F. Kennedy. So if Donald Trump wants to, rule it out, it's not surely going to work through executive instrument. But I think it's a wake-up call for African leaders.
If you think about how much USAID spends, using Ghana as an example, that this has some serious consequences for the countries involved.
Now Ghana stands at a crossroads. How do we adapt, and what's the way forward? Join JoyNews for a national dialogue, a high-stakes, solution-driven conversation on the real impact of these executive orders and how Ghana can mitigate the fallout and shape a new path. This is more than just a discussion. It's about Ghana's future. Don't miss it.
A lot of people will tell you, plan your life plan. I don't get any plan.
Ronaldo will never lack. Messi will never lack because they made the most out of when they were on top. The day I go to sleep, I'll come down.
I see the young boys, they all want to be famous instantly. They want to be on radio, want to be on television. They don't want to do the hard graft.
I have really not been a big fan of vote buying because why do I have to pay you to save you? You're a tomboy is bad. It's not bad. Tomboy just means you like wearing male clothes.
Does it worry you?
Me.
Somebody can do what I do.
Can outdo you.
No, you can never outdo me.
What makes you so confident about that?
When Achimota won, I said from Gambaga to Accra, from Keita to Rio, so the glory of the coast has spoken in 5 rounds. And all these things are in their anthems. I want to post so that you say he went to this school.
If DWP is doing well, we cannot just attribute it to Zomizo. So it's not just that. There's a lot of leadership stuff we don't see. Yeah. Run me through it.
Mistakes will be made. The client wants to see that you understand that the mistake was made and that you know what steps will be taken to prevent that in the future.
I've been not seen enough to not want to be a politician.
So,
Because when will I get the hit song? When will I get that appeal?
we are looking for likes by people when we're supposed to be liked by God. It's that reason that somebody can say, come and surprise me on my birthday. Then it's not a surprise.
Where do you get this love to give?
That's a very deep one.
My dad left when I was a little younger, but of course, to work for us.
Mine abandoned my mom.
Yeah.
I was not even 1 year old when this happened. So the only image of him I have is a picture. Yeah.
I love your podcast.
Hello, good morning and welcome to NewsDesk. Well, today we're taking you live to Parliament because President John Dramani Mahama is set to deliver his first ever State of the Nation address, and we'll be there live once it commences. On your screens now, we could see that all members of Parliament are there, seated, ready to listen to the President deliver his first State of the Nation address. We won't be expecting much from this State of the Nation address because he's been in office for just a couple of months, and so he will really be telling us what his predecessor left behind for him and how he plans to turn the fortunes of the economy around. Now, he has given us a slight hint of some of the concerns he has about the economy when it comes to the financial outlook of the country. And that's why he's passionate about resetting the economy. And once that starts, we'll be there live to give you all the details. We could just see visuals there on your screens to give you all the details. President John Dramani Mahama there, and we could see the Vice President, Jane Nana, just standing next to him.
Good morning, Your Excellency. State of the Nation's address, Guard of Honor formed up. Guard mounted by the Ghana Navy. 3 officers, 96 rank and file, with the Ghana Navy Regimental Band in attendance, ready for your inspection. Naval Lieutenant Seshi Afeji Agbozo reporting. Aye, Your Excellency.
Well, thanks for staying with us here on the JoyNews channel. Well, President John Dramani Mahama will, in a matter of minutes, deliver his first State of the Nation address. And this is in conformity with Article 67 of the 1992 Constitution. He has the opportunity to highlight his successes so far since he assumed the position, and also give us an outlook of what we are to expect in the coming months. It's also an opportunity for him to really tell us the kind of economy that was left behind by his predecessor, the NPP administration, and we're looking forward to that. We're live on the ground, on your screens now, live visuals from Parliament. We're looking forward to what he would be saying in the next couple of minutes. But just to gauge the expectations of individuals, let's start with Dr. Seram Kaur. He's a senior lecturer at UCC School of Business. The economy, we know, is top on the agenda today. I just want to get your thoughts on your expectations of the President's first State of the Nation address.
All right, thank you very much. Good morning. On the first State of the Nation address, I personally do not expect much from the President, but only to tell us that the state of the economy he has inherited. And I'm expecting him to talk about the DDEP. I'm expecting him to talk about the free SHS policy. I'm expecting him to tell us the policies that they are putting in place to ensure that inflation had come down and how they are going to control the exchange rate. I'm expecting him to tell us about the agricultural sector, because that is the main driver of our economy. The policies in the agri sector that will ensure that we have food sufficiency, that will drive the rate of inflation down. During the inauguration or the outdooring of the governor of the Bank of Ghana, the President made mention of the issue that he is not going to ask for reprint of money or printing of money to support the economy. I'm expecting him to put that on board and reassure us that that is never going to happen in our economy. And also, I'm expecting him to tell us the plans they have in order to leave the IMF policy. He has signed a social contract with us for the first 120 days. I'm expecting that he will talk about some of these statements and also give us the policy direction on how he wants the economy in terms of the 24-hour economy, the way it is going to operate. That's what I'm expecting from to tell us.
Thank you, Doc. And we're looking forward to that. It's about to start in a matter of minutes. We're live on the grounds. We know that our regional correspondents are also on the ground to just give us a sense of what we should expect from the President as he delivers his first State of the Nation address. Mind you, this gives him the opportunity to let us know the kind of economy he inherited from the previous administration, and then he will be sharing with us some of his successes. We know that he gave us a 120-day contract, so I'm sure we expect that he will be highlighting some of the key things he has done even before that timeline elapses. But let's take you now to our various regions as we touch base with our correspondents, looking at the expectations of Ghanaians across the country. Isaac Noyan joining us live with more. Isaac, from your end, what are the expectations of the individuals you've been engaging?
Yes, the expectations are very similar, running from agriculture to roads and employment. Here in Savannah region, many of the youth are thinking that the president should try and create employment opportunities for them to see how they will survive within the period that he will be there. Also, they are expecting him to tackle the Fulani herdsmen and farmer issues in the region. You know, that over the years, we have issues related to death and destruction of farm products. So the people are thinking that mostly farmers and the youth, the president has to make a statement regarding this issue. And also water and the road network are major issues here the people are also talking about. They are expecting the president to talk about his home region, where the road network from Fufusu to Sola is very bad. Wenchin to Wa is very terrible. So they expect to hear the president make a statement about what he did for the Fufusu Solar and the continuation of it to put in shape, and also to work on the water situation, particularly Solar, Bole, Damago, and then Bembi. These areas, the water situations is very, very bad. And they expect to hear the president to say something about that. Also in the area of agriculture, they want to see the president to try and reduce the locally manufactured goods, especially seed and grains, so that those who are into it were able to accept input and to produce it.
Thank you, Isaac Nonya, just giving us a sense of what individuals in the Savannah region are expecting from the president. We'll be taking you back to the seat of government as we expect the president to address the State of the Nation address. We'll be touching base with other correspondents, especially in the Ashanti region. We're looking forward to some of the things they would be saying and the expectations of the president. Let's take you now back to Parliament as we expect the president to address the State of the Nation. The live visuals there from Parliament, where the President, John Dramani Mahama, will in a matter of minutes address the nation. He will be delivering his first State of the Nation address. Mind you, this is in conformity with Article 67 of the 1992 Constitution. It gives him the opportunity to brief the nation about the state of affairs, especially because he just assumed office. He would be painting a picture for us what exactly is the state of the economy he inherited. He will also be telling us his plans to transform the economy because he plans to implement his resetting agenda. And that's what we have on our tabs this morning. We're live on the ground. Our correspondents also across the country just gauging the mood of Ghanaians and the expectations of the president. Is it early days yet to, list your demands of him? Well, that's a conversation we'll be having here on the JoyNews channel. But we would be back in Parliament shortly after this quick turn.
It's 1983. President Shehu Shagari of Nigeria has ordered for the deportation of undocumented migrants.
Most of the people to be affected are West Africans.
Even today, if you can make it happen.
I could see you ready and eager. Well, it's going to cost you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 plus 10, 20 grand. Now make it happen.
Where are you coming from? Nationality.
Oh, Ghana.
Oh, more Ghana.
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency. Mommy, chop money emergency. Emergency. Catch it. I'm in rent emergency. Now, there's a new emergency number in town.
More money, challenge and enjoyment. At the top life we got.
Dial star 770 hash for all your money emergencies and chop life.
Dial star 770 hash for money emergencies and get easy and quick access to your money, loans, and other banking needs. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Download OneXBet app and enjoy the variety of sports anytime, anywhere. OneXBet app, at the heart of the game.
My name is Abina, and I'm a mother of two. My husband, Kwejo, whom I like to call my first son, likes to enjoy himself after work. My daughter, Nanekia, loves nature and flowers. She wants to become a florist in future. As a result of these, they are always exposed to parasitic worms. And because I'm aware of the harm the worms can cause the human body, I protect my family with Z400 albendazole. Z400 is effective against worms such as tapeworm, roundworm, and hookworm, and it comes in the form of syrup and tablets. Z400 albendazole is good for both adults and children from 2 years and above. Z400 albendazole, good protection for the whole family.
Not recommended for pregnant women and lactating mothers.
This advert is FDA approved.
Thanks for staying with us here on the JoyNews channel. Now on your screens now, live pictures from Parliament. We know that the President is set to address the nation. It will be his first State of the Nation address since he assumed office. We know that his message is mostly likely to be woven around the NDC's Resetting Ghana agenda. And we know that is built around three main themes when it comes to job creation, accountability, prosperity. And so we're looking forward to that. We've been engaging some individuals this morning, just sharing the expectations of the President. We know that he would also be highlighting the kind of economy his predecessor left behind for him. And we'll also be looking at his plans on how he plans to turn the fortunes of the economy around. And so we're live in Parliament. Those are live visuals. We could see members of Parliament seated as we expect the President to deliver his first State of the Nation address. But you can share your thoughts with us on all our social media platforms or JoyNews on TV. Tell us what your expectations are of the President as he's about to deliver his first ever State of the Nation address. We know that this is in conformity with the 1992 Constitution, Article 67 to be precise. And so we're looking forward to some of the key things he would be saying. We can see members of Parliament seated as we look forward to hearing the President. So let's go live. So watching live visuals there from Parliament as President John Dramani Mahama is set to deliver his maiden State of the Nation address. We know that that is in conformity with Article 67 of the 1992 Constitution. It gives the President the mandate to brief the nation on the affairs of the country. And we're looking forward to some of the key things he'll be saying today. We know that this will be the first time the President will be giving us an official statement letting us know the exact state of the nation he inherited from previous administration. We're also looking forward to some of the key policy proposals he would be implementing to ensure that he deals with some of the challenges he has identified. We know his message ought to be woven around his building and resetting Ghana agenda, which is one of the key mantras of the NDC. We could see the NPP side of the House dressed in black, while the NDC side of the House dressed in white. What does that mean? We'll be getting into that shortly. Benjamin Akapo joins me in the studios. We're just looking forward to the President's first State of the Nation address. On your screens now, we could see some members of Parliament. I can see Tim Fojo, former Deputy Education Minister, as well as Kojo Poinkuma, former Information Minister, the Speaker coming in. I could see the leaders of the House, the Minority Leader and the Majority Leader as well walking in. We could see the Vice President walking in as well as we look forward to a packed day. The man at the helm of the affairs of the country himself walking in, President John Dramani Mahama, about to take his seat. And we're looking forward to that, Benjamin.
Interesting times, and if you look at the coloring, doom and gloom by the black and victory and positivity with the white, I do not know.
Alban Bagwin doesn't seem to disappoint us each time.
Oh, well, he's done traditional.
You know, what does it even mean? What he's wearing? I can see a lot of patterns in there.
Well, it's one of those colorful kente, pretty expensive actually. And then he tends to blend them. If you look at the bead necklace he has around his neck, sometimes representing the Volta region, sometimes representing the northern belt of the country, but it does look colorful. And at this point in time, there is the national anthem being played.
Let's cross over.
Honorable members, the House is extremely privileged to have the presence of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces in this August chamber. His Excellency, the President is here in accordance with Article 67 of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana to deliver a message on the state of the nation to this honorable House. On behalf of leadership and honorable members, it is my privilege and singular honor to welcome His Excellency, the President of the Republic, to this August House. Honorable members, before I invite His Excellency the President to deliver a message on the state of the nation, I shall recognize the presence in this chamber of the following distinguished personalities. Honorable members, we have to prepare for all eventualities. We have the following distinguished dignitaries with us. Definitely, after welcoming His Excellency the President, he is not here alone. He's present here with his spouse, by the name Her Excellency Lordina Mahama. We have the Vice President, Her Excellency Professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajiman. We have the Chief Justice, Her Ladyship Gertrude Tokonu. We also have the spouse of the Chief Justice, Mr. Francis Tokonu. And definitely the spouse of the Speaker, Madame Linda Ofosua Obo. We have the Chief of Staff, Honorable Julius Debra. And we have a number of our Lordship, the Justices of the Superior Court of Judicature with us here. We also have the Chairman of the Council of State, our former Speaker, Right Honorable Eduardo Ajaho. And we have the former President, always present, His Excellency John Ajekum Kufuor. Members, order. Honorable members, please, we are recognizing those present. Honorable members, we also have the former First Lady, the evergreen, ever-present, Her Excellency Nana Konadu Ajiman Rawlings. We have with us the National Chairman of the National Democratic Congress, Mr. Johnson Asiedu Inketia. We also have the National Chairman of the new Patriotic Party, Mr. Stephen Ayensu Intim. We have the General Secretary of the National Democratic Congress, Mr. Fivi Viavi Kwete. And we have the General Secretary of the new Patriotic Party, Mr. Justin Frimpong Kodia. We have, as usual, our Excellencies, the diplomatic corps of the various countries in Ghana. You can see, as usual, they have come in their numbers. We are extremely grateful for your presence. And we have the couples, the heads of the various security services with us. And we have our revered chiefs, queens, and queen mothers over here, and the various heads of all the religious bodies we have in this country. We'll also have the former clerk to Parliament, Mr. Emmanuel Anyimedu, and the recently outgone former clerk to Parliament, Mr. Cyril Kwabena Oteng Insia. Honorable members, in the meantime, this is the list of the dignitaries that I have who are present here with us. May I now, on your behalf, and with the greatest pleasure, invite His Excellency the President to deliver his message. Your Excellency, you may do so now.
Thank you very much, the Right Honorable Speaker, Your Excellency the Vice President, Your Excellency the spouse of the President, Your Ladyship the Chief Justice, our Honorable Members of Parliament, Honorable Members of the Judiciary, distinguished leaders of our security services, Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, our revered Nime Name, chiefs, traditional rulers, religious leaders, the national chairmen of political parties and executives, the good people of Ghana, I wish you a very good morning. Mr. Speaker, Article 67 of the 1992 Constitution requires that the President address the people of Ghana in whom sovereignty resides on the state of the nation. About 30 years ago, in 1996, I took my first steps in public service when I was elected to this august House as a Member of Parliament for the Bole Bamboy constituency. For 12 memorable years, I forged many enduring friendships and alliances while working with colleagues from both sides of the House to shape Ghana's legislative agenda and advance the development of our beloved country, Ghana. It has also been nearly a decade since I said goodbye to this House after delivering what many, including myself, thought at the time would be my final address to Parliament. God Almighty, Providence, and the unpredictability of life have summoned me here once again. On the back of a historic electoral mandate from the people of Ghana to deliver a message on the state of the nation. That mandate came with an unprecedented majority in Parliament. And here I am once again to deliver a message on the state of the nation. Mr. Speaker, I wish to convey my heartfelt gratitude to Parliament for the prompt vetting and approval of my nominees for ministerial positions. This efficiency is unmatched in the history of the Fourth Republic, demonstrating the strides we can make when we come together in our dedication to serve the people of our great country. I believe that a similar dispatch will be applied to the approval process for my deputy ministerial nominees. This will enable them to promptly assume office and assist their ministers in delivering our noble vision of resetting our dear nation. In making the nominations and considering the numbers involved, I considered the long expressed sentiment of the Ghanaian people about the sheer size of previous administrations and their associated cost implications. I trust that this significant reduction to 60 ministers and deputy ministers, including regional ministers, will set the stage for further reductions in the size of future governments. With the inauguration of the Council of State, we can begin appointing the staff of the presidency. I intend to significantly reduce the number of staff compared to what existed under previous administrations. All this is aimed at leading by example in cutting down government expenditure and reducing the budget deficit. Let me begin, Mr. Speaker, by invoking the timeless words of the hymnist John Oatman Jr., who encourages us to count our blessings and name them one by one. Yes, we're a nation troubled on many fronts, but we also have many blessings, among which is a now firmly established democracy that, for all its imperfections, has enabled 4 peaceful transfers of power in our land. Nestled in a sub-region that is often plagued by strife and political instability, there's a good reason to take sober satisfaction that these successful, peaceful power transfers have become routine. Mr. Speaker, 50 days ago, I took the solemn oath to assume leadership of this country and serve with truth and humility. This was preceded a month earlier by a watershed election that promised to revive our nation's fortunes and give us a new lease of life. The election result gave us an important opportunity to change course and move off the slippery slopes our country had been descending that had caused so much economic pain, suffering, and grief to our people. In their collective wisdom and with resounding clarity, the Ghanaian people chose to chart a new path to reset the country's economy. And through their votes, they made it clear that they will henceforth demand the highest standards of governance from those they put in positions of leadership. The good people of Ghana elected me to office with a historic electoral margin of nearly 1.7 million votes. Separating me from my next opponent, giving Ghanaians the first female vice president, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman. For the National Democratic Congress, NDC, that resounding victory is a selfless call to duty from a people who are tired of years of economic hardship and poor governance. That call therefore places an obligation on us and all who serve, including legislators from both sides of the House, to do our utmost with decency and humility to change the circumstances and the state of our country. Mr. Speaker, as I stated earlier, Article 67 of the 1992 Constitution requires that I give an account of the state of our nation to Parliament. I'm sad to report that the state of our nation is not good. Our economy is in crisis and our people are suffering unprecedented hardships. Mr. Speaker, We will host a national economic dialogue on March 3rd and 4th. On March 11th, the Minister of Finance, on my behalf, will present the budget estimates for the financial year 2025 to this August House. These two events will allow us to present the real state of Ghana's economic crisis to the people. Mr. Speaker, it is not my style to lament and shift blame when confronted with challenges. Mr. Speaker, it's not my style to lament and shift blame when confronted with challenges. My approach is to accept challenges and work hard to resolve them. Indeed, this is precisely what the people of Ghana elected me to do. I have therefore not come here to lament on the state of our country, though there's much to lament about. I understand why I was elected with such high voter confidence, and that is to solve Ghana's problems. With your permission, Mr. Speaker, and within the constraints of time, I'll take the liberty to elaborate on how we intend to address the numerous challenges facing us as a nation. Yesterday, February 26, 2025, marks exactly 10 years since I stood in this chamber, at this very spot, to declare my determination to fix Dumso, a legacy problem of power shortages. And Mr. Speaker, I fixed it. Yes, I promised to fix it, and I did. And I wish to place firmly on record that from January 2016 until I handed over the administration of this country on January 7, 2017, there was no power rationing or load management in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, today, inspired by the Almighty God and propelled by the massive mandate given to me by the good people of Ghana, I am moved to make a similar purposeful and bold declaration that I, John Dramani Mahama, I will fix the economic crisis confronting our country and reset it on a path of growth and prosperity. That I will fix the economic crisis confronting our country and reset it on a path of growth and prosperity. My government, working with you and every Ghanaian, will solve the challenges because we have developed the plan with our people's support. When I decided to run for president again, I did so because of what I knew about the state of our country. I was aware that huge problems awaited me upon assumption of office, but nothing could prepare anyone for the reality of the depths to which our economy and our governance had sunk. Our elders say that a frog's true length can be ascertained only after it has died. And how right they were. It is common knowledge that our economy is in dire straits, which is putting it mildly, because an initial assessment of the books we have discovered, after initial assessment of the books, we have discovered that our economic problems are much deeper than was previously known. We have inherited a country that is broken on many fronts. The profundities of the challenges confronting us are staggering. We are saddled with staggering debts and glaring signs of almost deliberate and, in some cases, reckless mismanagement of our resources. Mr. Speaker, not even the restraints of an IMF program were enough for the previous economic managers to exercise prudence in managing our finances. After setting an inflation target of 18% by the end of 2024, the actual outturn was 23.8%, significantly higher than the threshold agreed with the IMF. The Ghana cedi continued its downward slide, losing 19% of its value against the dollar in 2024. It had already in the previous year lost 27.8% of its value. In addition to the public debt, which amounts to a staggering 721 billion cedis, several state-owned enterprises are also in debt, including the ECG, which owes 68 billion Ghana cedis. Ghana Cocoa Board, the hope of cocoa farmers, is also highly indebted. Its balance sheet indicates a total debt of 32.5 billion Ghana cedis, of which 9.7 billion is due to be paid at the end of September 2025. In 2023-2024 crop season, Cocoa Board was unable to supply 333,767 metric tons of cocoa, which it had sold at $2,600 per ton. As a result, the then management of Cocoa Board rolled over these contracts into the 2024-2025 season. Honorable members, Mr. Speaker, this implies that for every ton of cocoa delivered this year, in fulfillment of the rollover contracts, Cocoa Board and Ghanaian farmers are going to lose $4,000 in revenue. Mr. Speaker, as I address this Honorable House, Cocoa Board has supplied 210,000 tons out of the rolled over contract, resulting in a revenue loss of $840 million for both Cocoa Board and the Ghanaian farmer. Mr. Speaker, Cocoa Board and the Ghanaian farmer will lose another $495 million by the time the board finishes supplying the remaining rolled over contracts. Additionally, Cocoa Road commitments alone total 21.7 billion cedis, of which only 4.4 billion is included in the total debt of 32.5 billion. This debt has arisen mainly because of the decision in 2019 and 2020 to award road contracts worth over $1 billion because of the election. Mr. Speaker, the energy sector faces significant financial challenges, primarily due to collection and system losses, non-compliance with the cash waterfall mechanism, and legacy debts. The financing shortfall has risen considerably to approximately $2.2 billion, or 34 billion Ghana cedis for 2025. And urgent measures will be needed to reduce it to sustainable levels and ultimately eliminate it. The financial sector continues to struggle despite the reportedly spending of $29.9 billion on the financial sector cleanup exercise up to date. Scant reserves were also left for debt servicing, despite implementing what may be considered the most severe and distressing economic policy in the annals of the Fourth Republic, if not in the entirety of our nation's history. And I'm referring to the domestic debt exchange program. This is in stark contrast to our actions in 2017 before we left office, when we allocated $250 million to the sinking fund handed over to the incoming government to service debts, Ghana's debts. There have been claims that buffers were left for debt repayments, oncoming debt repayment this year. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, let me give you the statement of account for the debt service reserve account, which is also popularly referred to as the sinking fund. This fund shows a balance of only $64,000 in the dollar account, $64,000 in the dollar account, and 143 million Ghana cedis in the cedi account. The repercussions of the accumulation of debt and economic mismanagement will require extensive work and sacrifice to repair. In the next 4 years, to put things in context for you, Mr. Speaker, in the next 4 years, our debt servicing will amount to 280 billion cedis. And this comprises of 150 billion for domestic debt and 130 billion in external debt servicing. Our catastrophic debt position has also severely impacted infrastructural projects that should have been completed. Currently, there are 55 stalled projects due to the default of debt and subsequent restructuring, with a total value of $2.95 billion not disbursed. The stalling of these projects is expected to result in a cost overrun of about 15 billion cedis. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding this gloomy background, I remain committed to leading this government and taking every necessary step to reset our economy, getting things back on track, and working with the good people of our country to build the Ghana we want. Mr. Speaker, we are doubling our efforts to complete all outstanding structural reforms. Through the budget, we will implement corrective measures to restore fiscal discipline and debt sustainability. We're also working hard towards completing the upcoming 4th review of the IMF-supported program. The review is scheduled from April 2nd to April 15th, 2025, and the IMF Executive Board is expected to approve it in June of this year. As we have done previously, we're also building buffers in the sinking fund and adopting prudent debt management practices to ensure prompt repayment of upcoming domestic and external debt maturities. In this respect, government successfully honored the matured coupon payment of $6.081 billion in cash and $3.46 billion in kind, which was due in February 2025 to all domestic debt exchange program bondholders, fully paid. Mr. Speaker, the good news is that we have also built additional buffers in the sinking fund to honor the maturing bonds that are due in July and August. And so bondholders can rest assured that they will be paid to the last pesewa, whatever is owed them. With the transparent and prudent measures we have implemented since taking over the administration of this country, I urge my countrymen and women, business owners, and foreign investors to trust our competence in turning our economic fortunes around. Mr. Speaker, since we took office on January 7, 2025, we have upheld our commitment to a fiscal consolidation agenda with a streamlined government. We have eliminated unnecessary expenditures and reduced our reliance on borrowing. Our prudent debt management practices have led to a substantial reduction in interest rates. The 91-day Treasury bill rate, which was 28.51% on January 6, 2025, has dropped to 24.48% as of February 24, 2025. Similarly, the 182-day Treasury bill rate, which was 29.07% as of January 6, 2025, has decreased to date to 25.388%. Mr. Speaker, the 364-day Treasury bill rate has also moved from 30.41% to 27.30% in the same period. We signed a Memorandum of Understanding with our Official Creditor Committee, OCC, to formalize the debt treatment agreed upon with our official creditors. This marks a crucial step towards Ghana's restoration of long-term debt sustainability. The agreement will enable financial resources to support and strengthen our economic recovery. Mr. Speaker, on February 20th, 2025, the National Tripartite Committee and the Public Services Joint Standing Negotiating Committee concluded negotiations on the 2025 minimum wage and base pay for the single spine salary structure, respectively. I want to use this opportunity to reiterate my sincere gratitude to organized labor and the Ghana Employers Association for the understanding and cooperation in reaching this agreement on the minimum wage and the base pay. On the final day of negotiations, I enjoyed the privilege of joining my comrades, the leaders of organized labor, for the concluding discussions. I'm confident that the sacrifice we have all made this year will significantly benefit our economy's health in the future. We look forward to a positive economic outlook as we restore macroeconomic stability, we encourage exports, we activate the 24-hour economy policy, we implement the $10 billion Big Push policy for swift infrastructure development, we rationalize taxes and foster inclusive growth. The goal is prosperity for all, which must be shared and not the prerogative of a select few. Mr. Speaker, in fulfillment of our 120-day social contract with the Ghanaian people, we have put in place the Planning Committee to host the National Economic Dialogue. This dialogue is expected to discuss the state of the economy and reach a consensus on the key policies needed to address the devastating economic crisis confronting us. It will support the development of a homegrown fiscal consolidation program, and it will highlight key structural reforms and policy priorities essential for resetting the economy and creating prosperity for all our people. I believe there's absolute wisdom in what our elders say, that two heads are better than one. Tikro and Kwejina. Consultation and consensus building have always proven to be better than unilateral decision making. It is my hope, therefore, that our colleagues on the other side of the divide will display love of country and participate in this national dialogue, unlike the boycott of the St. Forum in 2014. I humbly choose a different path of accommodation and cooperation with all stakeholders. We will continuously engage on important issues so that together, as a nation, we can reset our country and focus on sustainable development. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, together we shall build the Ghana we all want. Mr. Speaker, my administration inherited an energy sector on the brink of collapse. It was weighed down by unsustainable debt. This unfortunate situation has led to many independent power producers and fuel suppliers threatening to cease their operations. Mr. Speaker, listen to this. Despite collecting over 45 billion cedis in energy sector levies, ESLA, over the last 8 years, the outgone administration has left the Ghanaian people with an energy sector burdened with a staggering debt of 70 billion cedis as of December 2024. It is of deep concern that several state-owned enterprises in the energy sector are struggling to stay afloat, and unless urgent interventions are made, many of them will go under. Financial distress in the energy sector remains a significant obstacle to delivering consistent and affordable electricity to Ghanaians, and it poses an existential threat to our economy in general. Compounding these challenges, critical maintenance activities such as the scheduled pigging of the West African gas pipeline, WACO, were postponed from 2024 to 2025 without sufficient contingency measures for alternative fuel supply. As a result, my administration has had to swiftly mobilize resources to secure emergency fuel supplies to ensure that electricity generation continues despite the closure of the West African gas pipeline. I've been informed that the pigging exercise will be completed in the first week of March, and once again, additional gas will flow from Nigeria. We are anticipating a marked improvement in the power situation once this begins. While the current state of our energy sector poses grave concerns, we must remain resolute in our commitment to restoring stability. I've directed the Minister for Energy and Green Transitions to implement far-reaching reforms, including enforcing a single revenue collection account, strictly adhering to the cash waterfall mechanism, and eliminating all wasteful expenditures by the state utility. Mr. Minister, Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, following my directive, Mr. Speaker, following my directive, the Minister has set up an advisory committee to guide the participation of the private sector in metering and billing in order to improve efficiency in revenue collection and also reduce the high commercial and technical losses that are threatening to drown the state-owned utility company. A pilot partnership between ECG and Enclave Power has proved highly successful and provides us with a workable framework. ECG provides bulk supply of power to Enclave Power Limited. This is an organization in Ghana. Enclave Power provides meters and bills to all companies operating in the free zones enclave, with 99% revenue collection and nearly 100% uptime in power supply. This is being done here in Ghana. We can use it to cover the rest of the nation to ensure that we get revenue compliance and be able to bring down tariffs for our people. Mr. Speaker, I'm still getting used to being president, that's why I said Mr. President. Mr. Speaker, reduction in commercial and technical losses will lead to affordable tariffs for everyone and will bring relief to all users of electric power. We also aim in the medium term to achieve 100% gas utilization for power production and to eliminate completely the use of crude oil and fossil fuels. This will save Ghana hundreds of millions of dollars spent on the importation of fuel oils for power production annually. With regards to renewable energy, this administration will soon operationalize a renewable energy and green transition fund to enhance efficiency and accelerate Ghana's transition to renewable energy. This initiative will drive investments in sustainable energy solutions, including solar street lights, rooftop solar installations, off-grid solar systems, electric vehicle charging stations, and rechargeable outboard motors. These measures will reduce dependence on the national grid and position Ghana as a leader in Africa's green energy transition. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's petroleum sector has witnessed a precipitous decline, with crude oil production sinking by more than 32%. This has resulted from the high opacity levels, a very hostile business climate, and excessive political interference in the sector, culminating in most of the major oil companies exiting and stalling all upstream activities. The decline in upstream activity is obvious to any person familiar with the twin cities of Sekondi and Takoradi. Just under a decade ago, these cities were the bustling epicenter of fabrication, logistics, service activity associated with the upstream oil and gas sector. Unfortunately, my recent visit reveals many shut down facilities and many businesses have packed and left the shores of our country. Hundreds of workers have been laid off and left unemployed. I wish to assure the good people of Sekondi Takoradi and indeed the whole Western region that we are going to breathe life back into your area. Mr. Speaker, we have already commenced revitalization of our upstream petroleum sector by creating a business-friendly and congenial environment for our partners and other prospective investors who wish to come in. My meeting with the players in the upstream sector have been extremely positive, and we have been assured of substantial investments running into billions of dollars in the very near future. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Energy and Green Transitions gave the directive for the removal of the unitization based on the arbitration that took place. We believe that this will open the way for an amicable resolution of the issues between Springfield and ENI, and this should make our oil and gas prospects more attractive to investments going forward. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has fertile lands, abundant water, and human resources. Yet we face a paradox. Our food import bill continues to soar, reaching alarming levels of over $2 billion annually. In addition, rising food inflation is burdening households and threatening livelihoods. To address this, we're implementing several well-considered policies to grow the agricultural sector, including agro-processing. This will be backed by reliable power supply to meet our country's needs while advancing exports to earn foreign exchange and strengthen our economy. Mr. Speaker, the Agriculture for Economic Transformation Agenda, AETA for short, will modernize agriculture, enhance agribusiness, ensure food security, it will lower food inflation, it will boost exports, and create sustainable jobs. The Feed Ghana program will increase food production and reduce prices through projects like the Grain Development Project, focusing on rice, maize, and soya bean production. The Vegetable Development Project will target crops such as tomatoes, onions, and pepper. Our Poultry Farm to Table project will eliminate poultry imports and increase local production. Ghana imports 95% of its poultry needs, which costs over $300 million annually. To reverse this trend, government plans to revamp the poultry sector by investing in hatcheries, feed mills, processing, and distribution, working towards eliminating poultry imports. And this is a good one. The Nkukon Kitinkiti project. We actually have a project called Nkukon Kitinkiti. The Nkukon Kitinkiti project will cover 55,000 households producing eggs and fresh poultry for the market, and it will help reduce our $300 million we spend on importing chicken annually. Mr. Speaker, to strengthen the connection between agriculture and industry, we will prioritize value addition, processing, and distribution, and this will position agriculture as profitable and appealing, making it more attractive to our young people. We will implement an Agri-Next program to facilitate access to land banks by young farmers, to connect graduates with opportunities in the agricultural value chain, and promote greenhouse agriculture among the youth. This initiative will benefit approximately 30,000 young people. Mr. Speaker, the Livestock Development Project will also address Ghana's reliance on imported meats by restocking breeding farms and increasing local livestock production, thereby creating jobs and boosting self-sufficiency. For years, access to mechanization, quality seeds, fertilizer, and extension services has been a major challenge to our farmers. To address this, government will establish our flagship farmer service centers in every agricultural district, ensuring that farmers receive essential mechanization services and resources to improve their productivity and efficiency. Mr. Speaker, also in the fisheries sector, we implement strategic interventions to enhance productivity and sustainability. Key among these initiatives is the continued enforcement of measures to curb illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, which threaten our marine biodiversity and the livelihoods of our hard-working fisherfolk. We have intensified surveillance and monitoring operations, bolstered by the deployment of modern technology and strengthened collaboration with our key stakeholders. In the last month, we have expanded the supply of subsidized premixed fuel to support artisanal and industrial fishers, ensuring affordability and availability. We'll also invest further in modern fish landing sites and cold storage facilities to improve post-harvest handling and thereby reduce losses and enhance the quality of our fish products. Aquaculture development is a key focus of our administration. will provide financial and technical support, especially to young fish farmers, increasing fish production and reducing our dependence on fish imports. To increase the value addition in this sector, we'll encourage the establishment of fish processing facilities, create more jobs, and boost exports. Our commitment to supporting women in the fisheries sector remains steadfast as we implement the programs to empower female fish processors and traders with financial capital and capacity building initiatives. While we work hard to fix the economy and provide jobs in all sectors, including agribusiness, one of the biggest crises we face in this country is youth unemployment. Youth unemployment has led to despair and frustration. The latest estimates show that up to 2 million of our young people are unemployed. This poses a major security risk for our country and requires urgent attention. To bring much needed focus to the desperate and widely scattered youth employment programs and to ensure stricter accountability in their implementation, I have set up the Ministry for Youth Development and Empowerment in furtherance to the promise I made in the campaign. This ministry, that is the Ministry for Youth Development and Empowerment, is mandated to formulate, coordinate, and monitor policies and programs to promote youth development and empowerment in this country. Mr. Speaker, as part of our Operation Recover All the Loot policy, Mr. Speaker, as part of our Operation Recover All the Loot policy, ORA, I've already tasked our investigative bodies to bring the culprits of the National Service Ghost Name scandal to justice. Such brazen theft of public funds must not go unpunished. It is estimated that the criminal addition of some more than 80,000 ghost names could have yielded the suspects over 50 million Ghana cedis every month. Unfortunately, some of these suspects are believed to have absconded from the country already. I have directed that they be declared wanted and their assets traced and frozen until investigations are completed. To achieve a legally robust regime to govern national service, I've also tasked the Minister for Youth Development and Empowerment to coordinate and present to Parliament a legislative instrument to support the implementation of the newly passed National Service Authority Act 2024. That's Act 1119. We will introduce short military training as part of our national service scheme. This will instill a sense of fitness and discipline into our youth. The administration of scholarships is another challenge. It has been fraught with a lot of challenges. The poor who genuinely need scholarships are unable to access them because the rich and wealthy always crowd them out. To fulfill our government's vision of promoting transparency, equity, and sustainability in the scholarship scheme, we shall streamline the award process to ensure that not only deserving youth benefit from the system, deserving youth benefit from the system. We shall introduce increased transparency, including publishing the list of beneficiaries every year. Mr. Speaker, job creation is one of our main pillars, and it was one of the major promises we made to the youth of Ghana. To help actualize this promise, we're going to roll out what we call the Ejumawura program. This initiative will create, track, and mentor young businesses annually, with a special focus on our youth. For the first phase, the top 2,000 implementable business proposals will be supported with business development training, mentorship, access to startup capital, marketing, and networking to operationalize their innovations and business ideas. We will also launch our flagship National Apprenticeship Program to equip at least 10,000 young people in the informal sector with employable skills, including providing apprenticeship fees and startup kits when they have completed. The Youth Development and the Interior Ministries will facilitate the training of our young people in the Okada business in areas such as road safety regulations, financial literacy, and digital skills, as well as facilitating the acquisition of motorbikes. We will introduce electric motorcycles on a high purchase scheme to eliminate the use of petrol and make their businesses more profitable. Mr. Speaker, Her Excellency the Vice President's Empowerment for Women and People with Disabilities program will also be launched this year. The program will target women and people with disabilities and other vulnerable groups to build their capacity and offer them access to finance to create their own jobs. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Communications, Digital Technology and Innovations will also focus on developing youth IT skills and fostering innovation. Under the 1 Million Coders program, young people receive training in coding, web app development, digital marketing, and other digital skills. This initiative aims to equip them with the necessary skills for employability in the digital ecosystem. We must provide meaningful and relevant education to prepare our youth for today's technology-driven job market. Despite various reforms, issues related to low-earning incomes persist within Ghana's educational system. I'm committed to ensuring that quality education remains a top priority. The system we have inherited is outdated in many ways and must be realigned to meet the needs of the 21st century and the fourth industrial revolution. Recognizing the urgent need for national dialogue on education and in the spirit of inclusive governance, I launched the National Education Consultative Forum on February 18th in Ho. I look forward to the recommendations which we will incorporate into our sectoral policy reforms. Mr. Speaker, even though Article 38 of the Constitution guarantees equitable access to education across Ghana, 30 years after the Free Compulsory Universal Basic Education FQ program was implemented, its full objectives remain unmet. To tackle this issue, government will redefine the scope of basic education and introduce the Zero to Hero initiative to enhance foundational literacy and numeracy. Additionally, ICT training will be integrated into early childhood education at the basic level. Over the next 3 years, it will be expanded to cover at least 300 classrooms, 30 centers of excellence, 1,000 teachers and district teacher support teams focusing on the teaching of mathematics and literacy. This year, the Ministry of Education will fully implement a new curriculum for senior high technical schools and STEM schools, introduce a standardized national sign language for hearing impaired learners from kindergarten to SHS, and review the kindergarten and primary school curriculums. To increase access to quality education, we will scale up our social intervention programs like the capitation grants, the feeding grants for special schools, and the government's BECE registration initiative. Mr. Speaker, to promote inclusion and equity, the government will enhance and resource the Islamic Education Unit to recruit more Islamic and Arabic tutors for English-Arabic schools. We will establish STEM and TVET schools in underserved and peri-urban communities. We will provide scholarships to brilliant but needy students in deprived communities, especially for study in law, medicine, and engineering. We will support Islamic colleges of education with infrastructure and logistics, and will enroll youth in Zongo and deprived urban communities in the National Apprentice Program and offer free technical and vocational training. Mr. Speaker, It is important to continue to retain and motivate our teachers in all schools, especially in the rural areas. Government will begin plans for the implementation of the 20% allowance for teachers who agree to serve in rural schools. District assemblies are going to be involved in this scheme to ensure that the teachers are present and teaching in the schools that are selected. This scheme will reward such teachers for their sacrifices and ensure quality education nationwide, not only in urban centers. Mr. Speaker, as part of our Teacher Dabre initiative, the construction of teacher accommodation units to improve welfare and attract teachers to rural areas will commence this year. Mr. Speaker, no new school will be built in this country without teachers' accommodation. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, once again for emphasis and for the record, I, John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana, will not cancel the free SHS program. I will not cancel the free SHS program. I am determined to make it better by improving its implementation. And also, for the record, students who have benefited from the free SHS since its inception are about 3.4 million. The figure of 5.1 million beneficiaries, as put out by the previous administration, was an exaggerated and false narrative calculated to achieve political credit. Mr. Speaker, while the free SHS program has improved access, the implementation of the program leaves much to be desired. The outcomes of the ongoing National Education Forum will guide our reform efforts in this sector. Mr. Speaker, in line with our promise, the Minister for Education has announced the restoration of Parent-Teacher Associations, PTAs, in the running of schools. It is important for parents and communities to participate in the administration of their schools. The Ministry of Education and GAS will, however, ensure that PTAs do not impose unbearable financial burden on parents and students who cannot afford them. Mr. Speaker, the double track system remains a challenge, and we are committed to eliminating it by accelerating school infrastructure expansion and completing stalled educational projects. To fund this, the Education and Finance Ministries are working to uncap the GET Fund so that we can accelerate projects in secondary schools. As promised, we have begun improving secondary school feeding, and the children are getting better quality food as I address you. Mr. Speaker, efforts to decentralize school feeding and food management include strengthening procurement and store management records capacity. Once completed, food procurement and management will be fully handed over to the secondary schools to do their own food procurement. Mr. Speaker, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics are central to national development, STEM. We'll therefore expand STEM programs at all levels to equip all students for the global economy. We don't believe in building single standalone STEM schools. We believe that STEM must be part of the curriculum of every secondary school. Mr. Speaker, regional TVET centers of excellence will be established to provide practical skills. Every region will get a TVET center of excellence to expand technical and vocational education training. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, Ghana has consistently missed its gross tertiary enrollment targets, with a rate below 22%, far from the 40% goal that has been set by 2030. Despite over 460,000 secondary graduates coming out annually, 55% qualify for tertiary education, and only 35%, 161,000 of the 460,000 enroll in tertiary education, leaving over 300,000 without access. To address this, government is introducing a no-fee stress policy to eliminate tertiary admission fees, which currently serve as a barrier to higher education for some students. This will be supported by an enhanced student loan scheme, which is called the Student Loan Plus. The no-fee policy will also cover all persons with disabilities. And for emphasis, persons with disabilities will pay no fees for tertiary education throughout their study. And so PWDs who gain admission to tertiary institutions will pay no fees. Additionally, TVET enrollment will be increased from 11% to 20% to boost employment. Mr. Speaker, rising enrollment has strained university infrastructure, causing overcrowding and inadequate accommodation. We are determined to expand access, improve quality, and align tertiary education with national goals, particularly in STEM. Feasibility studies for new public universities or campuses of existing universities to be established in the 6 new regions will commence this year. Seed funding for these projects will come from the GET Fund in order to enhance access. Government will this year engage with the existing public universities to identify suitable sites on their campuses, acquired lands, for the implementation of the private sector participation in the provision of hostels project. This is a partnership between government, the universities, and private investors to expand hostel capacity on their campuses. This will allow more students to be accommodated on the campuses to allow for a better learning environment. Mr. Speaker, academic freedom will be upheld. We will not interfere in the administration of our tertiary universities. And our hope is that the institutions will ensure good governance in their administrative practices. Mr. Speaker, next, our health sector faces significant challenges that jeopardize the very foundation of affordable health care. The Ministry of Health has a total liability of nearly 15 billion cedis, when co-financing obligations, judgment debts, and payments to clear medical commodities at the ports are all put together. The last major hospital equipment replacement program was undertaken in 2014 when I was president. Since then, most hospital equipment in the Ghana Health Service facilities have deteriorated or broken down. Mr. Speaker, the Agenda 111 program, which was started as a knee-jerk reaction during the COVID-19 pandemic, when the Ghanaian public had begun to appreciate the significant investments that the previous NDC administration had made in healthcare facilities, and began to lament the many hospital projects that had stalled under the previous administration, a promise was made to build 111 hospitals. Mr. Speaker, I'm sad to note that there is no dedicated funding source for such a gargantuan project. There is no dedicated funding source for this gargantuan project. Mr. Speaker, for the record, as I speak, not a single Agenda 111 hospital is operational. In any part of Ghana, I challenge you, not one is operational. Mr. Speaker, and it is worth disclosing that $400 million has already been disbursed under the Agenda 111 project. Mr. Speaker, at a rate of approximately $80 million per hospital, this $400 million spent could have completed and made operational at least 22 of those hospitals. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the money should have been focused on completing a number of hospitals and making them operational instead of spreading it over the current 111 hospitals. As I speak, some are at the foundation level and not a single one is operational. I have directed the Minister for Health to present us with a plan on the way forward for this program. And let me add that we are open to public-private partnerships and franchising to complete and operationalize these hospitals. Mr. Speaker, one of the most pressing issues confronting our health sector today is the USAID's sudden 90-day pause in services without prior notice and the looming threat of complete withdrawal of programs that do not align with the USA's strategic interests. Programs that will be affected include the delivery of medical commodities to regional medical stores and health facilities in the Upper West, Upper East, Northern, and Savannah regions. USAID support for the National HIV/AIDS Control Program includes the supply of antiretroviral therapies in the Western, North, and OFORI regions. These will also be affected. The withdrawal puts at risk approximately $78 million in earmarked funds for malaria, maternal and child health, nutrition, and HIV/AIDS. It also covers some programs being run at the Noguchi Memorial Institute in research. The impact will be challenging without urgent intervention. I've therefore directed the Minister of Finance to make immediate financial arrangements to mitigate this loss. And I expect that this will be reflected in his budget, which will be presented to this House next month on March 11th. Working with the NHIA, will revive the Onuado mobile healthcare vans. These vans will provide OPD, ophthalmology, dental, ENT, cancer screening and care in the remote and most vulnerable communities in our country. An earlier attempt to provide mobile health facilities was abandoned after the change of government in 2017. Mr. Speaker, public health experts are grappling with the conundrum of new diseases and re-emergence of old diseases. The unpredictable nature of disease outbreak suggests we must make our health systems more resilient to shocks. Since October last year, Ghana has faced a severe cholera outbreak. As of February 17, 2025, I'm sad to report that 6,300 suspected cases, 545 of these cases were confirmed to be cholera, and unfortunately we lost 49 of our compatriots. The outbreak has affected 118 districts across the Greater Accra, Central, Western Ashanti, and Eastern regions. To control the situation, we have launched an aggressive vaccination and public education campaign, among other interventions. Mr. Speaker, sanitation within the context of infectious disease outbreaks, personal hygiene, and environmental sanitation must be a major priority for us. Our cities and towns must be made cleaner than what we currently have. We commit to right the wrongs and keep our cities and communities clean through appropriate investment, supervision, and performance tracking in the sanitation sector. Mr. Speaker, as I speak, the Upper West region is facing a severe meningitis outbreak. And I know, Mr. Speaker, you have made an important contribution to ameliorate the situation in your region, and I commend you for that. As of February 17, 2025, 135 suspected cases of meningitis were reported. 22 of those cases were confirmed, and unfortunately, 16 deaths have been reported across 10 districts. We've instituted free treatment for affected persons and deployed a strong national team of health experts to encourage early reporting to health facilities of suspected meningitis. Mr. Speaker, as outlined in the 2024 manifesto of the NDC, my administration is actively developing the framework for the rollout of the free primary health care program. When fully implemented, this initiative will mark a significant step towards Ghana achieving goal number 3.8, which is universal health coverage of the SDGs, by eliminating financial barriers to basic health care access. Also in line with our 120-day manifesto commitment, the composition of the technical committee is far advanced, with plans to establish the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, also known as Mahama Cares, in the coming weeks. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, this fund will be dedicated to financing the treatment of non-communicable diseases, which have seen a significant rise over the past decade. As part of this initiative, the government is committing to allocate financial resources towards this project in 2025, with further support to be mobilized from private sector partners to ensure the sustainability of the fund. Once operational, the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, otherwise known as Mahama Cares, will directly address the financial burden of patients who require dialysis treatment, cancer care, and other critical non-communicable disease-related interventions. Together, the free primary health care, which will focus on early detection and prevention and treatment, and the Ghana Medical Trust Fund program, which will focus on relieving the financial burden of treating non-communicable diseases, will help to revolutionize Ghana's healthcare system by improving healthcare accessibility and outcomes and enhancing productivity and well-being across the country. Mr. Speaker, Ghana will become the pharmaceutical manufacturing hub of West Africa. And my previous record in government speaks for itself. When I injected funds into Ghanaian-owned pharmaceutical companies to expand their production capacities. Mr. Speaker, as this exciting phase unfolds under the 24-hour economy initiative, we must strengthen every aspect of our pharmaceutical industry. And this includes the Food and Drugs Authority and the Customs and Security agencies in order to avert the use of fake drugs and the importation of illicit drugs into our country. We await thorough and unbiased investigation into the alleged opioid pill importation into Ghana and other West African countries. The outcome will be shared, and I can assure you necessary action will be taken. Mr. Speaker, as a Social Democrat, I'm resolutely committed to eradicating all forms of discrimination in our society. Our vision is to foster fairness and cultivate an inclusive environment where everyone can engage fully and equally in social, economic, and political life. With my Vice President, the history-making Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, we will engage with all stakeholders, including our development partners and civil society organizations, to prioritize gender equality, equity, and social justice. We will establish strong social protection mechanisms and enhance legal safeguards for women, girls, and other vulnerable groups. Our initiative would include enacting comprehensive laws and policies designed to dismantle harmful social norms, to enhance access to crucial resources and opportunities, particularly for young women, and reduce overall vulnerability within our society. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to commend you and this House for your unwavering support and guidance, which were instrumental in passing the Affirmative Action Act of 2024, Act 1121, during the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic. My government is dedicated to successfully implementing this act to ensure gender equity across the political, social, economic, educational, and cultural spheres. The Ministry of Gender, Children, and Social Protection is actively collaborating with relevant stakeholders to guarantee that this act is fully operational, including attaining the 30% target quota for women in political appointments. I'm pleased to report that women currently make up 23.21% of all appointments. and we are diligently working towards reaching the targets set forth in Act 1121. I'm, however, concerned about achieving gender balance, especially at the local government level. Very few women have mustered the courage to apply for the positions of metropolitan, municipal, and district chief executives. And unfortunately, the few who have courageously applied have been edged out on very flimsy and parochial grounds. It is my hope that the National Constitution Review Conference will clear a pathway for the election of DCs. The Gender Ministry will then be obliged to encourage and support more women to apply and stand for these elective positions. In our pursuit of empowering women, Mr. Speaker, we'll establish the Women's Development Bank. This will be a specialized financial institution designed to support businesses owned and led by women through the provision of low-interest loans and tailored financial services offered under very flexible terms. Consultative processes are underway to ensure the successful launch of this bank. And as part of our 120-day social contract, the Minister for Finance is going to allocate initial funding for the Women's Development Bank in the upcoming budget that will be presented to this House. Mr. Speaker, we're also implementing measures to expand the Livelihood Empowerment Against Poverty program under our Big Leap initiative. As we work towards completing the Ghana National Household Data Census by this year, 2025, we'll reassess the status of LEAP beneficiary households to facilitate the enrollment of new beneficiaries. Mr. Speaker, we are committed to enhancing the legal framework surrounding disability rights by passing the Persons with Disability Amendment Bill. Additionally, we will introduce a legislative instrument to strengthen further the provisions of the Persons with Disability Act, Act 715 of 2006. We reiterate our commitment to ensuring that individuals with disability have access to free tertiary education and equal opportunities to pursue their academic and professional ambitions. Mr. Speaker, the government intends to ensure the implementation of legislation that enjoins public and private employers to reserve 5% of their employment for persons with disabilities. I am aware that a private member was shepherding this bill. Government is going to support that motion in order that 5% of all employment is reserved for persons with disability. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's sports sector, once again, which was a shining example of excellence within Africa, now finds itself at a very critical juncture. Historically, our nation has been celebrated and has had remarkable achievements in boxing, football, and athletics. Unfortunately, this is no longer the case. However, recent years have unveiled depressing structural deficiencies in administration, funding, infrastructure, and talent development. Immediate and comprehensive reforms are imperative to reclaim our rightful place on the global sports stage. Mr. Speaker, we will develop a comprehensive national sports policy to align with international norms. This policy will be accompanied by an exhaustive review of the Sports Act of 2016, that is Act 934, and the rigorous enforcement of the Sports Regulations 2023 LI 2477. Infrastructure development remains paramount in our strategy. The government is committed to refurbishing existing national stadia, completing youth resource centers, and constructing new sports facilities in the new regions. We'll also prioritize community recreational facilities to foster greater participation in sports at the grassroots level. Recognizing the critical role of youth development, we're implementing a significant overhaul of grassroots sports with the establishment of the School Sports Authority. This body will oversee structured inter-school competitions and talent identification initiatives essential for nurturing future sporting champions. Over 60% of Ghana's elite athletes have emerged from these school sport programs. The ministry has now been renamed the Ministry of Sports and Recreation. To acknowledge the significance of recreation, we will launch a National Recreation Day. This will be a monthly initiative centered on community engagement alongside an annual national recreation festival. These initiatives will encourage keep fit activities and promote active lifestyles. It will promote traditional games and strengthen community bonds. Next month, the senior national team, the Black Stars, which is now a pale shadow of its former glory, will play 2 World Cup qualifying matches. I've instructed my office and the Minister for Sports and Recreation to hold the Ghana Football Association accountable to the people of Ghana as we prepare for these games, especially regarding the budget of the FA. There will be no secrecy in how much the government spends on the national teams. The budgets presented by the FA and other sports associations must be known by the public. After all, it is the taxpayers' funds that are used to fund these activities. The reduction in government expenditure and waste reduction applies to all sectors of the economy, including the Ministry of Sports and Recreation. Mr. Speaker, tourism, culture, and creative arts remain vital cornerstones of our national development strategy, playing a significant role in job creation, cultural exchange, and economic growth. In recent years, the ministry has launched transformative initiatives to position Ghana as a premier global destination, and this is positive. These positive initiatives aim to harness the country's rich cultural heritage, natural beauty, and our dynamic creative sector. Our flagship initiative, the Black Star Experience, aims to establish Ghana as the gateway to Africa for the global diaspora, featuring thoughtfully curated cultural, historic, and creative arts experiences in collaboration with the private sector, diplomatic missions, ministries, departments, and agencies. Our aim is to position the Black Star Experience as a uniquely Ghanaian tourism brand. The Pan-African Month will be a part of the Black Star Experience. It will include street carnivals, a film week, a fashion festival, a food fair, theatrical and drama performances, concert party competitions, and monthly domestic tourism destinations. We will strategically promote meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibition tourism to diversify our tourism offerings. Ghana's peaceful and democratic environment positions us as an attractive hub for international summits, business conventions, and high-profile gatherings. We must capitalize on this unique advantage to maximize our benefits and strengthen our reputation as the country that is closest to the center of the world. We're also committed to revitalizing the Accra Marine Drive project, a significant urban redevelopment initiative which was designed to transform approximately 241 acres of Accra's coastline into a vibrant tourism and economic hub. Although the cabinet approval for this vital project was achieved during my presidency in 2016, progress has stalled. We will reassess the work completed and take decisive action to bring this all-important project back on track. We will develop the Osu Castle, the former seat of government, and the area around it as a tourist attraction. It will have a pedestrian precinct with arts and craft markets, jewelry, and gold markets. This approximate 22-acre land will become a destination for tourism. Mr. Speaker, our road network is the cornerstone of our nation's infrastructure, facilitating over 90% of the transportation of goods and services across this country. This vital network is critical in supporting agricultural growth by linking farmers to markets, lowering transportation costs, and ensuring quicker access to essential supplies and services. The resulting interconnected benefits foster a vibrant economy and enhance the livelihood of countless of our citizens. Mr. Speaker, while the previous government has made lofty claims about achieving unprecedented milestones in the road sector, available evidence does not support its assertion that it constructed over 13,000 kilometers of new roads. Instead, It has perpetuated a narrative that presents road maintenance and rehabilitation efforts as new construction projects, misleading the public about what has been achieved. The proportion of poor roads has increased, especially in urban centers, where the number of roads in disrepair surged from 46% in 2015 to almost 60% by 2021. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, our road sector is in crisis, mainly due to years of mismanagement. As many as 85% of awarded contracts in the road sector have stalled, and the contractors have stopped work due to non-payment, and most of them have parked their equipment off-site. Mr. Speaker, as of December 2024, unpaid bills owed to contractors in the sector exceeded 20 billion Ghana cedis for work that had been carried out between 2018 and 2024. For instance, the Ghana Road Fund obtained a loan of 600 million Ghana cedis in March 2018 to refinance outstanding debts and borrowed an additional 1.2 billion Ghana cedis from a syndication of banks in November 2019. Alarmingly, upon assuming office, the Ghana Road Fund still had outstanding payments, including some as low as 2,000 Ghana cedis, dating back to 2018. Current commitments for road projects that are unpaid currently stand at an astonishing 105 billion Ghana cedis. Despite these considerable challenges, this government remains steadfast in its commitment to prioritize vital infrastructure projects that address the pressing backlog of poor roads. Our strategy will be anchored in executing our flagship initiative under the Big Push program. The Big Push will see major rehabilitation of many key roads in the feeder roads, urban roads, and highway sectors. We'll also undertake the following key initiatives to revitalize the road sector. We'll reintroduce tolls, road tolls, using modern technology. We'll rationalize the road sector portfolio to focus on high-impact initiatives. Mr. Speaker, we will uncap the road fund in order that it can accumulate more money to pay for road maintenance. Mr. Speaker, we'll minimize sole source procurement to encourage competition, competitive bidding, and enhance public transparency in the procurement processes. Mr. Speaker, the drip equipment, which was acquired at the last moment as a knee-jerk reaction for electioneering purposes, will be reorganized into regional mobile maintenance units to provide emergency road works in the regions. Mr. Speaker, I've realigned the Ministry of Transport to oversee 4 modes of transportation: aviation, maritime, inland water transport, road transport, and railways. The government will commission a feasibility study to develop coastal water transport services. This initiative aims to promote alternative modes of transport and ensure their integration into our existing systems under the National Transport Policy. It also aims to enhance tourism, reduce road traffic, and mitigate environmental pollution. Motorcycles and tricycles, commonly known as Okada, hold significant potential as a more convenient, timely, safe, and cost-effective mode of transport. Currently, the Road Traffic Regulation of 2012, LI 2180, prohibits licensing motorcycles and tricycles for fare-paying passengers. As part of our government policy, the Ministry will amend the regulatory framework to regularize the use of motorcycles and tricycles for commercial passenger transport. In our ongoing effort to revitalize the whole airport, the government will facilitate the establishment of the state-of-the-art pilot training academy and a maintenance, repair, and overhaul facility. The Volta region will become a center of excellence for aviation training and aircraft maintenance. This project will create significant employment opportunities. It will stimulate economic growth and bolster tourism in Ho and the surrounding communities. I have directed the airport company to release 10 acres of land at the Ho airport for this purpose. Mr. Speaker, with the completion of the Tema-Mpakadan rail line, the government will launch passenger services between Tema and Adomi. We'll also begin developing the necessary infrastructure on the Volta Lake to facilitate freight transport between Tema Port and Bupe as part of our Eastern Corridor multimodal transport system. The Western Railway line will continue to be modernized in partnership with the private sector. This initiative aims to support the efficient transport of bulk cargo and minerals from the mines in Nsuta, Awaso, and Yinehin to the Takoradi port, while providing passenger transport along the Western Corridor. Mr. Speaker, the last attempt by the previous administration to re-establish a national airline has failed. We will reopen a transparent process that will receive expressions of interest to invite competent established partners to work with us to establish a national airline. We believe that an efficient national carrier can help reduce fares on routes where external carriers are currently enjoying a monopoly. Mr. Speaker, our communications and digital technology initiatives focus on expanding our national digital infrastructure to stimulate innovation and enhance public service delivery. We're also dedicated to improving access to information and communication technology, promoting the digital economy, ensuring inclusive and equitable growth across all sectors. Nevertheless, the sector faces several significant challenges that hinder our progress, and these include insufficient infrastructure for delivering weather and climate services across all time zones, fragmented and uncoordinated databases, outdated legislation and policies that do not keep pace with a rapidly evolving sector, a lack of adequate technology to effectively detect, prevent, and respond to cybersecurity threats, and a daunting debt burden of almost 2 billion cedis. To revitalize this sector, government is committed to reviewing existing laws and policies to better align them with emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, big data, Internet of Things, and machine learning. Additionally, we'll develop and expedite the enactment of the Kofi Annan Center of Excellence Bill. This legislation will establish the necessary framework for the center to concentrate on research and development, consultancy services, and capacity building. Mr. Speaker, access to safe and reliable water and affordable housing significantly enhances the well-being and quality of life of our people. These elements are integral to our reset agenda and fundamental to our vision to build the Ghana that we all want. However, the water sector in Ghana faces considerable challenges, including illegal mining activities that contaminate fresh water sources, rendering them unsafe for drinking and agriculture. This alarming situation highlights the critical need for a decisive and ongoing effort to combat illegal mining to save our environment and our public health. Government will prioritize completing new and ongoing water projects to improve access to safe drinking water. This commitment should be good news for the people in the Keta, Adaklu, Wenchi, Sekendi Takrade, Asankragwa, Sehirioso, Dodoaso, Kweman, Damfa, Goso, Dwabeng, Aveime, and Edubamso. We'll also tackle critical water projects in Damango, Tamale, Yendi, Sunyani, Techiman, and Takwa to ensure broader access to potable water nationwide. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has a coastline that stretches approximately 550 kilometers. 2/3 of this coastline is threatened by tidal wave erosion, which impacts nearly 30% of Ghana's population. Rising sea levels have exacerbated vulnerabilities in coastal areas, leading to flooding, habitat loss, and community displacement. Consequently, coastal protection has emerged as a critical national priority. And so for the communities that are threatened by flood currently, we're going to prioritize building sea defense to be able to protect you. Flooding has become an all too frequent occurrence in many urban centers across the county, resulting in tragic loss of life, livelihood, and property. This scenario underscores the urgent need for sustainable solutions to address these pressing challenges. Many of our drainage systems are inadequate. They are worsened by careless waterway construction and obstruction, and the relentless encroachment on wetlands and floodplains. To tackle these issues, we have to explore alternative sources of funding to support essential drainage works, desilting, flood control, and coastal protection. Mr. Speaker, the quality of life of any nation relies significantly on a well-regulated and efficient housing market that guarantees access to decent homes. Our housing deficit is estimated at over 1.2 million units, and this has been the situation for many decades. High costs associated with land acquisition, construction material, and access to financing have made home ownership unattainable for many, primarily affecting vulnerable populations and contributing to the rise of slums. This government is steadfast in its commitment to complete all ongoing housing initiatives, beginning with the Saglemi Affordable Housing Project. We'll also implement a low-cost social housing project supported by a district housing scheme. This project aims to remove the financial barriers to home ownership. Workers in the formal sector, public or private, who have about 15 to 20 years before retirement, can purchase and own a house in cedis and have the cost deducted monthly from their salaries until the house is fully paid up. Mr. Speaker, illegal mining, commonly known as Galamsey, has inflicted tremendous harm on our forests, leading to significant land degradation and pollution of vital water sources. This reckless activity threatens Ghana's environment and public health. Mr. Speaker, I'm sad to report that presently 44 of the country's 288 forest reserves have been impacted. An area that is alarmingly equivalent to approximately 8,000 football fields has been completely destroyed. Mr. Speaker, the pollution levels in major rivers within the southwestern basin are critically high, with turbidity levels far exceeding possible units. To combat this urgent crisis, we're implementing a proactive approach that includes robust and impartial law enforcement, meaningful stakeholder engagement, and the creation of alternative livelihoods for our citizens involved in Galamsey. We're expanding the Minerals Commission regional offices to strengthen their regulatory oversight. We will establish a framework that categorizes mining activities into small, medium, and large scale, each with its tailored regulations. Mr. Speaker, we will establish a gold board, and we're in the process of doing it. Legislation will come to this House shortly. This gold board will ensure effective governance of the gold industry. At the same time, we wish to take advantage of Ghana's salt production capacity to place it as a central export commodity under the African Continental Free Trade Area. We will also seize opportunities presented by the global shift towards net zero emissions to craft policies related to critical minerals such as lithium. The anticipated development of the integrated aluminium and iron industry will significantly increase the value of Ghana's natural resources. In our commitment to restoring degraded forests, we will launch the Tree for Life restoration policy and the Blue Water Initiative, which will transform mined-out areas into ecological recovery zones. This ambitious afforestation program aims to establish more than 50,000 hectares of new plantations and undertake 5,000 hectares of enrichment planting annually. We'll also implement public sensitization campaigns to foster sustainable forest management practices and uphold the Wildlife Resource Management Act. We're going to involve school children and the general public in tree planting and tree growing. Mr. Speaker, comprehensive reforms will be introduced to enhance transparency and efficiency while ensuring tenure of security in land administration. Climate change remains a pressing concern for Ghana and the global community. To meet our climate mitigation targets, Ghana has allocated 24 million metric tons of its carbon budget, totaling 64 million metric tons of carbon for authorization under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. We've successfully authorized 3 projects which are poised to reduce 5.2 million tons of our carbon emissions. In line with our manifesto, we are committed to strengthening institutional and human capacity through necessary adaptation and mitigation measures to bolster resilience in critical sectors such as agriculture, forestry, energy, and water resources. We also pledge to align our national policies with international efforts to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade by 2050 and promote a fair and just transition to renewable energy sources. Mr. Speaker, we stand on the cusp of making history, the history of a country that prioritizes transparency and accountability as key elements of governance. During my campaign for president, I pledged, as captured by the NDC's 2024 manifesto, to take a strong stance against corruption. Mr. Speaker, we must end state capture. Mr. Speaker, we must end the purchase of state and public assets, such as land and other immovable assets, by members of the political class. Mr. Speaker, I pledge to fight corruption head-on by implementing Operation Recover All the Loot, ORAL. In that regard, Mr. Speaker, one of the first committees I established, even before my investiture as president, was to establish the Oral Committee on the sidelines of our transition. It is instructive to announce that the committee received over 2,000 complaints from the public and has since handed over a comprehensive report. This report has been given to the Attorney General for further review, thorough investigation, and eventual prosecutions. Mr. Speaker, the recent arrest related to the unwarranted payment of $2 million of Ghanaian taxpayers' money in the Sky Train saga, and then also the National Service Ghost Name scandal, mark only the beginning of a comprehensive response based on the Oral Committee's findings. Mr. Speaker, let me state that my commitment to fighting corruption will continue with the establishment of a unit at the presidency and the maintenance of the hotline, where complaints and reports regarding graft and corruption will continue to be received and transferred to the Office of the Attorney General. Mr. Speaker, we will shortly submit for consideration a bill to regulate and restrict the sale of disposal of public lands and state assets. Mr. Speaker, as soon as the 2025 budget is approved, government will immediately take steps to reform the existing anti-corruption agencies by increasing funding and improving transparency and accountability. Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians voted largely and overwhelmingly and endorsed the NDC because we demonstrated a strong commitment and abhorrence for corruption. We pledged to fight corruption and implement far-reaching reforms that will eventually achieve a sustainable zero-tolerance policy against corruption. Mr. Speaker, the justice and legal sectors play pivotal roles in ensuring accountability and fostering the fair, equitable treatment of all our citizens by the state and its agencies. Delays and uncertainties have plagued justice delivery in Ghana, leading many Ghanaians to perceive a politicization of the judicial process. The public trust in the judiciary's independence is alarmingly low. We must work together to restore confidence in the judiciary. My government will uphold the judiciary's independence and work with the Judicial Council and services to depoliticize justice delivery. and collaborate closely with the Chief Justice to combat corruption effectively. Mr. Speaker, in line with our manifesto promise to reform and expand legal education, we have developed a legal education reform bill ready to be presented to Cabinet for approval and laying before this August House Parliament. Mr. Speaker, on January 30th, 2025, I inaugurated the Constitution Review Committee to undertake a comprehensive review of our fundamental law and ensure that it reflects the hopes and aspirations of our citizens. The committee is composed of distinguished scholars, jurists, and professionals who have made significant contributions to our nation in both the public and private sectors. They will engage Ghanaians and consult with the relevant stakeholders and experts over the next 6 months. Their findings will ultimately be presented to the public for approval, followed by submission to Parliament for enactment into law, and referendums will be held where necessary. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to report that Ghana's internal security remains stable despite developments primarily rooted in chieftaincy disputes. We firmly believe that even amidst conflict, it is essential for our citizens to coexist peacefully and seek amicable resolution to these disputes. We will initiate comprehensive reform across all security agencies to strengthen our national safety and security. One area that has garnered significant public scrutiny is the recruitment process within our security forces. Accusations of politicization, favoritism, protocol, and selectivity have been prevalent. Let me assure you that we are committed to changing that narrative and fostering a more transparent and equitable recruitment policy so that all our young people who wish to serve in these services have an opportunity to do so. We are dedicated to enhancing the capabilities of the Ghana Police Service, the Prison Service, the Ghana National Fire Service, the Immigration Service, and the Narcotics Control Commission, the Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority, and all investigative bodies operating under the Ministry of Interior. By motivating and re-equipping these agencies, we aim to effectively maintain internal peace and security. Mr. Speaker, I want to reaffirm this government's unwavering commitment to prioritizing the welfare and well-being of our brave men and women in uniform who sacrifice daily to uphold law and order and secure our nation's peace. We will invest in adequate equipment and suitable accommodation for our security personnel. As Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, I want to emphasize our determination to strengthen our democracies. This is particularly true given the troubled proliferation of military-grade weapons that have fallen into unauthorized hands. These weapons pose a significant threat to our national security and our constitutional democracy. They endanger the safety of all Ghanaians and potentially exacerbate existing conflicts such as chieftaincy disputes and in many cases fall into the hands of armed robbers. Since taking office, we have pursued a responsible approach to account for these unregistered weapons while maintaining stability within the security apparatus. I'm pleased to report that we've made substantial progress and are committed to ensuring that those responsible for this situation are brought to book. In our efforts to safeguard our citizens, Mr. Speaker, to safeguard our territory, to maintain our democracy, we remain vigilant against the threat of violent extremism and terrorism. Therefore, we are resolute in enhancing our defense mechanisms through diplomacy, counterintelligence, information sharing, infrastructure development, and the acquisition of appropriate technology. Achieving a stable and secure nation necessitates the motivation of our uniformed personnel. Currently, the Ghana Armed Forces faces a housing shortfall of over 17,000 units, and we recognize that the inadequate state of barrack accommodation needs to be addressed promptly. In addition to housing, we'll prioritize improvements to rations and fuel supplies for our security forces. Quality healthcare is another critical aspect of motivating our armed forces. As we work to expand and improve facilities at the 37th Military Hospital, complemented by the recently restored oxygen plants, we remain committed to finishing the delayed Kumasi Military Hospital, which is still a top priority for my government. The goal is to complete and operationalize this facility before the end of this year. Mr. Speaker, like many other state institutions under the previous administration, the Ministry of Defense is burdened with approximately 3.7 billion cedis in debt, a figure that continues to grow as new and undisclosed debts are uncovered. However, the demands of our Army, Navy, and Air Force continue to rise, necessitating the need for modern platforms for effective operations. Despite these financial challenges, I am confident that the Ghana Armed Forces possesses the human resources necessary to revitalize the defense industry's holding corporation, which can support the government's efforts in this regard. DHOC, which was begun under the late President John Evans Atamils of blessed memory during my tenure as chair of the Armed Forces Council, is essential for fueling Ghana's industrialization drive, which is aligned with our 24-hour economy initiative. Although DHOC has expanded, it's yet to be fully optimized to deliver the returns needed for the Ghana Armed Forces and our nation. I've tasked the Minister for Defense with incorporating innovative and significant private sector participation into DHOC's operations to harness its considerable potential for economic growth. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's strong international reputation was reaffirmed by the historic participation of foreign leaders during the swearing-in of the President, myself, and Vice President Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman on January 7th, 2025. Mr. Speaker, it reflects the confidence our country's stability and democratic progress has engendered in the international community. Ghana remains committed to its Pan-Africanist ideals, non-alignment, democracy, and global cooperation, and the rule of multilateralism, embracing a policy of friends to all and enemies to none. We will continue to cultivate diplomatic ties based on mutual respect and shared values. Mr. Speaker, Ghana is open for business. Our policy on economic diplomacy focuses on export diversification, foreign investment, and job creation. A new blueprint and delivery unit at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs with clear performance indicators will be launched soon to ensure foreign engagements yield tangible benefits for our people. Because of emerging security threats, especially on our borders, Ghana is committed to security initiatives, particularly in the Sahel region. We'll maintain a continuous engagement with our Sahelian neighbors and continue to work with them to resolve the difficult situation that they are confronted with. I've appointed a special envoy to help sustain diplomatic relations with our Sahelian neighbors, aiming to achieve their reintegration, if possible, back into our regional bloc. Mr. Speaker, we will expand passport application centers nationwide to reduce processing times to 7 days. We wish that a passport will be delivered within 7 days from the date application is submitted. These comprehensive reports at the Passport Office is going to align with our vision of a 24-hour economy. The Passport Office is going to work 24 hours to process passports that have been applied for. Mr. Speaker, as we reset Ghana to serve Ghanaians better, government will also revamp the labor administration institutions in the country. We'll promote social dialogue and foster harmonious industrial relations among stakeholders. In the coming months, the National Tripartite Committee, led by the Sector Minister, will organize a national labor conference to discuss pertinent issues affecting labor and employers. The recommendations are expected to influence and shape government's policies and programs in this sector. Mr. Speaker, we will launch the Ghana Labor Export Program, which would allow Ghanaians to go abroad and work with countries that we have signed agreements in specialized areas like engineering, technology, welding, carpentry, masonry, and nursing, teaching, and so many and so forth. The government will maintain strict fiduciary responsibility for the operation of the National Pensions Regulatory Authority and the Social Security and National Insurance Trust. This year, the NPRA will fully automate its internal operations and the pension industry will be regulated. This is critical to safeguarding the growing pension fund assets. As part of measures to increase pension coverage in the informal sector, which currently stands at only 11%, the government will implement an informal sector pension inclusion initiative to increase participation in micro-pension schemes. Decentralization has been at the heart of our government system, yet key players in the process, such as assemblymen and women, often face neglect and inadequate compensation. Mr. Speaker, I did promise to pay modest allowance to our assemblymen and women, and I'm committed to keeping this promise. The Honourable Minister, when he presents the budget to this House, would have a provision for allowances for assembly members. Mr. Speaker, I have just unveiled the state of the nation as I came to meet it. I've also disclosed several measures that I intend to take to address the challenges we have inherited. Nonetheless, no matter how well-intentioned our efforts to reset our economy are, they will not yield the desired outcome without the support of the people of Ghana. And so, to my dear countrymen and women, you have clearly and unmistakably expressed your displeasure with the poor governance and corruption that has existed in the past. Mr. Speaker, some of our compatriots did so even at the peril of their lives, just as our 28th February crossroads shooting national heroes did in the Gold Coast. May all such martyrs of democracy, those who have died in the process of elections and in the process of just exercising their civil rights, may they rest peacefully in the bosom of the Lord. Mr. Speaker, we will, as I promised, investigate these deaths and we will provide appropriate compensation to the families of those who have died during the elections. My brothers and sisters, you gave me a compelling mandate that leaves no one in doubt about your expectations of me and my government. You embraced the vision to generate new and well-paying jobs through the 24-hour economy initiative. The arrogance of power that you so much abhor will be a thing of the past. I will enforce and demand the highest standards of performance from those I have chosen to work with me to improve the circumstances of our country. I'll publish a code of conduct that they will be strictly made to abide by. Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me if I didn't admit that the entire economic value chain is currently in the internal ICU, in the ICU. As I recall mentioning a few intensive care units, as I recall mentioning a few years ago when we were still in opposition, the economy is even worse than we had envisaged. But this gives us ample opportunity to be innovative in our efforts to resuscitate it. And so what are the key takeaways from me for the people of Ghana? 1, that we shall fight corruption effectively. 2, that we shall run a lean government of no more than 60 ministers. 3, that we shall realign the ministries, agencies, and departments to eliminate duplication. 4, that will introduce austerity, reduce wasteful expenditure and spending, and improving tax collection. 5, that we shall widen Ghana's taxness, reform tax waivers, especially on investments, and return to our homegrown solutions. 6, that we will grow what we eat and reduce imports of food and goods that can easily be produced here in Ghana. Your voice and contributions will prove invaluable on this journey of national reset, and I encourage you to make your voices heard. I commit to the judicious use of your resources, eschewing waste and ostentation. We will always endeavor to make the most of the little we have, so that together we can guarantee a brighter future for our children and our children's children. Though the state of our nation now may appear bleak and the task of addressing it may seem daunting, nothing should stop us from achieving our goals once we set our minds to it. In one collective push, we can resolve to make this great nation bequeathed to us by our forebears and see it come to fruition. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's economic challenges are not insurmountable. They present the government and everyone else the opportunity to innovate, to reflect, review, and reset, which is the theme for the commemoration of our scaled-down 68th independence anniversary. Mr. Speaker, it is said that there is strength in unity. Ghana's greatest strength lies in its people, its young and energetic youth. If we stand united, we can be more resilient and build together the power of collective action to overcome economic and social challenges. Every Ghanaian, regardless of political affiliation, background, or status, has a responsibility to play a key role in nation building and work towards a complete reset of our country. Mr. Speaker, let me assure you that we are leaving no one behind as we reset to rebuild the Ghana we want. We will rebuild a Ghana that works for all of us and not just a few. We shall live the dreams of our forebears in our lifetime. And so, my countrymen and women, where despair once existed, let hope radiate. And where the sun appeared to set on our bright prospects as a nation, let a new dawn of enthusiasm and renewal supplant it, so that when I come and stand here next year to present a message of the state of our nation, it will be one brimming with excitement and happiness. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for this opportunity. I thank honorable members for your kind attention. May God bless our homeland, Ghana. Thank you.
You're still watching the live coverage of the first State of the Nation's address by the President, giving us the true state of the economy. And I'm here with Blessed Soga. Blessed, I don't know if you followed the previous one from the ex-president, just the 3rd of January. And I don't know if you've done some comparison, but would bring you extensive details and then also get Blessed at some point to give us what his thoughts are. And we'll also have some guests also joining us. But let's go back to the chamber as the Speaker has been addressing us.
Honorable members, honorable members, please, honorable members, let me assure you, I have the full support of parents to discipline the students. I will not accept any apologies again. Honorable members, in accordance with Standing Order 72, Rule 4, I convey to His Excellency the President the gratitude of the House for the address. Honorable members, again, in accordance with the practice of this House, a formal communication will be forwarded to His Excellency the President after the House has thoroughly debated this address. So you will soon have your say. In accordance with the standing orders of the House, I want to know from the Majority Leader any indication regarding adjournment of the House. In other words, Honorable Leader, can you move for an adjournment? Honorable Majority Leader.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we wish to thank His Excellency the President for fulfilling his constitutional obligations under Article 67 and duly presenting to us a message on the state of the nation. So, Speaker, things are clearly bleak. So, Speaker, I see on this side of the House my colleagues in black Mr. Speaker, it is obvious that they left this economy in a miserable state. And the attire that they adorn today says it all. But this side is in white because His Excellency the President, we knew very well, was bringing to us a message of hope. Mr. Speaker, our elders have cautioned that you don't leave your crown in the hands of a hyena as a caretaker when you are traveling. don't be surprised when you come back and the carcasses of all your livestock are gone. Mr. Speaker, what has happened to our economy and our country, and the presentation that has been made says it all. It is sad, it is unfortunate. But His Excellency the President has brought us hope. Hope for the youth of this country. Hope for the women. Hope for the Okada drivers. Hope for the private sector. Hope for students. And hope for ordinary Ghanaians who did everything to bring him to office with such an overwhelming number. Mr. Speaker, we have no doubt that everything outlined here gives hope, and this House will support His Excellency to deliver on his commitment. But more importantly, this House will support His Excellency to deliver on the promise of accountability. Those who so damage our economy must be held accountable. And we will support him to deliver on the commitment to accountability. Mr. Speaker, on that note, I move that this House be adjourned to tomorrow 10 o'clock in the morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me, on behalf of the Minority Caucus, congratulate His Excellency the President first on his election. This is the first time after the election that he's been to this chamber and to deliver a message on the state of the nation. Our side take this opportunity to congratulate you and wish you well. Second, Mr. President, on the 21st of February 2013, you notably said, quote, Mr. Speaker, the meat is now down to the bones. This was on the occasion of your address to Parliament. And you said that the meat is now down to the bones. This was at a time, Mr. President, that you were President of Ghana. And you had served as chair of the economic management team of your own government. Yet, when you came to this House, you lamented on the same state of the economy that you had presided and re-echoed the point that we are left with just the bones. Mr. Speaker, the President again says that he has delivered less ministers. But it is clear that his strategy is, if less, more divide. You have appointed few ministers, but more and more and more presidential staffers and more committees. Mr. Speaker, The President again.
Honorable members, please.
The President again came to this House with a familiar story, the usual lamentations. He packaged it in a language as though we have a new beginning. Mr. Speaker, if the President has any concerns, his duty is to fix it. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency, the President, has announced to us a cabinet of 19 with only 2 women. The daughter of the founder of this NDC, Senator Rollins, is missing. Hajia Ladi is missing. Helen Intosu is missing. Where are the women in this government? The Vice President.
Honorable members, please, order.
The Vice President is part of the government, and we are seeing only 2 women in cabinet, and the Vice President is sitting there. In percentage terms, we have only 10% of women in cabinet. Mr. Speaker, the President again, as part of his lamentations, is telling the nation that through some arrangements, they have been able to do 2 things. Pay domestic bonds that matured, and then also they have successfully done some financial engineering to pay some energy sector debts to keep our lights on. My question is, Mr. Speaker, has the President any budget? This is the budget he inherited, the revenues he inherited that he has used for this purpose. The same government is condemning. Mr. Speaker, he has today told us that we have 2.2 million Ghanaians unemployed. But what he has forgotten, that in his administration, in less than 100 days, all we know is sack them, dismiss her. Mr. Speaker, on the streets of Accra today, the youth of the country are saying that Mahama Baku termination bebre. Mr. Speaker, we are happy to hear from the President that he is going to launch the Nkokon Kitinkiti. We are happy to hear this, but we are curious because only yesterday we heard of a confirm. Speaker, the president talked about the school feeding program, and in his submission on the school feeding program and the status of it, he said that they are now feeding the children well. What he didn't say was that at the time he assumed office, the previous government had paid every single one of the caterers. What he failed to tell Ghanaians was that President John Adjekum Kufuor, who is seated in this chamber, was the one who initiated the school feeding program. He did not acknowledge it. Mr. Speaker, what are we seeing in this government? The same old stock. The same old stock. There's nothing new. There is nothing like transformation. Only yesterday, Mr. Speaker, the youth of the NDC besieged the headquarters of the NDC demanding for jobs. Where are the jobs? Mr. Speaker, today we are seeing the 184 or so filling this chamber, the 183, plus the independent MPs who have caucused with the NDC. Today this house is full, but Mr. Speaker, Mr. President must know that the majority is frustrated. They don't come to the chamber because there are no jobs for them. Mr. Speaker, we have patience. Honorable members, please. Honorable members, Honorable Minority Leader, you have 1 more minute. Mr. Speaker, when Akufo-Addo was here on his last Sona, Akufo-Addo had patience for Emmanuel Ama Kofi-Boa to speak. Mr. Speaker, there must be patience for the minority side. I cannot be limited, Mr. Speaker. Let me finish. Mr. Speaker, what we have heard today fails to acknowledge the strides made in the last 8 years. Mr. Speaker, the President failed to acknowledge that he came to meet a peaceful and a stable country. 2, the President failed to tell us that he came to meet a public and civil service that the government, in spite of all challenges, was able to pay consistently. Mr. Speaker, the President failed to tell us that in spite of all the crisis, consistently, the Akufo-Addo government was able to increase wages. And the minimum we did was 11% as compared to his 10%.
Honorable Minority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, to conclude.
Your time is up.
Mr. Speaker, to conclude.
Honorable members, my attention has been drawn to the presence of more distinguished members. And I want to draw your attention to them. Honorable members, we have with us in the chamber Honorable Bernard Mona, the PNC presidential candidate for 2024. 2, honorable members, we have the APC presidential candidate Hassan Abdullahi Ayarga. Honorable members, we also have the national chairman of the PNC, Mr. Asaki Samson Awingobit. And we have the PNC vice presidential candidate in the person of Joycelyn Akofa Doche. Honorable members, I now put the question. The motion has been moved and seconded. As many as are in favor of adjournment, say aye. As many as against, say no. I think the ayes have it. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The House is accordingly adjourned till Friday, 28 February 2025 at 10 o'clock in the forenoon. The House is adjourned.
Thank you for sticking with us. We've been bringing you the live coverage of the first State of the Nation's address by the President, John Dramani Mahama, in Parliament. And we've also been joined by a lot of hosts that will be bringing us a wealth of their knowledge, whether or not this speech or this State of the Nation's address is a true reflection of what's happening in the country or just another political statement. And on Zoom, or maybe I should introduce my guest so far in the studio. I've got Dennis Asari, Senior Research Associate, Imani Ghana, and of course, one of my favorite persons in multimedia here, Blessed Suga. He's not a host, he's here to help, champion every conversation that's going to be happening here. But on Zoom as well, we've got Professor Lord Mensah, Financial Economist, Executive Director, African Center for Investments, Advisory and Sustainable Finance, and also Dr. Victor Beniena, he's an economist, and also Dr. Kwame Asasante, political scientist from the University of Ghana. And of course, Austin Gami, labor expert, and already introduced Dennis Asari, Senior Research Associate from Imani Ghana as well. And that's quite an elaborate event that happened in Parliament today. And of course, as you'd expect, the minority leader being the minority leader that he's always been in Parliament. And let me come to the studio. And I come to you, Dennis. But Blessed, what's your first reaction to the President's State of the Nation's address?
Well, nostalgia, you would want to call it, for many who are supporters of the National Democratic Congress. Obviously, this is the moment they've been waiting for ever since the December 7 polls, that John Mahama will then become the 6th president of the Fourth Republic. Well, it's not like he's not been there before. He's been in this very situation way back in 2016, having had the 10 for probably more than 4 times as president of the Republic. But the situation is quite different now for John Mahama, who is now coming into office and will have to do this just 4 more times. So after 4 times, John Mahama would not have the opportunity again, because this will be the end of his political road. Well, some would say that he might scale up. We never know what the next step will be for the president, but this is his moment, at least starting off and giving us a sense of what will likely happen throughout the 4-year mandate. And it is instructive to note that we've been doing some initial checks already as to what the speech of the president contains and the spirit that it carries. You see the president speaking much more about corruption, twice as much as issues concerning the economy. The reverse is the case, actually. So you find the president saying matters relating to the economy about 20 times, and then on the issue of corruption, the president is on record to have spoken about 10 different times on the issue of corruption. Then the NDC talks about the reset agenda, because that's key to their political promise, the social contract they have with the people of Ghana. The president then speaking about 14 times on that research or reset agenda, if you'd want to refer to it. So if you're looking at it in the broad sense of what we're seeing right now, John Mahama doing on the screens right now, it's just setting the tone and setting the pace of this reset mandate, which he wants to carry out. The fact that he's more concerned about his research agenda than issues of corruption, and he's more concerned also by issues relating to the economy than any other matter that he's speaking about today. Well, that's just my initial thoughts on this. But MFA, the point also about the sight and sounds and the minorities' participation, upon you marking the minority leader, giving us a clear sense that he is indeed making a statement regardless of the numbers, right? You want to be a minority leader that will be recognized, else your political fortunes may be dwindling some more. So these are some of the issues, initial ones coming up, and the colorful event that we've witnessed today, of course, resonating in the minds of Ghanaians, and for many who are waiting to see, obviously, what that will portend for the economy and the development of Ghana as a whole. But it's a good time now to bring in some of our guests who've been watching the entire event. I want to hear from Dr. Asasante first, MFA. The point about what we've been discussing backstage. Perhaps Dennis would want to take that from you first before I go to Dr. Asasante. The point about some ostensibly missing state figures, right? You know that former President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo was the one who handed over power to John Dramani Mahama. And we must put on record that at the last State of the Nation address, Dennis, the former president, then John Mahama, who is now president, was present at that State of the Nation. But we don't seem to find that in the case of the former president, Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo. What for you is this indicative of politically?
Well, thank you very much, and good afternoon to your viewers. Blessed, I think that we may have to find out from his office, but essentially, this is a very important state event that, as a former president, it would have been very, very good for him to grace the occasion. However, his absence does not take a lot from this event, given that we have other former president, President J. Kufuor, who has always been a regular feature in some of these meetings. But I think that we need to find out from his office. I'm not sure it will be deliberate. You know that he really participated in the swearing in, and during the transition process, if you look at the relationship between him and the current president, it tells you that I'm not sure there will be any form of malice or bad blood or deliberate attempt to avoid such an important state event. There must be a reasonable reason why he couldn't feature. But I think that nonetheless, even though he didn't attend, it didn't take a lot from the event. And I'm sure if we found out from his office, you will be able to understand why he couldn't make it. But I think his relationship with the president is still good. If you look at the transition period, the support that he also gave to this president. And if you listen to the current president's speech during the inauguration, you could see a sense of good working relationship and also the extent of support that he enjoyed from the former president just in the last month or right after December 7th. So I think that we shouldn't spend a lot of time on his absence, but we should delve much deeper into the message that the president has delivered, as well as going into the future. What are the opportunities? What are the risks? What are the things that the president missed?
Well, Dennis, the point is, I'm making that clearly because it appears the minority and by extension the NPP family are still protesting some issues, and in fact as we speak we understand that there's already a press conference underway by the minority side of the House. Dr. Stephen Amoather, in your short, clearly not happy about what happened today, but let's listen in.
Good afternoon once again, ladies and gentlemen. We are here this afternoon to present a summarized version of the true State of the Nation's address, as was misrepresented by our present President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Ladies and gentlemen, if you all look at him critically and listen to him critically, you realize that he dwelled on this misconception that the economy that we actually left for his government was criminally mismanaged, and that we left a huge debt. The true state of the economy also illustrates otherwise. Ladies and gentlemen, this afternoon, the true state of the economy is one that is actually illustrating insecurity, mass termination, mass violations of human rights, and misapplication and breaching of our own constitution, which is the 1992 Constitution of Ghana. If you have been realizing what is going on in our country today, even public servants and civil servants who have what it takes to also access public facilities as enshrined in our constitutions are being sacked. But our president, presenting his statement, made it clear that he is in this position to make sure that equality and equitability prevailed. But what we are seeing in our country today is never true. It's the opposite. Clearly, the world went through one of the most unfortunate economic crisis. You realize that the global economy grew negative 3.3. Inflationary rate post-COVID was over 200%. And that was the period that our economy actually went through very turbulent times and crisis. So we appreciate that fact. When in the history of this country that we witness a society or a country such as Ghana whose productivity was impaired to the extent that Ghanaians were asked to stay home, but they were paid by the NPP government. Private sector had to sack over 40,000 people. Payee corporate taxes went so low that we had revenue shortfall of over 12 billion Ghana cedis. So definitely the world crisis affected us because we are an import-driven economy. These were the facts that we're expecting our president to have told all of you. But he only concentrated on a lot of misinformation. Ladies and gentlemen, 2016, GDP growth was 3.4. Industry was 4.3. Agriculture was 2.7. Service was 2.8. But when we were leaving power, November 2024, our GDP was growing almost twice as 2016, and that was 6.3. Our agriculture was growing 4.5. Our industry was growing 8.9. Our services was also growing 5.0. So the economy that they inherited, almost all the secondary macro indicators that are very vital appraisal to KPIs were outperforming what we inherited 2016. Go and check our primary balance. Go and check our trade balance. Of course, inflation rate was around 23%. We took over 15.4. Don't forget that the severity of the crisis made us have inflation rate of 54.1. But because of the prudent economic management of the NPP government, we're able to reduce it up to 23%, from 54.1 up to 23. The exchange rate went to 54%. Look at T-bills, they all came as low as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, there's one thing I want you to know, that our president did not address the true state of the nation's economy. We have a lot, time will not allow me. One statement that he made that I was very much surprised was the fact that we had left billions of cedis at the defense ministry. But he failed to tell us the crisis that was looming. He himself emphasized the point that our boundaries were threatening our country. In fact, this is what I'll hand over to you. At the defense ministry, unprecedented achievements in the area of acquisition of equipment that has given us security as a country. He did not talk about it. Ladies and gentlemen, our president failed to talk about the fact that Agenda 111 is ongoing and that some of the projects, we have completed them. Government is about continuity. Government is about continuing what has been done. You remember the popular affordable house by Omampenyi Kufuor. Previous government, being the NDC, abandoned this project. It had to take Nanado and Baumia's government to even complete those projects. Now he talked about railway sector. Tell me, in the history of this country, apart from Nanado's government, who has accomplished unprecedented projects in the area of railway sector? Driving from here to Ho, you encounter about such major railway projects for crossing the roads. We have commissioned some of them and even brought into practice or operation coaches that are operating now. So if the president is trying to create the impression that the economy was so bad and it was criminally mismanaged, that is the reason he's been given the mandate. And that is why he was trying to intimidate the judiciary by describing the judiciary in a bad way. But ladies and gentlemen, the same economy was able to take care of the poor child, implementing most of the enviable projects in terms of social intervention in kind and in cash on the continent of Africa and on the globe. But for free SHS, over 100,000 young ones would have been home. But for Nanado's government, NHIS had already collapsed under first Mahama's administration. School feeding had collapsed. LEAP had collapsed. In fact, teachers and nurses' allowances, the most essential services in any economic jurisdiction, is education and health. But he cancelled all of them, making some of poor Ghanaians coming home only to be confronted with unwanted pregnancies. And some got into drugs. So we are saying that NPP government, in spite of the economic crisis that was unprecedented since the First World War, we've been able to restore the economy. We handed over a restored economy to the Mahama government. A working economy, operationally, it was so fundamentally correct that the economy that we left, in terms of primary macro indicators, in terms of secondary macro indicators, in terms of education, in terms of agriculture, in terms of health, they actually inherited a better economy. All the payments he's talking about, where did they get money from? Where did they get money from? Within this shortest possible time, they have borrowed almost 59 billion Ghana cedis. Only in 50 days. Only in 50 days. Less than 2 months. Less than 2 months. Mahama's administration has borrowed 59 billion, unprecedented. So all that we are telling you is that Ghanaians have given them their mandate. Ghanaians are expecting them to treat everyone, whether you are from the north or south or central part of Ghana, whether you are Nilaye or Kwame Asante or Delali or Amegashi. Ghana is one country with one people, with one destiny. Why are they even sacking nurses and teachers? Whilst in most of the communities in the northern part, Ashanti, and in the Volta region, they don't even have teachers and nurses. In conclusion, we want to tell you that in the first place, the economic figures have indicated us that we left a better economy.
State of the nation.
Well, Dr. Stephen Amwa there, obviously laying the basis and foundation for what I was saying earlier, that clearly the minority had some concerns about the State of the Nation address today. But we just need to put on record that in terms of the facts, no nurse so far has been dismissed by this government. And of course, that was verified on our platform here at JoyNews. So just to clear that out, that the Registered Nurses and Midwives Association have clearly put out a statement, in fact, granted interviews on this platform, that not a single nurse has been dismissed. That's contrary to the claims being made by Dr. Stephen Amwa now. But I want to cross back to Parliament, get you the very latest, because my colleague, the Parliamentary Affairs Correspondent, Kweku Asante, is there interacting with the Menchia South MP. Let's get you the very latest from Nana Bafo Iwa.
That when you even listen to the many promises he made, right, it exposes him in terms of the gloomy picture he painted about the economy. The fundamental question is, if the economy is that gloomy, where are you going to get the money from to do your Nkukon-Ketinketi promise? If the economy is gloomy, where are you going to get the money, right, to implement all the things you are saying? Clearly, it exposes him that he's just telling us some fundamental untruth, or he's been economical with the truth. So clearly, this, exposes him.
Thank you. Let me speak briefly to the former Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. I've just spoken to him. Honorable, the President has spoken about what he believes to be the true state of the nation. He says the economy that your government led, the entirety of the country, things have been in shambles. You agree with his assessment of your government?
Well, first of all, I think we should commend the President for discharging his obligations under Article 67 of our national constitution by delivering the message of the state of the nation. I think it's also important for us to point out that, it will appear that the whole address was framed on the anchor or the pillars of lamentations and blame game, and if you want, almost even shaking responsibility of governance, of the fact that he has a responsibility to govern with the greatest of respect to the President. Now, I want to make the point that every government comes into office inheriting assets and liabilities. Every government comes into office inheriting some credits as well as inheriting debts. President Kufuor in 2001 inherited assets and liabilities. He inherited debts. President Mills came into office in 2009 inheriting assets and liabilities. So was it the case that President Mahama inherited same? So was it for President Akufo-Addo in 2017. When President Akufo-Addo came into office in 2017, clearly President Akufo-Addo inherited debts across the spectrum of our government architecture. So the question about there's debt here, there's debt there, there's debt here, I'm not too sure that can be a justifiable excuse for not delivering on the concrete issues which affect the Ghanaian people. Issues of healthcare, issues of education, issues of agriculture, issues of jobs, issues of unleashing prosperity and wealth for the mass of our people. So, it's a bit early in the day for us to pass judgment. He's not done even 100 days, but I will urge that the President focuses, the President and his government focuses on rolling out policies, programs, and interventions which will deal with the concrete issues of the Ghanaian people. I mean, for example, the commitment he made today that he's going to walk through his promise of establishing a women's development bank. I think it's a commendable one, and we should urge him on. If he's able to do that, I believe it will help the Ghanaian women across the length and breadth of our country. These are some of the things we want to hear. But the attitude of debt here, debt there, that it doesn't work. He has major commitments the Ghanaian people are looking forward for him to resolve. Major commitments of cutting down taxes, scrapping E-Levy, for example, scrapping the COVID levy, scrapping the betting tax levy, and so many other commitments, 24-hour economy, job creation, and so on and so forth. So yes, I want to say, but it's early days yet. He's not done 100 days, and so we will be measured in our judgment and the conclusions we come to. But I'm afraid that this address seemed like a message of lamentation or a state of lamentation address. But as I say, let's hold on. Let's give him some time. Let's give him some space, and let's see how he rolls out his programs in the weeks and months ahead of us. But the expectations of the Ghanaian people are legitimately very high, and he cannot fail to disappoint them.
Thank you very much. That's the former Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, giving an indication of what he makes of this address. He's spoken about, John Mahama has spoken about what victory means for the entirety of the Ghanaian people, talking about the state of the nation not being good, the economy in crisis. That is John Dramani Mahama, talking about the fact that it is not his style to engage in lamentations and complain, but ultimately he is going to deliver and fix the economy. Let me talk to the Member of Parliament for Nabdam, Honorable Dr. Mark Nawani. Yeah. Doc, you've heard the President. Yeah. Your colleagues in the NPP have said that John Mahama just came to complain, and that they've elected him to fix problems, not to complain.
Yeah, I'll say hello to the viewers of Joy TV and say that this is the best State of the Nation address in the past 8 years. Let me zero down on health and say that even before we assume work, as a government, at the Ministry of Health alone, we are owing about 15 billion Ghana cedis that we've got to settle before we can work. And this is not good enough for any government. And for the past, since 2014, they have not imported any medical equipment. So that most of the government health facilities are not operating with modern machines. And come to Agenda 111, he stated that they have not been able to complete even a single one. When I say complete, you have to operationalize. Block work is not a hospital, and I want to stress, doing block work is not a hospital. You've got to be able to operationalize it, and they've not been able to do a single one. And yet, they have spent up to $400 million on Agenda 111, which could have built 22 hospitals and completed it. And I ask, why is it that we did not spend this money building these 22 hospitals than spreading it over 101 projects, and all of them are uncompleted? The president is actually on top of issues, and with the USAID withdrawing because of it's part of President Donald Trump's policy to withdraw USAID, so we're not going to get assistance from America. And he has assured us that the medical care is still going to continue. Yes, the medical care is still going to continue because the finance minister is going to give $150 million to the Minister of Health to cater for HIV care, TB, malaria, vaccinations, and the rest. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Dr. Market Nawani expressing his own views about the State of the Nation address that has just been delivered. We will speak to more and more members of Parliament to try and get their reaction as to what they make of this address that was made by the President. I've seen a couple of ministers of state that I will speak to very briefly, and we'll all come to you. But Honorable Minister, thank you very much. I mean, you've hit the ground running. You've been doing some work. You've heard the President, the marching orders, in terms of what you have to deliver. The NPP side have said that the President has just been lamenting and has not delivered a true State of the Nation address. What do you make of that?
This is not correct. The President has been very magnanimous as to the real state of the nation. I'm sure these are going to come out well in the few days ahead when we do the economic dialogue. The President has pledged that instead of lamentation, he has taken the responsibility to fix the country because of the overwhelming victory that he had. And so I think that for all the steps that he's put in place, I am sure that he will be able to resuscitate the economy. This is just about a little over 2-hour State of the Nation. The real State of the Nation, the marching orders are with the ministries. And so when each minister continue, because we already started, continue with the marching orders, I am sure that we will be able to build the Ghana we all want. The best part is that together with everybody in this country, we are building the Ghana we want. As for the resetting, he's reset, and together we should be able to build the Ghana we want.
You had Commander yesterday, and the work is ongoing. How soon do you expect that Commander will become the commander that was really envisioned by the then government? It's been said that the new government abandoned them and all that. What are your own visions? Yesterday you discussed some of that, but what are you doing about that fact?
Well, I told you I was very sad that such a monumental project has been allowed to rot. But as a government conscious of industrialization, we are bringing it back. Right now, we are in the process of commissioning a transaction advisor to tell us the technical state and the financial state of the place. Soon, we will look for strategic investors to come on board. You remember that at my vetting, I said my timelines are expeditious timelines. And in less than 2 months, I'm there already and procurement processes have started. It shows that I'm leaving no stone unturned to to make sure that as soon as possible we bring the Commander Sugar Factory to work, because it seeks to bring employment to a lot of young people, decent jobs. And so I'm committed to fulfilling the promise of His Excellency in making sure that the Commander Sugar Factory is there. You know, the Vice President is also very much interested in this project. And so together, I'm sure that very soon we'll see some work at that place.
Thank you very much. That is the Minister for Trade and Agri-Business giving us an indication of what he expects. Honorable Member of Parliament for Kintampo-North, you've also heard the President. You believe he's delivered a proper message on the state of the nation?
Yes. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, by his nature, is the type of person who says things as they are. I'm sure the whole of Ghana listened to His Excellency. So for anybody like the minority to try to twist whatever he has said, I'm sure it's a bit of some way. Of course, they will always have their say, and the majority will have its way. What is it about? His Excellency was point blank. When he came to education, for me, what I'm so happy about his State of the Nation today is the pronouncement that now every school building will be attached with teacher accommodation. That is my most joyful thing I lauded the President for. That is the way to go, so that teachers will be able to stay in the communities. He also targeted with the issue of 20% allowance to encourage teachers to go to the rural communities. Another very good thing to bring about.
My colleague Kwekwa Asante interacting with some of the members of Parliament, and what even caught my attention most is the Minister in charge of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry, Elizabeth Ofusojari, who actually makes up the cabinet. One of the few women that made it to cabinet, which Minority Leader has been talking about, because they constitute only 10%. But the President has been assuring us that a little over 23% constitute women in his government currently. He also touched briefly on the affirmative action law, and we're going to be discussing a lot better how we can drill this down and how we can decentralize women in better positions. But we're still in the studio with Dennis Asari, but I'm going to go on Zoom, blessed, and let's engage Dr. Victor Benu-Yena, and we want to understand, because you are an economist, that this State of the Nation's address that has been delivered by the President today, just opposing it with the previous ones, especially the very last one in January, does this really reflect the true state of the economy, or it's just, you know, a campaign message that has been repackaged, given assurances?
Thank you very much for having me. First of all, I study labor economics, but I'm not the old traditional economist. First of all, I'd like to commend the President for speaking with grace and such precision. Although I haven't seen much in terms of substance, and I haven't seen a lot in terms of his point of reference. So when you tackle very difficult issues, as the case is in Ghana, I would expect that the mechanism that he puts in place to tackle the issues in Ghana are extraordinary. I have not seen extraordinary measures in his speech, but I forgive him, because this could just be State of the Nation address rather than a budget. If it were a budget, I would have been quite worried for the future of Ghana. He has mentioned a number of things, anchoring all of his points around the 24-hour economy. There is no such thing as 24-hour economy. I would like to sort of make that very clear. There are 24-hour cities in different countries: Dubai, New York, London, Madrid, Barcelona, just to name a few. These are cities and essentially anchored around services and tourism. Unless and until the Ghana government sees things in this light, the idea of having 24-hour economy is just an idea, and it's never going to be a plan that will take the nation forward. Why do people come to Dubai 24 hours around the clock? They come because the tourism infrastructure is in place, the road network is in place, the trains are working, the flights never get delayed as much as possible. We do not currently have a national carrier in Ghana. How could you possibly talk about 24-hour city or economy when there is no national carrier? Rwanda has got one. Uganda recently has got a fleet of aircraft. and I traveled in one of them. Splendid achievement for the Ugandan government, although we would not normally want to compare ourselves with them. So I think, although the president has a good idea to take the nation from where it is at the moment to where he would like it to be, and I speak purely from economic and developmental position rather than political position, I think extraordinary measures need to be taken into account to take the country forward. Think of South Korea, think of Singapore, Malaysia, United Arab Emirates, Rwanda in Africa, so that I do not seem to be excluding countries in Africa. They have done all the things I've just mentioned a few seconds ago. So I'm quite troubled that if I were to ask my master's level students to write a speech on a nation like Ghana, they would come up with a story like what we have heard today.
Yeah, but Doc, when you make these points, but Doc, when you make these points, then Rwanda would be a one-off, isn't it? You're looking at an economy such as Ghana that is largely dominated by the informal sector. Our terminologies in terms of a 24-hour economy would not bother on issues of an air carrier and all of that. So if you're talking about a 24-hour economy in a developing nation such as Ghana, why tie it to a national carrier? It's far-fetched, isn't it?
Well, not actually, because if you describe 24-hour economy as an economy that has activities round the clock, what would come into mind? You think of restaurants, you think of taxi services working 24/7. You think of the transport system working 24/7. You think of airlines arriving both at dawn and at dusk. So without having those in place, how could you possibly? We cannot think of any country.
Yeah, but my point is, this is largely an informal economy. The people trading, doing their businesses each and every day would not be thinking about what some would term as luxury. You're looking at the world, demographics in terms of number of people who've done flights before. They are way less than 10% of the world's population. So not everybody will be reliant on an air carrier. I'm saying that this is an informal economy. Why tie our version of the 24-hour economy to what London thinks, for instance, what's happening in Madrid when we're a developing nation? That's my question, sir.
Well, so there are other developing nations. Think of Zanzibar. Why is it a 24-hour city or country? Because tourists fly externally to that country. So you have positioned this or sort of oversimplified in terms of outward travel, people traveling outside of Ghana. I'm looking at it as bringing people from outside the country into the country. And by no means this is a criticism. I'm trying to say that there's a better way to take the 24-hour economy to the next level that is achievable and also beneficial to the country. So coming back to your question, essentially it's a developing country. Why not bring tourists to the country? Why not develop the sector? We have a very enviable coastline in Ghana. We have tourism sector. I know Kakun Forest, we've mentioned Paga and some other resources in Ghana. Why not develop that further so that attracts foreign tourists to come to the country? That's my point. 24, if I go back to your point, developing economy with informal sector, how then would the president argue for a 24-hour economy when it's largely informal economy?
Yeah, but the data is still clear on that. The service sector appears to be leading in terms of our breakdown when you look at that sector as well. So it's not as though it's out of a vacuum that you would want to call for a 24-hour economy when, of course, the service sector would not perform or render services beyond 12 hours, or be beyond midnight, if I should say.
Why not? If you bring in tourists, they will be in the restaurants.
Okay, maybe this is what we'll do. Let's bring in Professor Lord Mensah as well. And I get your point clearly, but I'm just raising these issues also because of the challenge we're suffering from the NDC. They've not provided us with a clear explanation as to what this 24-hour economy is about. And I get your point on the issues that you're raising.
And that's exactly why I take this position. Let's look at other countries in the world as reference points.
Yeah, but that's where I want us to depart from, because this is Ghana. Professor Lord Mensah, let me hear from you. The point about being a sovereign nation, having our own unique challenges, we're still developing, and that's the point I'm enforcing. I don't know what your take will be on the 24-hour economy and making it unique to the informal sector, because these are the people who are bringing the votes to the NDC as well. isn't it?
You're very right. I'm sorry for joining you late. You see, the 24-hour economy that we're looking at, we may have to situate it in our own context, not necessarily looking at an advanced world type of 25. But if you listen to we are proud of the elections, if you listen to the series of symposiums that held on the 24-hour economy, clearly it came out that government needs to, involve the private sector. Government has to make sure that they provide certain basic amenities, looking at security, looking at making sure that the light is on for 24 hours, and ensuring that anyone that intends to trade or wants to go into an economic activity in the night will be secured. Okay? And again, also looking at identifying certain hubs within the country. If you look at, for instance, the Cantamanto, right, where during the day you see all the cars penetrating one point within Accra, trying to make sure that they offload goods here and there. If you provide something like flag light, right, for Cantamanto, which is the typical informal sector hub, right, for our economy, you provide something like flag light, they should be able to work during the night and then ease one way or the other traffic during the day. So, it's a matter of identifying what, we have already and then also improving on it. For instance, when you take a place like Ridge Hospital, it is a formal sector. But then in the end, we have borrowed, funds for such, facility. We are operating it less than, 12 hours in a day. We try to do some night shift, but because it has not been sanctioned by government, when you go there in the night, you don't see vibrant, health activities going on there. But then if we activate it as a sort of, policy, right, you're going to have same workforce you have in the day, having the same workforce in the night. One way or the other can create jobs. Now, we have to understand that as a country like Ghana, we have borrowed for some time. Now, these funds that we borrowed came into the country to operate, to put up infrastructure. Go to UGMC. UGMC is a huge edifice that we can put up, 24-hour economy on it, 24-hour activity on it to generate more for the government. But we're operating it for, just 8 hours. If we can stretch it, we're looking at, 12 hours. So from where I sit, we have borrowed up to a point. Now we've been blocked from the financial market. We cannot, go all out to say we want to own our own air carrier that will bring in tourists here and there. We have to make sure we activate local patronage, our own economy, before we start thinking about, extending it to the outside world. So,
Prof, indulge me a bit.
We need to start from what we have.
Absolutely, Prof. And so, and again, it looks like we're staying on the conversation of 24 hours economy because that's what's, at the center of the conversation. But at the heart of economy, really, is demand and supply. Are we in any way suggesting that in this country, there's high demand for a certain level of supply, which is why we think we should run a 24-hour economy? Let's get that clarity.
Let's be careful how we talk about demand and supply here. A country that imports, right, that has been importing, we cannot talk about not having demand. You realize that we generate, right, but it's not enough. And you will see, if you go into our import bill, you will see a lot of items that we can produce here that at the end of the day we import them. So how can we say there's no demand?
And must it be for the 24 hours? Is that what it means?
Yes, because necessarily, because we've been underutilizing some of the structures that we have, that is why probably we are not able to produce to the tune of meeting the demand that we have to sometimes extend it by importing. It's a matter of, understanding and then going through our import bill to know what we need to produce here and by extending the time of operation. So from where I sit, we cannot say there's no demand. In fact, Ghana, if I identify all the products that, we produce in Ghana, I cannot say that any of them has produced to saturate the Ghanaian market.
Right.
I can't be comfortable with that.
Prof, will you handle that for us, and then we'll go to Austin Gami, and then we like your company in the studio.
I understand you. So, but then we have to make sure that at least we use what we have. We utilize what we have.
Okay, do stay with us.
Government must make sure that they involve the private sector. Otherwise, government cannot own it as a policy and run it through. It's going to be the usual policies that governments of the day come and they roll it out. But once, the economic structure is able to, be in tune with the private sector, interest rates are coming down, stability and inflation and all those. We're going to have an economy that can help, have this 24 hours.
Right. Austin Gami is labor expert, and blessed, the heart of this again in 24-hour economy would be labor.
I was just going to point out to that because clearly, if you look at what's happening in the public sector and the bailout plan with the International Monetary Fund, clearly there's absolutely no way that the government would have the luxury to pile up the numbers. And that's why we've seen this mass, if you want to call it, revocation of the appointments directive coming through from the Chief of Staff, raising a number of questions as to what really the government's plan is in terms of job creation. 24-hour economy, yes, will be government's grand plan, because then if you're able to open up the service sector, increase the hours of rendering the services, then you can rule on quite a number of people. But then you have the public sector, and Austin Gami, this is where I want to bring you in. The public sector reeling under, first of all, a bloated list. The IMF and other international partners have spoken about this over the years. But in our case, well, we are still piling up the numbers. The government, then the new government comes, they revoke the appointments, and then it becomes politics. That's where we find ourselves. But is it not of interest to you that the president himself did not speak about this thorny issue during the State of the Nation address today?
Thank you. I think he really did well by not engaging himself about that particular concern raised by unions. That is a matter that can be discussed at another level and not at the State of the Nation address. So I applaud him for not addressing it, because
you have potentially 10,000 people going home. You feel that's not part of the State of the Nation?
Yeah, it shouldn't be. There is always an optimum level beyond which you cannot go. Any company or any organization, whether public or private, that employs one person more than the allowable number, you are not a good manager. You are bankrupting the system. And so we should not, under any circumstance, attempt to say that then it's like, let's open the floodgate, let's employ everybody that is unemployed in Ghana in the public sector. It's not possible. So I think that it is clearly unfair for people to be pressurizing the president and the system to employ people who are not essentially required. Like the nurses, like maybe the teachers, like the lab people, anybody at all.
If your word is essential, that will be questionable. The nurses to teacher, the nurses to patient ratio were under by some 200 percentage points, going by the World Health Organization standard. One patient to about 400 medics. That's the situation now. In terms of teachers, 1:14. So there's a huge demand for these people. Yet we're sending some of them back home.
Yeah, certainly we cannot address those things in one day. And if you do that, you strangulate your economy, you create problem, and you'll be back to square one. Already Ghana is about 60 years behind. So we cannot afford to be adding such kind of misbehaviors to it again. Now the point is that everything said by the president today is a function, the function of the economy will accommodate it. If the economy is not functioning well, everything said there cannot be accommodated. And therefore must be clearly understood by all of us that it's not about propounding things and theories and so forth and so on. Practically,
we must ensure that we add value to the structures that we have. Like the 24-hour economy that is being talked about, I am a big fan of it and a teacher of it. And I can tell you on authority that without that, and if it's done well, we will not come and sit here and be talking about unemployment in this country anymore. We will have reasonable number of people who are willing to work will be put to work. And so the structures that we have to make full use of it. It appears we have lived with this kind of lackadaisical approach to things, and he has promised that he would like to fix the economy. Let's work together with him to set up Ghana as we want it to be.
Okay.
And MF, I was just bringing you up to speed with that when the president was speaking. My thoughts on inclusivity in job creation, the side about women. Even if you look at the ministerial appointments, they are jobs, whether we like it or not, MF. But the women are not featuring as much.
Oh, well, Dennis, let's see. And we'll come back to you, Austin, because then again, he mentioned the 10% base pay. Now, my concern is at the time that it was implemented or increased, or the agreement or the contract that was signed at the time that it was done, was it timely? Was it a conducive time, especially because they're just taking up government? And I know that conversation has been nagging at every government anytime they come to power. At the time that this 10% base increase was done, was it necessary? Was it important? Could we have shifted a little further? But Dennis, so the minority addressing us right after the State of the Nation's address says that this government in the last 50 days have borrowed how much? 59 billion from the Treasury. And was this, I know that they said there's no money, but was this needed, especially at this time? And what do you think really they're using this money for?
MFI, if you look at the current state of our economy, what we're experiencing is that we don't have sufficient revenue. We've been locked out of the international capital market. The only means of, let's say, money for the government is the domestic market. And so this borrowing has been strictly from the short-term treasury market. And so these monies were borrowed from the treasury market to shore up our revenues, because revenues are not enough to meet our obligations. And so whilst the government is making effort or planning to roll out a lot of revenue mobilization mechanisms, their only avenue to raise money is the domestic market. And that is what they need to meet their government obligations between now to when revenues start coming in. Mind you, just when they took over power, we didn't have sufficient fuel. Just when they took over power, there have been some obligations that government had to meet. Remember that they had to settle some debt for the domestic debt, the domestic debt exchange program. Those that we owe, they had to settle that as well. Then also there are other obligations that government had to meet with paying some outstanding arrears and all of that. Government is also planning to build some buffers ahead of the debt that we are going to pay somewhere in July. All of these monies will have to come from our domestic market. And so all this borrowing comes from the domestic market. Remember that the government is also planning that they also want to enter the domestic bond market again. So within the short term, that is the most easiest avenue for raising money to finance our obligations and ahead of any other revenue mobilization.
But MFA, all of this is coming up simply because it's like a spiral, isn't it? What Dr. Stephen Amar was speaking of earlier about the health of the economy itself. And Professor Lord Mensah is also with us. Prof, the point about, getting back to pre-COVID levels. MFA, we've heard that.
What does that even mean?
Yeah, but well, looking at the data, I mean, give the NDCs, the NPP some credit. In terms of the number, Prof, we are back to pre-COVID level, but probably not as much as the 2019 GDP growth.
I don't want to be complacent on the short-term gains that we've achieved, but we compromise the long-term focus of rescuing this economy. You see, let me tell you one thing. You asked a question about whether the 59 billion that has been borrowed by the government is in order or not. We have a government that, we're going to go through transition. And as a result of that, we had a budget that was read for the first quarter of the year. The question we need to ask is, has the government spent within that kind of, budget that was given within the first quarter of the year? The answer is yes. But then how was it financed, the deficit financing, which is going to pay for, the borrow, the debt and all those? I mean, obviously it's going to be the domestic market. And for me, when we're talking about revenue, I don't want to add international market access. I don't think it's supposed to be a benchmark because it's like you're living in your house. I mean, the borrowing should be a last resort. You should always find a means of generating, domestically. If you have kind of ambitious project that you want to do, a project that can finance itself, then you look external by going to the bank to borrow or going to the international market to go and borrow. And by so doing, you should also appreciate that the project that you're going to put the money into should be able to generate forex. So if you borrow $1, the international market, you should be able to feed into $1 investment that will generate $1 revenue in this country. So from where I sit, I think we may have to be careful when we are talking about, the economic. Let me come back to your question, which has to do with whether we are in the pre-COVID level or not. Before COVID, were we financing solely from the domestic market using treasury bills? That is why I said we don't need to be complacent on the short-term gains that we've talked about. We've chopped and compromised the long-term focus of, getting the economy in order. Because if you look at the current state of the economy, trust me, anybody who is an economist, a serious economist, will be scared of the situation. An economy that your financing sources is limited to short term. What it tells you is that you cannot do any capital-intensive investment. Okay? Because the bond market is not there. And that is why government consistently has tried as much as possible to satisfy the debt obligations so that they can gradually whet the appetite of the investment community to medium term and then build up into long term, so we can raise money for roads, we can raise money for hospitals and other things. The question you need to ask yourself is, if you are talking about providing infrastructure, right, where would the money come from? Because long-term finance is long-term projects. That is how it is. So from where I sit, we're never close to pre-COVID. And it's going to take us not less than 8 to 10 years to get to pre-COVID level. Because before the COVID, we had several sources of finance. We were looking at the Eurobond market. Cocoa Board itself was bringing in money at the time. Now, Cocoa Board cannot go to the international market to raise even $2 billion dollar inflows. Remember when we used to tame the exchange rate? We used to tame the exchange rate when we are expecting the Eurobond funds, when we are expecting, the Cocoa Board inflows. But now it's not like that. So when the dollar starts easing itself upwards, trust me, the control measures is going to be a problem. So we shouldn't, compare the current economic situation with what we had pre-COVID. So, we have to be careful. We're nowhere near, and that's my answer to you.
And MFI, if you listen to the president, the theme that strikes through almost all of his statements about modest spending, probably that's his alternative in terms of checking the wastage within the system, and it brings to the fore issues about corruption, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's very true. Because if you have, you have a budget that you are limited in terms of your revenue generation, the only option for you is to cut down expenditure. But then it's unfortunate that the IMF program that we put ourselves in, the previous administration was emphasizing on revenue generation, without focusing so much on expenditure rationalization. Because, we're getting closer to elections and it will be politically suicidal, to attempt to cut down some expenditure. But then I think, the current administration has some goodwill. Because if you look at the numbers that they chalked when it comes to the elections, it looks like the Kenyan people were fed up to a certain level. And for me, they can take advantage of it now, right, to propose whatever austere measures that they can rescue the economy to the typical Ghanaian.
And
otherwise,
expectations.
It's going to be a difficult way to come out from the mess.
But here is a danger as well, and I want to hear from Dennis on this, MFA. The expectation is very high.
On corruption, you mean?
On corruption, and how the president will check it. Because there's the aspect of recoveries. Recall the issue about oral, right? And the amounts, billions of dollars that they've mentioned to us as potentially figures that have gone into wrong pockets, right?
Yes.
So then is the point about recovery. Can we really recover all these amounts? And
whilst you're at it, Dennis, just to pose the posture, I mean, we're not sorcerers and palm readers, but you can tell when a president is giving assurances and also the results of these assurances that the ex-president Akufo-Addo and his assurances on fighting corruption and today the State of the Nation's address with this current president and his previous behavior towards corruption, just opposing it that who will you have some assurances?
That's a big trap, isn't it?
Yes, so, I mean, I'll try my best. I think that at the center of the president's message during or ahead of the elections was that some profligacy in our spending and our inability to control and live within our means has led us to where we are as an economy. But even more so, we have created some sort of a situation where a lot of people were benefiting out of the system, creating schemes to loot and make some money from us. And so his plan was that it is time that we put in some measures to recover and allow people to pay or punish corruption. And so he is doing that through the operation Recover All Loot. I think that we have to be very careful with the way we see the oral in terms of recoveries by distinguishing between the type of corruption we have in our country with other countries. In some countries, most of the corruption cases like Nigeria are embezzlement. And if it is embezzlement, you can easily track, trace, and recover. But where in our case, some of these corruption issues are more state captured through private sector schemes presented as national interest, but not really national interest, but they are purely private sector interest. It becomes very difficult how you're saying that you're going to use the oral avenue to recover all of that, because some spendings would have been done, some actions would have been taken, and they would justify those actions taken with the payments that have been received. And so in that context, where a transaction has been undertaken or some actions or maybe activity has been done in the name of the state, by doing some actions for the country, but right behind it, you see a lot of private sector interest. It is very difficult to use the oral to recover that. Let me give you an example. If you take the Auditor General's report, some of the embezzlement and improperly accounted for transactions can easily be traced and tracked. But if you look at the nature of corruption that we are seeing here, or we are seeing within our country, it is very difficult to see how the oral framework will be able to penetrate that structure of corruption, that scheme of private sector, public sector collusion to recover that. Again, if you look at the legal process that it takes to even complete one case and get to a point where you are able to prove that indeed there was embezzlement, misappropriation of funds, and some really corruption grant scheme have happened, it takes a longer time. And so that recovery in terms of the enthusiasm around the amount that we're expecting, that if you go through all the 2,000 cases, we should be thinking about some 20 billion. We have to hasten.
That's a significant amount.
Yeah, we have to hasten very slowly. Another point that I also want to make is that, let me cite an example, the Pualugu Dam. Some $12 million have been expended in the name of feasibility study. How do you want to use the oral framework to be a strategy for recovering the money when, to some extent, if the feasibility work has been done? A recent example is the Sky Train, where feasibility study of about $5 million has come up, and that there's investigation ongoing. And so we have to hasten slowly, but I get the president that this is a major promise that he spoke about, that he's going to use the oral to recover all loot. But if you listen to the president carefully, most of the times where he used oral is referring to instances where people have either illegally or through some collusion purchased state property, taking over certain state assets without going through due process. In those instances, it is easy to recover that. But where if you look at the current corruption schemes that are happening, some of the transactions and wrongful appropriation of state funds, the scheme and the nature that they are happening, it becomes very difficult to use oral. I'm thinking, how would you use oral to address SML? How would you use oral to deal with county GVG? Or how,
or agencies, and so maybe by this time ORAL must have done its work at the collection at the collection level and handed over data, and then the Attorney General and other relevant bodies. But my question again, Dennis, is that do we cost all of these investigations?
Well, I think that because the president set up this committee as a fact-finding committee, I don't know how they
in fact, to the states, at least they did it pro bono.
But I think that right from that, it will be handed to the Attorney General's office. That's why the cases have been given to the Attorney General's office. And so it would be within the resources of the Attorney General. And remember, in his speech, he mentioned that he was going to set up an office within the presidency where people can call in to report corruption and all of that. But the point that, Blessed, maybe I have to make is that the nature of corruption in our country is changing. And so we shouldn't think simplistic frameworks like following, maybe gathering evidence.
I hold a different.
Yeah, Prof, I'll come to you shortly. Let him land and then. Yeah.
Okay.
It's an interesting.
I think that the level of state
Prof, just hold briefly,
and private sector public collusion, creating frameworks in the name of national interest, the shape and form that they take cannot be through simplistic frameworks like oral to use to recover that. And another point that I would want to make before maybe Prof comes in is also that there should be specific targets on oral. So far, they have about 2,000 cases. What is the outcome they are looking for by first year, by second year, by third year? Because if we don't have a specific target, and let's say at least 50% of these cases should have been prosecuted, and let's say 30% recovery should have been made, all of these cases will be followed up. We see investigations, and by 4 years,
and Dennis,
nothing really.
I totally agree with you. It's about expectations, isn't it? At the time the report was submitted to the president, the impression, Professor Lordman said, the impression given to us was the recoveries are way beyond even the bailout we're looking for the from the IMF in terms of the amounts, right? $3 billion bailouts. The argument is even if you do the recoveries alone, we should be.
That's if you can do all of the recoveries, Prof. Whilst you're at it, that's if you can do, because you're potentially unable to recover all of it. And if you do the math,
we live in a country where we've been using English to pretend things, and things have become so easier and easier every now and then. Let me tell you, there are international benchmarks. If you're talking about SkyTrain, right? We know how much it will cost you to do a feasibility studies for SkyTrain. If you're talking about putting up Agenda 111, we know how much it will cost you to do a feasibility studies for Agenda 111. Now, if you are giving us estimate that has gone beyond, international standards, it tells me that you want to give the country. We don't have to twist and turn things. There are benchmarks we can use to follow. But then when you talk about the recovery, whether we'll be able to recover 100% what, was found by the oral team earlier on, I will tell you no. The answer is bluntly no. The reason being that if you talk about, the banking sector, how do they recover their loans? Most of the time, they don't recover 100%. But you see, there is always a hope when you recover, something than nothing. Let me put it that way. Because if you take, for instance, the 3 billion that we went, from IMF, out of it, relative to the 21 billion that has been sunk down the drain that we're trying to retrieve, that's about 14%. We're not saying we should get 50% of the, 21 billion, but something must be on the table. And then also the fact that the president has given that signal of going after, those who have, stashed money somewhere, it will send a signal to the incoming administration that you dare not go there. Because, if you want to leave it, then it means you are giving room for, such a thing to happen. And, we shouldn't look at it only in monetary terms. A signal that is sent, out there, that you will not be comfortable when you want to collude with the private sector. If you ask my good friend at the studio, Dennis has been saying, if you want to collude with the private sector, to dupe the country, you will not go free, and you won't be comfortable.
Right, but
so I want to see, that signal, being, sent out there, and I think it should go a long way to help us.
I'm really scared that we're losing sight over this, because the president spoke about it in passing, except to say that the effects will be very telling. For the president to admit, first of all, that there are some international developments that may affect, for instance, aid we need to talk about that whilst we talk about the economy as well. And Emma, we all know what's happening in the US. Let's bring in Dr. Benia on that, and then we'll get back to Prof and the others on this issue, because Emma, you recall the president started off the conversation in Germany, right?
Yes.
Where he says, okay, we know the US is cutting aid, but that's going to be telling on us. I've instructed the finance minister to, look for the alternatives.
In this 90 days.
90-day pause.
In this 90 days.
It's affecting health. We heard from the health minister himself, Kwabena Minja-Akando. I was there at the event with the WHO when he said that we are hoping and praying that they don't cut off the...
Imagine a country living on hope and prayer, Dr. Benina. But
that's the challenge.
Let's hear your take on that. Health, I mean, a country that's not healthy is definitely poor. How are we going to be surviving? And let's just assume that this 90 days, after the 90 days, then the US will bring some respite. But in this 90 days, which is a lot of days when we're talking about health, what would you say about this?
So, unfortunately, I haven't got the full sight of that version of the speech. But in terms of a healthy population, I wrote a paper in 2014 about the same idea when I was working in Vietnam. And having traveled the world, I could argue strongly that a healthy population would always aid productivity. So I think that idea, if he or the government implements it, is going to be quite effective. I don't know specifically which areas of health issues there are in Ghana at the moment, if they are related to childhood diseases or sort of maternal health.
But in the speech of the president, it was clear that the HIV program, for instance, will be affected or impacted because of just a decision by one country to suspend aid to ours, right? That's where the challenge lies. For instance, and malaria as well.
So you did mention, President and Lord, you did mention earlier on over-dependence on external sources for help. And I do not believe that we have the capacity at the moment, largely in Africa, and particularly in Ghana, that we can stand on our feet to deal with some of these HIV issues. Now, let's be honest. The drivers for HIV infection are largely related to poverty. If people are resourced enough to have their own monies or have their own income in place, I believe some of the people wouldn't choose the path that leads to HIV infection, for example, or any form of disease at all. I can tell you one of the healthiest countries in the world is United Arab Emirates. And that's because when external labor force comes into the country, they are screened for HIV and as a matter of fact, any other diseases that could bring the country's population to danger. So I don't believe that about 36 million people in Ghana would all have to be screened and dealt with in a way that will solve this problem. But the US aid, unfortunately, is no longer there. We can see what's happening in the United States. Donald Trump is not holding back. He's doing things that, excuse me to say, we should have been doing in Ghana. Well, cutting down government spending is great. And that money could go to aid HIV treatment, for example. We know from science that HIV is no longer killing people. If you stick to the AVR, I think it's called antiretroviral drugs, if you stick to them. But where do we get the money from to buy this medication for the population that need it the most? But I would rather not deal with the solution to the problem. I would rather deal with the preventive measures, which include development. And that's the first point that I made, that we need to really approach the issues in Ghana extraordinarily. What we are talking about today, we will revisit this 5 years from now, 10 years from now. We may have the same exact conversation. What is the extraordinary thing we need to do now as far as our health status in Ghana is concerned? What are the extraordinary things that we have to do today to ensure that development speeds up much more than it's happening at the moment? And what are our points of reference? I do apologize if I sound like I'm looking too externally for this discussion. But trust me, if we don't look externally for reference points and learn from the benchmarks, and Professor Lord mentioned some benchmarks, which I was quite excited about, those guide us in our development. How did South Africa deal with HIV problem? I just returned from Uganda. I went to a very prominent school in Uganda, and every corner of the school has got a sign and a message about HIV. telling the students that HIV is real, it can be prevented, and all sort of messages that bring hope and also solution to the problem in Uganda.
And so
I believe...
So for you, we must focus internally on our own strength and how we can at least manage these situations. We'll come to you again whilst we learn some education. But I
fully agree. If we keep saying we need to focus on the internal solutions, I believe all the panelists, with due respect, will agree that we may not have the resources in proportion that is required to do it exclusively internally.
Right.
I do not.
You're with us for a while, but I'll come to my colleagues here in the studio, Blessed and Dennis. You recall just a while ago, antiretroviral medications came to this country and they were stuck in the port because we're unable to clear them. And all of this will be a bigger picture in the funding and the help that we get in terms of medical health or maybe in the health sector. I have a question on that the NDC anticipates. Of course, they didn't anticipate that the US would be cutting a certain level of aid, and especially in 90 days, were unable to receive any form of funding. Did they anticipate certain things like this when they thought of rationalizing certain taxes? I mean, many have said that if you're going to be rationalizing COVID-19, the levy, if you're going to be scrapping betting tax and all of that, would you not wait? Because you can't pour from an empty cup. Would you not wait and then see what you have before you promise certain rationalization and scrapping as well? Dennis, in this 90 days and even beyond, because you cannot tell what the US aid will be coming up. And of course, it is Trump. It is Donald Trump. We wake up to every surprise every day. Dennis, and listen, I am curious, what are some of the anticipations of this government? We have 59 so far. Are we now going to be borrowing when we're rationalizing some levies?
Well, I think that let's try to contextualize what is happening in the US very well. That even if the US aid had not been cut, this is a critical time for us to check our spending and live within our means. Whatever is happening in the US is sending a message across the world that aid is no longer a sustainable means of meeting your critical expenditure like healthcare. As a country, we should be able to look within our means, prioritize and rationalize our expenditure. If you look at our history of spending over the last decade, what you see is that we built a very expensive government machinery, spent a lot of money, but the domestic revenues were not enough to finance that, which led us to borrowing to finance our expenditure. And that has led us to where we are and depending more on external financing or external sources for some critical areas like health. What it cost us with this USAID action is just about $70 million. But if you look at some of the areas that we could cut, if you could address some of the procurement breaches, procurement abuse, and some reckless spending, and some state institutions that are not really delivering outcomes, if we can crop all of them out and prioritize and channel some of this spending into critical areas like healthcare, this is a message that is being sent across the entire world. Today, even the European Union is considering closing certain offices across the globe that may not be delivering certain results because it has become imperative for them to start reviewing and finding money to finance some of their own issues like internal security, economy. Countries like Germany are even considering expanding under their debt ceiling or even going out for money to deal with some domestic issues like security. The UK is doing the same. So what is happening in the US is sending a global message that it is about time countries start prioritizing, rationalizing the expenditure and living within their means and growing their domestic revenue. So, for example, we have a lot of schemes that were happening within the country, making a lot of money. Look at SML. If SML had been expanded to the mineral sector, this company would have been making a lot beyond almost $50 million within a period of 50 million Ghana cedis within a year. These are monies that if you're able to cut all of those needless expenditure and channel them into critical areas like healthcare. We spent a lot of money on NAPCO. We spent a lot of money on NEIP. We spent a lot of money on USTAT. So there are a lot of wastage happening within our system that we need to fix. And it is clear within the IMF program that if we don't cut the waste and rationalize our spending, we'll come back to this same situation because $70 million for a country like us, we spend a lot of money on things that are not needed. It is about time we rationalize, prioritize and cut the waste away, fix our procurement, and we can deal with some of these issues.
I couldn't, have agreed any more than what, Dennis is telling us now. And here's my observation generally about what's happening in the U.S. My belief is that it's not just about the U.S., right? It's becoming much more of an African problem, our side of the bargain. The situation where you see states going in for funding, aid from these developed countries, and yet there's no accountability on how we're utilizing all of these that's coming in from the U.S. And you find, of course, some former heads of states, the former Kenyan president, Uhuru Kenyatta, has spoken about why we should then be looking inwards and being more accountable on our own funds and what we generate internally. I recall Imani doing some extensive work on port governance, for instance. Yeah. And Dennis, we had this conversation before on PM Express. The fact that you look at our port governance, which is so weak, a lot of loopholes, and it's unfortunately politicized again. I mean, tell us about that story, because that's crucial in this whole revenue mobilization story.
So I think that we have always, because we've relied so much on external financing to meet our domestic obligations, we never actually made effort to implement reforms at raising revenue. So over the last decade, averagely, our tax revenue has been averaging about 13% of GDP. If you look at our tax revenue potential of about 21%, we have not actually been taking the right effort to raise more money. And so that is why we always hit a snag, or we always hit a block when we have to finance our domestic obligations. Else, if we were actually living up to our expectations and collecting all the revenues that needed to be collected, this wouldn't be a problem. And you cite the port issue, and it's a very critical case in point where our research work was able to identify collusion between business people, stateside actors, and workers within our port, our port sector, creating schemes for people to misclassify, people to clear goods without paying, undervaluation, reclassification of goods, and even improper weighing of goods that lead to revenue loss. And so these are all areas that we need to plug, and the port is one. The port is a very huge revenue generation point for the government. The World Bank did an assessment somewhere in 2020 and realized that if you look at the port revenue potential of our country, in fact, we were not actually, in terms of the gap, import revenue gap was about 36%, which means that we have a significant revenue potential at the port. But because of a lot of loopholes within the port management system, within the port, and we have created this system where stateside actors, both security, excessive control of the political class over our port, then business people who are also trying to game the system, they are able to kind of manipulate a lot of activities within the port and create opportunities for people to misclassify, clear goods without paying the duties. Sure. And that is what is creating that sort of import revenue gap that we're seeing within our port. And so there is the need for us to plug all the leakages and the loopholes within our revenue mobilization space. Definitely, the government will be big on IT solutions, technology to raise revenue. This is not the first time we are doing that. There's been several instances that we've brought in revenue assurance system, but because we have not fixed the institutional gaps that allow these revenue leakages to happen, that is why we are unable to fix them. And one example.
And for what I'm excited about is the aspect of the security, because port governance depends largely on national security. In fact, the president was speaking and touching on bits and strategies that will enhance our national security strategy. But we've not, of course, spoken extensively about how the sector, in terms of our security, is politicized. In fact, the change of every government, all of these critical infrastructure, you would see them, of course, some significant changes to their to the security installations there, or perhaps the individuals who are even at post there. So it's becoming much more a political matter, isn't it? I want to bring in Mukhtar Mouni. Mukhtar, who's Executive Director for the West Africa Center for Counter-Extremism. And Mukhtar, you just want to perhaps take off from port governance and then we move into security proper, because we're heavily dependent on imports. We're not raising the revenue. And it's because all of these security agencies or their agents assigned to these centers are becoming much more, and with all apology to security enforcement personnel, they're becoming a bit infiltrated by the politicians.
Well, of course, we know the importance of security as a campaign, policy of political parties, if you look at in the last 2 decades, it has been a key and important part of the discourse within politics and within governments. The issues of, vigilante violence and the issues of recruitment into the security services, including the national security as well as the police service in particular. And of course, this affects all the other security agencies that we have seen. And in spite of the huge conversations that we have had around it and the necessity to sanitize the security space and ensure that it becomes very professional, very relevant, and reflective of the security needs of the people in modern governance and democratic practice. We continue to see these elements as part of the security sector, and that continues to undermine professional policing and professional security. And I wish that this State of the Nation address would have captured the reality of the space and what measures would be put in place to address that. But beyond that, if you look at the space that in particular, where we operate, the issue of violent extremism and the issues of conflict, chieftaincy, ethnic, pervasive conflicts in many parts of the country. And I understand the initial stance and the moves that the president made upon his swearing in was to demonstrate how important the issues of ethnic and chieftaincy conflicts are to him. And that is why the first trip outside of the capital was to go to Boko to meet the two factions in this prolonged, unresolved chieftaincy conflict. And I expected that we would have seen snippets of that in the State of Nations address. From where I said, chieftaincy and ethnic conflict is the single biggest source of fatalities in this country, apart from road accidents in our country. And so it's important that we capture that and elevate that to higher national level conversation and ensure that we put a stop to this prolonged, endless conflict that undermines all of us, our security. Those of us in the urban centers, especially in southern Ghana, may not appreciate the reality and the seriousness of the conflicts up north. If we consider our proximity, the northern part, our proximity to the destabilized Sahelian region, it gives you a sense that one of the single biggest commitment you should have as a government is to commit to fighting the unresolved conflicts in that part of the country. And I was very pleased that the president appointed a special envoy to the Sahel to deal with the crisis there, because the long-term consequences or reality in our context in coastal states is that we are not safe if the Sahelian states are not safe. And so it's important that we commit long-term to dealing with the crisis to guarantee our security and safety here. And so hopefully further conversations would unearth what government plans to do around it.
And I like that you have indicated that further conversations, especially because in January, the ex-president, when he was leaving his last State of the Nation's address, he indicated that he touted his success really in resolving the Dagbon dispute, and also indicated that the Boko dispute remains unresolved. And you also actually reminded us how the president's first trip outside of Accra was to go to Boko to really reiterate his commitment to solving such disputes. And so I also looked out for that, some bits of that in the State of the Nation's address. But I don't know if you can touch more on the borders, especially because, again, I refer to the last State of the Nation's address. The president touted that the borders are safe and sound. I will take your word. As of now, are they safe and sound? I didn't hear that in the State of the Nation's address, but can you give us some assurances?
Well, border security has always been a big problem, and it continues to be a big problem, especially when it comes to security from external sources. We say that security measures are a function of our threat perception. Your perception of it will lead you to certain measures. Here in Ghana, when we talk about our exposure to terrorism or violent extremism, we are often focusing on borders because our perception is that the threat is from external sources. And so we're looking at a lot of issues. So you often hear we have porous borders, we have unmanned borders and all of that. Yes, it's a reality and it continues to be a reality. I have seen or have noticed significant focus on borders and measures that have been put in place, including physical, infrastructure and measures, deployment of hardware, equipment, and plants around the borders. But in my professional assessment, we still have huge challenges along the borders. If you look at the key entry points in the northern part of the country, Paga, for instance, which is for both vehicular and human traffic, it still leaves much to be desired. We don't have, even metal detectors and security systems that allow for electronic, assessment of individuals and goods coming in and out of this space. And that is very key. That is very important. If you go to Hamile, you see very little in terms of what modern day border management process should be. And so we need to do a lot in terms of border security management. When we talk about porosity, we are not talking about only physical porosity, the absence of manned individuals at the borders. We're also talking about porosity in terms of the capacity to, for officials to be complicit in activities. And that's about corruption, that is about smuggling, that is about being, compromising on practices that allow unwarranted goods and individuals in this space. So there's a lot. And I've seen a lot being done, but there's still a lot to be done in that space. And I think that going forward, it should be part of the conversations that will unearth what we should be doing to secure this country from external threats.
Well, Blessed, I just want to take your thoughts on this. Do you think really that political figures who become government leaders or who form government are potentially able to resolve very tribal disputes, such as what we see?
It's been part of the argument for the NPP side that's why John Dramani Mahama, the president, ought to focus on perhaps giving a standalone chieftaincy ministry. That was the argument advanced by President Akufo-Addo, a reason for which we had a standalone chieftaincy ministry. But in this case, you find chieftaincy being tied in religious affairs, being tied to the local government ministry, well, as part of the cost-cutting measure. So that indeed is piling more pressure on Ahmed Ibrahim as the sector minister now to try and do a lot more in resolving the matters. But clearly, you see that you need a multifaceted approach in dealing with these matters. We're told that the revered Otumfuo has been involved in some more of these disputes. We've seen pictures of the defense minister, for instance, engaging him in just the last few weeks. So that gives us a sense broadly of how this new government would want to use perhaps a cost-cutting measure whilst focusing on a multifaceted approach in dealing with the chieftaincy dispute that we're seeing. But Dennis, the point also, okay, right. Mukhtar, you want to pick up on that as well? Because that's what I've seen over the period. Yeah.
Yes, I appreciate the point you're making about having a standalone chieftaincy ministry. And it's key because structures are important in dealing with issues. But there are many other layers or other things that undermine our capacity to resolve this chieftaincy crisis all over or many parts of the country. I think that the single biggest challenge in dealing with the chieftaincy crisis is the issue of politics. The politicization is a big thing. It's a big thing in a way that I may not be able to state on this platform. And anyone involved, state and non-state actors in the chieftaincy crisis all over the country, knows very well the role, the destabilizing role politics has played in this crisis. And so one of the preconditions in dealing with this crisis would have to be depoliticizing engagement in the chieftaincy.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate that in the whole equation when it comes to security, you can't act without the state, right? So that's when the challenge will come up. You still need the political actors acting on behalf of the state to then give the orders.
Politicians can act in situations without necessarily being political. If you look at the lens from a more nationalistic point of view, whatever issue it is, people can actually tell whether you are being political or not. We see in the northern part, you look at the chieftaincy violence in the Boko area, and we've seen many activities and many moves taken by the state, and nearly every one of them appears to be read with a political lens. And some of them clearly you would see some political leanings in those decisions, and others that are not. And yet, of course, people can always resort to politicization as a factor or basis for anything. But if you are being political, people can tell, irrespective of whether you are the president or a political appointee or not. And so it's important that we are very, very honest about the way we deal with these things. and ensure that we take away politics. We cannot take away politics completely, but we have to reduce the tendency to take decisions along political lines. Other than that, we undermine goodwill and support.
We wait to see what the outcome will be. But I'm interested in hearing from Austin Gami because we need to go. Yet I want your
on that 10%.
Indeed,
indeed, on that 10%. Just so you clear your throat, let me pick up from here for you.
10%.
Yes,
10%. Yeah.
10%. That base pay. We really
but
cannot.
If I clear my throat on 10%, Labour would cover me right now.
I agree with you, but I mean, I am of the view that you really cannot pour from an empty cup.
Yeah.
And I get the sense, even from today's State of the Nation's address, Mr. Gami, that really we don't have the resources. And of course, we're part of the Labour. We're Labour force. 10%, we even want more. My father will probably be watching that. What's this girl saying? But at this time, is this something we can sustain?
So you don't want 10%? I want more than 10% anyway. And Dennis would obviously want more than 10%. We all want more than 10%, isn't it?
You heard me clearing my throat. This issue, but before I get there, let me talk about this conflict resolution thing you are talking about. Because that's why I dwell even better. Unfortunately, we talk too much in Ghana here. We are not looking for professionals to assist in the resolution of disputes like this. Everybody is trying to just muddy the waters, and we want to put it on the doorsteps of politicians and so forth and so on. And the people fighting. The point is that do the people of Boku want solution to their problem? That's number one. If they want solution to their problem, I guarantee you it should not take more than 2 weeks to resolve that matter. I repeat, the people involved in the conflict in Boku, the two sides, do they want solution to the problem that has bedeviled them all these years? Mediation is the way to go. It's not even about arbitration. It's not about court system, because it will only polarize them the more. A civilized way in resolving any chieftaincy, land, otherwise dispute is by mediation. And it's a civilized way anybody can use to do that. I wish the revered Chief Asante and his team well. We are available. If they need help, we are available to assist. But Boku issue is resolvable. It should not take more than 2 weeks. And if, for instance, those who have been assigned the responsibility, they are doing real professional mediation. Who is a politician in this matter? It's not regarded. It's put aside. It is the people who have the concern and are worried about that will appear before the panel, and they will be able to answer their own distance. They want to resolve that. They want to live in peace.
Okay.
They are fatigued.
Yeah.
Their children are dying. Their wives are being raped. So many people are in trouble. People cannot even travel to the north. So I think that we must see these things as just a burdensome stone we have imposed upon ourselves all these years. Is a resolvable matter.
Unfortunately, we've been bailed out. Looks like this is just a start of a bigger conversation to follow through throughout the weekend and the days to come. But grateful, Austin Gami, for spending some time with us, and also to you, Dennis, and MFA would of course do the honors afterwards. I guess.
Well, I know, listen, thank you for joining me here today. But the conversation continues on The Pulse with Elton Bobry.
It's 1983. President Shehu Shagari of Nigeria has ordered for the deportation of undocumented migrants.
Most of the people to be affected are West Africans.
into the band Uko.
Even today, if you can make it happen.
I can see you ready, nigga. Well, that's gonna cost you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 plus 10, 20 grand. Now make it happen.
Where are you coming from? Nationality.
Oh, Ghana.
Omo Ghana.
One upgrade is nice, but a double upgrade is amazing. And that's how we do it. Upgrade today to get even more with Step Up. If you're on GoTV Max and upgrade to GoTV Super, you'll get way more with GoTV Super Plus.
Hey, that's so cool!
Get big value. Get big entertainment.
Very good.
Perfect! Upgrade and get even more with GoTV. GoTV. Love it.
It's better to confront misunderstandings immediately and head on to avoid more misunderstanding.
I have found out over the years that transactions don't pay.
Good leadership is about being vulnerable, being open to know that some of your ideas might not always be 100%.
You never see failure as an option, so you continue to work hard.
Normal to get to a point where you feel you're flat, you're plateauing, but don't give up because of that, because you need a new S-curve to get you to the next
Mark your calendar and tune in every Sunday at 9 p.m. on JoyNews. Springboard your virtual university. Your personal value will shoot up.
You're strong and you're tough. Syntax tank, syntax tank. Ladies and gentlemen, I beg you, check your tongue and get syntax. SINTEX. Wait, you're just over 25 years. We are made in Ghana water storage solution. You were green, you were blue, colors in there. But great. That's it, Yabaha, your mom free water. We have over 400 agents nationwide. Just Ghana Finance, Yebaho. Find us on social media, Syntax Ghana. Can nominate here. Say Giovanni, Syntax, I need you in this community. And it's that simple. I will be there myself. Syntax Ghana page. All right, so just like that, we're wrapping up inside Tessie. Syntax time!
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency. Mommy, chop money emergency. Emergency. Catch it. I'm your rent emergency. Now, there's a new emergency number in town.
More money, challenge and enjoyment. At the top life we got.
Dial star 770 hash for all your money emergencies and chop life.
Dial star 770 hash for money emergencies and get easy and quick access to your money, loans, and other banking needs. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
It's time again for the biggest roots reggae festival in Africa, Kuchoko Roots Festival. And coming all the way from Kingston, Jamaica, is Culture featuring Kenyatta Hill, alongside Dwayne Stevenson from Augustown, and of course, one George Nooks with all power. All the way from Ghana is your Kuchoko Roots Master, Black Rasta. Many more artists passing through non-stop. Saturday, 8th March 2025. Venue, La Pleasure Beach, Accra. Time, 12 noon till you drop. Rate, 50 Ghana cedis only. And as usual, there will be free cocoa, kulikuli, kose, and masa to break your fast and to put you in the spiritual mood. For more information, you contact 0244-499-461. Powered by Black and Tough and supported by National Youth Authority. Media partners.
It's 1983. President Shehu Shagari of Nigeria has ordered for the deportation of undocumented migrants.
Most of the people to be affected are West Africans.
Even today, if you can make it happen.
I could see you ready, nigga. Well, it's gonna cost you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 plus 10, 20 grand. Now make it happen.
Where are you coming from? Nationality.
Oh, Ghana.
Omo Ghana.
My name is Abina, and I'm a mother of 2. My husband, Kwejo, whom I like to call my first son, likes to enjoy himself after work. My daughter, Nanekia, loves nature and flowers. She wants to become a florist in future. As a result of these, they are always exposed to parasitic worms. And because I'm aware of the harm the worms can cause the human body, I protect my family with Z400 albendazole. Z400 is effective against worms such as tapeworm, roundworm, and hookworm, and it comes in the form of syrup and tablets. Z400 albendazole is good for both adults and children from 2 years and above. Z400 albendazole, good protection for the whole family.
Not recommended for pregnant women and lactating mothers.
This advert is FDA approved.
It's 1983. President Shehu Shagari of Nigeria has ordered for the deportation of undocumented migrants.
Most of the people to be affected are West Africans.
Even today, if you can make it happen.
I could see you ready, nigga. Well, it's gonna cost you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 plus 10, 20 grand. Now make it happen.
Where are you coming from? Nationality.
Oh, Ghana.
Omo Ghana.
It's better to confront misunderstandings immediately and head on to avoid more misunderstanding.
I have found out over the years that transactions don't pay.
Good leadership is about being vulnerable, being open to know that some of your ideas might not always be 100%.
You never see failure as an option, so you continue to work hard.
Normal to get to a point where you feel you're flat, you're plateauing, but don't give up because of that, because you need a new S-curve to get you to the next
Mark
stage.
your calendar and tune in every Sunday at 9 p.m. on JoyNews. Springboard your virtual university. Your personal value will shoot up.
It's 1983. President Shehu Shagari of Nigeria has ordered for the deportation of undocumented migrants.
Most of the people to be affected are West Africans.
Even today, if you can make it happen.
I could see you ready, nigga. Well, it's gonna cost you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 plus 10, 20 grand. Now make it happen.
Where are you coming from? Nationality.
Oh, Ghana.
Omo Ghana.
It's better to confront misunderstandings immediately and head on to avoid more misunderstanding.
I have found out over the years that transactions don't pay.
Good leadership is about being vulnerable, being open to know that some of your ideas might not always be 100%.
You never see failure as an option, so you continue to work hard.
Normal to get to a point where you feel you're flat, you're plateauing, but don't give up because of that, because you need a new S-curve to get you to the next
Mark
stage.
your calendar and tune in every Sunday at 9 p.m. on JoyNews.
Springboard your virtual university. Your personal value will shoot up.
It's 1983. President Shehu Shagari of Nigeria has ordered for the deportation of undocumented migrants.
Most of the people to be affected are West Africans.
Even today, if you can make it happen.
I could see you ready, nigga. Well, it's going to cost you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 plus 10, 20 grand. Now make it happen.
Where are you coming from? Nationality.
Oh, Ghana.
Oh, more Ghana.
And it's the state of the nation, at least according to President John Mahama. This afternoon on the Pulse, that is our focus. My name is Elton Brobe, and it's always a pleasure to have you here on the Pulse. We are live on DSTV channel 421, GoTV is 125. We are streaming live on all our social media handles on X Spaces, on YouTube, on Facebook, and of course on myjoyonline.com. My name is Elton Brobe. Now, this afternoon, I am sad to report that our state of the nation is not good. Those are words of President John Dramani Mahama as he delivers a stark assessment of the country's economy, likening it to a pertinent inpatient care ICU, if you like.
I'm sad to report that the state of our nation is not good.
Of course, we have more, plus get reaction on all the things he has been saying about the Ghanaian economy, the power sector, health, education, and more. Also, Mahama Bako termination bebre. Those are the words of Minority Leader Alexander Fenyamaki as he slams President Mahama for terminating appointments of thousands of Ghanaians.
The President has any concerns. His duty is to fix it.
More as the NPP minority in Parliament describes the President's Sona as empty. These plus education, health, Galamsey here on the Pulse for the next 120 minutes. Stay tuned. My name is Elton. But when we come back, we'll access the state of the nation. Of course, that you can get interactive with us on all our social media handles, on X Spaces, on YouTube, on Facebook, and of course, on myjoyonline.com. Let's settle and deal with the state of Ghana. Now, President John Mahama has delivered a stark assessment of the nation's economy, likening it to a patient in an intensive care unit in a hospital. Now, in his first State of the Nation address delivered in Parliament a while ago, he highlighted how the previous administration had depleted key financial reserves, including the sinking fund. According to President Mahama, only $46,000 and 143 million cedis remained in the fund, dollar and CD account respectively. Here are excerpts of what the President has been telling Ghanaians about the economy in the State of the Nation address.
I'm sad to report that the state of our nation is not good. Our economy is in crisis and our people are suffering unprecedented hardships. Mr. Speaker, we will host a national economic dialogue on March 3rd and 4th. On March 11th, the Minister of Finance, on my behalf, will present the budget estimates for the financial year 2025 to this August House. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, let me give you the statement of account for the debt service reserve account which is also popularly referred to as the sinking fund. This fund shows a balance of only $64,000 in the dollar account, $64,000 in the dollar account, and 143 million Ghana cedis in the CD account. The repercussions of the accumulation of debt and economic mismanagement will require extensive work and sacrifice to repair.
Well, the president, however, highlighted key measures introduced by his administration, which according to him are already delivering results, and reaffirmed his commitment to fiscal consolidation, structural reforms, and economic revival. He invited the NPP minority to join the consultation towards the revival of the Ghanaian economy.
Notwithstanding this gloomy background, I remain committed to leading this government and taking every necessary step to reset our economy, getting things back on track, and working with the good people of our country to build the Ghana we want. Mr. Speaker, we are doubling our efforts to complete all outstanding structural reforms. Through the budget, we will implement corrective measures to restore fiscal discipline and debt sustainability. We're also working hard towards completing the upcoming fourth review of the IMF-supported program. The review is scheduled from April 2nd to April 15, 2025, and the IMF Executive Board is expected to approve it in June of this year. As we have done previously, we're also building buffers in the sinking fund and adopting prudent debt management practices to ensure prompt repayment of upcoming domestic and external debt maturities. In this respect, government successfully honored the matured coupon payment of $6.081 billion in cash and $3.46 billion in kind, which was due in February 2025 to all domestic debt exchange program bondholders, fully paid. Mr. Speaker, the good news is that we have also built additional buffers in the sinking fund to honor the maturing bonds that are due in July and August. And so bondholders can rest assured that they will be paid to the last pesewa, whatever is owed them. With the transparent and prudent measures we have implemented since taking over the administration of this country, I urge my countrymen and women, business owners, and foreign investors to trust our competence in turning our economic fortunes around. Mr. Speaker, since we took office on January 7, 2025, we have upheld our commitment to a fiscal consolidation agenda with a streamlined government. We have eliminated unnecessary expenditures and reduced our reliance on borrowing. Our prudent debt management practices have led to a substantial reduction in interest rates. The 91-day Treasury bill rate, which was 28.51% on January 6, 2025, has dropped to 24.48% as of February 24, 2025.
And of course, the minority came in black. This leader, Alexander Afenyo-Marken, would have none of it. He vehemently criticized President Mahama for benefiting from the strong economic turnaround driven by the prudent management of the previous administration, that's the NPP. And among other concerns, he also took issues with the president's cabinet nominations, arguing that only 10% of appointees so far have been women, plus terminating the appointment of thousands of Ghanaian workers.
President of Ghana, and you had served as chair of the economic management team of your own government. Yet, when you came to this house, you lamented on the same state of the economy that you have presided, and we echoed the point that we are left with just the bones. Mr. Speaker, the that he has delivered less ministers. But it is clear that his strategy is, if less, more divide. You have appointed few ministers, but more and more and more presidential staffers, and more committees. The president, again, honorable members, please. The president again came to this house with a familiar story, the usual lamentations. He packaged it in a language as though we have a new beginning. Mr. Speaker, if the president has any concerns, his duty is to fix it. His Excellency, the President, has announced to us a cabinet of 19 with only 2 women. The daughter of the founder of this NDC, is missing. Hajaladi is missing. Helen Nkoku is missing. Where are the women in this government? The Vice President. Honorable members, please, order. The Vice President is part of the government, and we are seeing only 2 women in cabinet, and the Vice President is sitting there. In percentage terms, we have only 10% of women in cabinet.
Well, after the presentation of the State of the Nation address and the reaction that came from the leaders of the side, we'll bring you the majority leaders on shortly. But the minority group also has been reacting to the president's address at a news conference soon after. Now, take a listen to the Member of Parliament for E-Shares, Dr. Stephen Amwa, address the media after the presentation.
So the economy is one that is actually illustrating insecurity, mass termination, mass violations of human rights, and misapplication and breaching of our own constitution, which is the 1992 Constitution of Ghana. If you have been realizing what is going on in our country today, even public servants and civil servants who have what it takes to also access public facilities as enshrined in our constitutions are being sacked. But our president, presenting his statement, made it clear that he is in this position to make sure that equality and equitability prevailed. But what we are seeing in our country today is never true. It's the opposite. Clearly, the world went through one of the most unfortunate economic crises. You realize that the global economy grew -3.3. Inflationary rate post-COVID was over 200%. And that was the period that our economy actually went through
very to the many promises he made, right? It exposes him in terms of the gloomy picture he painted about the economy. The fundamental question is, if the economy is that gloomy, where are you going to get the money from to do your
promise? If the economy is gloomy, where are you going to get the money, right, to implement all the things you are saying? Clearly, it exposes him that he's just telling us some fundamental untruth, or to appear that the whole address was framed on the anchor or the pillars of lamentations and blame game, and if you want, almost even shaking responsibility of governance, of the fact that he has a responsibility to govern with the greatest of respect to the president. Now, I want to make the point that every government comes into office inheriting assets and liabilities. Every government comes into office inheriting some credits as well as inheriting debts. President Kufuor in 2001 inherited assets and liabilities. He inherited debts. President Mills came into office in 2009 inheriting assets and liabilities. So was it the case that President Mahama inherited same? So was it for President Akufo-Addo in 2017. When President Akufo-Addo came into office in 2017, clearly President Akufo-Addo inherited debts across the spectrum of our government architecture. So the question about there's debt here, there's debt there, there's debt here, I'm not too sure that can be a justifiable excuse for not delivering on the concrete issues which affect the Ghanaian people. Issues of healthcare, issues of education, issues of agriculture, issues of jobs, issues of unleashing prosperity and wealth for the mass of our people.
Well, let me take you back to the Chamber of Parliament to listen to the Majority Leader, Mahama Yariga, after the presentation of the State of the Nation address.
That they are done today says it all. But this side is in white because His Excellency the President, we knew very well, was bringing to us a message of hope. Mr. Speaker, our elders have cautioned that you don't leave your crown in the hands of a hyena as a caretaker when you are traveling. Don't be surprised when you come back and the carcasses of all your livestock are gone. Mr. Speaker, what has happened to our economy and our country and the presentation that has been made says it all. It is sad, it is unfortunate. But His Excellency the President has brought us hope. Hope for the youth of this country. Hope for the women. Hope for the Okada drivers. Hope for the private sector. Hope for students. And hope for ordinary Ghanaians who did everything to bring him to office with such an overwhelming number. Mr. Speaker, we have no doubt that everything outlined here gives hope. And this House will support His Excellency to deliver on his commitment. But more importantly, this House will support His Excellency to deliver on the promise of accountability.
Well, the President also addressed key issues including education, healthcare, and illegal mining. We will explore these issues in more detail shortly, but let me give you a general overview of some of the key things that he touched on in the area of the economy. We've put together this to illustrate the point more forcefully in this graphics. Right, so we'll bring that to you shortly, but let me introduce my guests as we want to dissect what we're told today. In the studio this afternoon with me is Richard Ahiagba. He's the National Communications Director of the New Patriotic Party. Richard, you're welcome. Good to have you.
Thank you kindly.
Great. And then also joining us via Zoom, we have Mustafa Gbande. Mustafa Gbande is a Deputy General Secretary of the ND. He's also Deputy Director of Operations at the Jubilee House. We'll bring him on shortly. And then also we will have Dr. Asa Asante, a political scientist at the University of Ghana, a former Finance Minister, Dr. Amin Adam, and the Deputy Finance Minister Designate, Thomas Ampem-Dakun. Those are my guests this afternoon as we look at the issue that were presented to this afternoon by President Mahama. But let's illustrate the many things that were said today in these graphics. Right, so this is the president's take on the economy. There's a point that he's made quite in some time now, that in the coming month, March 3rd to be precise, and 4th, they will host a national economic dialogue, and he's shown an invitation to the NPP to participate in this dialogue. We'll find out whether the NPP will accept the invitation and participate as well. And then, of course, on his behalf by the Minister of Finance, the 2025 budget estimates will be presented to the House. And these two events, the economic dialogue and the budget, will allow him to present the real state of Ghana's economic crisis to the people of the country. And so these are the matters that he spoke about as far as the economy is concerned, that it is common knowledge that the Ghanaian economy is in dire straits, which is putting it mildly, because after an initial assessment of the books, I'm quoting him, we have discovered that our economic problems are much deeper than was publicly known. We have inherited a country that is broken on many fronts. The profoundness of the challenges are staggering. That's according to President Mahama. And he make a declaration that he, as President of the Republic, will fix the economic crisis confronting our country and reset it on a path of growth and prosperity. Right, so these are also still matters on the economy on your screens now. The red coats that came from the address delivered to Parliament and, of course, to the country contained in the State of the Nation address. Right, so let's start from the studio as we try to bring in the Deputy Finance Minister Designate, and of course the former Finance Minister, and then the NDC Deputy General Secretary, Richard Ahiaba. Richard, so clearly from what we've been told, it's like you left a very hopeless country for the NDC.
Well, thank you very much. That doesn't sound correct, does it? But before that, let me just greet your viewers and listeners if you have some on the radio. But the President's assessment of the economy is simply not true. It's not right. It's exaggerated. It is convenient for him to start from that place so that the mediocre performance, which will greet his administration, then look as though that he's done something. The Honorable Minority Leader started from a place that I thought that if he had time to expand it, would have given a very clear picture to Ghanaians. The president contrasting him sitting there with his former position that he's indicated coming into government as a vice president, assuming presidency. He was being president, then was inaugurated as president. His account of his own government was dire. He said what situation he's handing over to himself in 2013 is as bad, that there was nothing, it was just left with bones. Right, the meat had been eaten all the way to the bone. It's left with a bone. So if the same President John Dramani Mahama could describe his own government that he's handing over to himself as that, then if he gets the chance to describe an economy that is inheriting from someone, you can imagine that this is going to be what he said. But let's just look at two things to measure his government, ultimately what he left in 2017 when we inherited, versus what he is inheriting today. He left office with a GDP growth of 3.4%. He's inheriting twice that. 6.3% is the projected growth this year, 2024. Now, the current account balances of a country shows it's a measure of the health of the country in terms of transaction, how much money is moving through the economy, how much money we're making through our trades and service, investments, payment for investment, generally how much money is moving through the economy. We inherited a deficit of 6.6% from him in 2017. He is inheriting 2.6%. He's inheriting a more liquid economy, a more vibrant economy, a more well-positioned economy. What is left for him to do is to maintain the trajectory that has been handed to him.
Right.
So what he has done today is to indicate for people, I cannot do it, instead of moving forward and managing what is inherited.
He says he will fix it.
Well, if he will fix it, he should have shown us what he's going to do to fix it, rather than misrepresent the state of the economy he inherited. What the president did today was purely misrepresentation of what he inherited. The numbers are clear. Yes, you can talk about inflation, which we inherited from about 15% or so, and it's taken over about 23%.
Yeah, 23 as at the end of 2024.
Right? Now,
even exceeding the IMF threshold.
Exactly. Now, you see the target was about 18%, but you see the context in which that became the case. We inherited 15%. Now, in 2019, and I keep saying this thing, that if we follow the narrative, the evolution of the economic story under President Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, you see that we're on a path of growth until COVID. And that shows you in 2019, our inflation came down to about 8.2. Now, since when I was a young man, we've been projecting inflation plus or minus 2 for a long time, but we actually achieved that in 2019. So this economy that he's inheriting is twice as better as the economy he left.
I'll come back to you because my other guest has something to do, so we'll do it quickly with him. And he's the man who managed our economy before the expiration of the Akufo-Addo administration, Dr. Amin Adams. Doctor, good to see you. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Pulse.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm doing well.
I'm doing well.
I'm doing so well. I understand that you are out of town, so you were not among those in black today in Parliament.
Yes.
Right. But the management of the economy perhaps was in focus today when President Mahama took the podium to address the nation in the State of the Nation address. And he says that the economy is in crisis, the economy you manage at the latter part of the Akufo-Addo administration. You left 721 billion Ghana cedis in debt. State-owned enterprises also in debt, including ECG, that owes 68 billion Ghana cedis. Ghana Cocoa Board, we are talking about 32 billion Ghana cedis, of which 9.7 billion is due to be paid at the end of September. Clearly, he questions your management of the economy and says that what you left behind can best be likened to a patient in an intensive care unit.
Well, you don't measure the health of an economy only in terms of debts. You have liabilities and you have assets. And so a basic accountant knows this basic fact, that when you want to assess the performance of a company, you look at debts, liabilities, and you also look at assets. And so if the president was talking only about debts, then the equation is incomplete. And that would be intellectual dishonesty. Secondly, if you look at the debt situation, we all know the problems we went through as a country, and not just Ghana, the whole world went through these challenges of COVID, the war in Ukraine. The NDC will not accept that. But even the IMF and the World Bank, they have reiterated the effect of COVID and the war in Ukraine as all over the world. So if you want to look at how we came by these debts, the context is very clear. That it is not just about mentioning the debt figures. You measure debt sustainability, which is what we are working to achieve in terms of your GDP. So number one, you have to ask yourself, the money you borrowed, what did you use it for? The Akufo-Addo government borrowed, but we also use it to increase the size of the GDP by $20 billion. $20 billion is no mean achievement. That you have borrowed and you've added to the size of the GDP over 7 years 20 billion United States dollars. It means that we've used the money well, we've used the money productively, we've used it to build the economy. Secondly, if you also want to look at sustainability, you look at the debt figures as against the GDP. Now, if you look at the indicator of the sustainability that we left, it was 72% of GDP. And don't forget that it had risen to above 80%. But because of our productive debt management strategy, we brought it down to 72% of GDP. The NDC, when they left office in 2016, what was their sustainability outlook? By the end of 2016, the debt to GDP was 4%. So I'm surprised President Mahama is talking about debt when he handed over 74% of GDP in debt sustainability to the Akufo-Addo government. And this is why we're saying that it is about debts. Every government has accrued debts. Remember, in 2017, when NPP took over, the energy sector alone had a debt of $2.5 billion.
Today we are told it's $2.2 billion.
2.5 billion United States dollars. Okay? The road sector had debt. The cocoa sector had debt. But President Akufo-Addo took the bull by the horn. He accepted responsibility. He didn't say because of these debts, he was not going to provide leadership. And this is what I expect President Mahama to do. Now, let's look at the state of the economy.
Right.
Now, the state of the economy before NDC left office in 2016. An economy that grew at 7.2% in the third quarter. And by the end of the year, when the fiscal data is out, you will see above 6%. Compared to the 3.4% Mahama left office with. The current account balance at the time Mahama left office was minus 3.1%. That was a deficit. Akufo-Addo left office with a surplus of 5.9%. Okay? Similarly, trade balance. He left office in 2016 with a deficit of 2% of GDP. Akufo-Addo left office with a surplus of 4%. International reserves. Mahama left office with about 3.5 months of import cover. President Akufo-Addo left office with 4 months of import cover in international reserves. So if you look at what President Akufo-Addo took over from President Mahama, and he didn't run away from his responsibility, he provided leadership and supervised an economy faced with COVID, faced with the war in Ukraine, and still ended his term with all these figures. These figures may not be the optimal level we want to achieve.
Right.
But comparing with the record of President Mahama, I think that President Mahama should stop this lamentation and go ahead to take leadership.
So Doctor,
provide leadership.
Doctor, in spite of all of this, I mean, the narrative we've been provided this afternoon, we provided this afternoon, is that the economy left behind can best, I mean, first we heard words like it was criminally handled, it's in crisis, it's in ICU, basically saying that, concluding that you set out to run down the republic. What will be your reaction to this?
Well, from what I have said, I think you can see that the economy is in a healthy position. He talked about the financial sector. And one way of measuring the health of an economy is the financial sector performance. The financial sector, which is the backbone of our economy, is strong. And you can see the data from the recent Bank of Ghana report after their last MPC. Deputy Minister Designate is going to the Bank of Ghana as a board member. He will go and see the data. Total assets in terms of annual growth by December 2024 was 33.8%. Total deposits, December 2024 was 28.8% annual growth. Is it an economy that is in trouble when the financial sector is posting this data in terms of their performance? If we come to earnings and profitability, returns on assets before tax, as of December 2023, it was 5.4%. December 2024, it's 5%. But when you even come to look at returns on equity after tax, December 2024 was 38.8%. I'm talking about annual growth rates.
Right.
So these ratios of the performance of the banks, and if you come to the capital market, you will see, similar data where the GSE All Share Index, in terms of year to date growth, is about 56%. The capital market tells you the health of the economy, how the economy is performing. And so I wanted to see data that the president would present, such as what I'm doing. The statistics that tell you the performance of an economy. So we can tell whether the economy was really increasing. But what I heard him talking about was debts and debts and debts. And I'm really sorry. That is not the narrative. That economic analysts,
I'm guessing that, Doctor, I'm guessing that those details you are asking for will come up in the budget. But just one quick question so I can bring in the Deputy Minister Designate, Mr. Nyako. When you saddle a new government with so much money to pay in terms of settling our debt, to the extent that in the next 4 years, debt servicing alone will amount to 280 billion Ghana cedis, comprising 150 for domestic, 130 in external debt service. And clearly, the government is left with very little room to undertake the many development that it has promised Ghanaians. That, for some, can be likened to not prudent managing what was bestowed on you.
No, you look at debt in terms of debt sustainability. So to the extent that your debt sustainability ratio shows that debt to GDP ratio has come down from above 80% to 72% and going. Don't forget that even between September and October, the debt level reduced by 68 billion Ghana cedis. And so we had put in motion a debt management strategy, which was going to eventually reduce our debt to GDP to 55% in net present value terms. And so that is what we expect this government to continue. But they are doing something else, lamentation upon lamentation. Now the president is talking about a $10 billion big push project he's going to implement. How is he going to implement it? When the same president is saying that the economy is not in good shape. Is he deceiving Ghanaians? So such contradictory positions will not help the people who are watching our economy.
Perhaps we can put that question to the Deputy Finance Minister Designate. He's gone through vetting, awaiting approval by Parliament and subsequent swearing in by the President. The Honourable Bismarck Nyako, Honourable, you're welcome. You've heard the man you took over from the Finance Ministry, rubbishing everything that we were told today by the President, saying that they left an economy in good stead. What will be your reaction to this, Ms. Anthem?
Thank you. Thank you very much. And my regards to all the panelists. I'm surprised that anybody in this country would think that the Ghanaian economy is in good shape. I mean, it is surprising to hear that from them. Everybody knows that the Ghanaian economy has been mismanaged and that the economy is in a very bad shape. I think that President Mahama in his delivery was very generous. In fact, if you compare the Sona this year to the Sona that was presented in 2017 by President Nana Addo, Dankwa Akufo-Addo, then as he then was, you will see marked difference in the presentations. I think that President Mahama did not spend time to lament on the bad state of the economy as he has inherited. I think that most part of his presentation was forward-looking, and he emphasized on some of the things that he's going to do to turn things around. And he made certain profound statements, promise to Ghanaians that he would fix the economy. He will fix all the problems that he inherited. And we know from his track record that he's a problem solver. He compared that to him solving Dumsor. Dumsor, a problem that was perennial, that he inherited. President Mahama solved it. And so if such a person with such track record tells you that he would fix another problem, I think it is easy for anybody to believe him that he's going to fix the problems. In fact, when I sat there listening to him, I expected that he would spend a lot more time to talk about the ills of the economy, how bad the economy is. But he spent just a little time on that and moved on to say other things.
So you are saying that it is worse than we've been told today?
It is worse, but you are going to get the details on the 11th of March when Dr. Atto-Forson comes to present the budget. You see, but if you look at the style of President Mahama, he just briefly touched on some of the issues and then moved on to dwell more on the things that he is going to do to fix the economy. In fact, listening to my good brother, Dr. Amin Anta, and the other gentleman, I think...
That's the NPP Director of Communication.
Yes, their usual rhetoric of blaming the state of the economy on COVID, and that then it looks like will never change. We all know that every country, including Ghana, was hit by COVID, but because we did not have enough shock absorbers, the little external shock brought us on the ground. That is the fact. Nobody disputes the fact that COVID had an effect on Ghana and on any other country. But the fact that that external shock brought us to our knees demonstrated that, already our economy was heading into the ditch.
But Mr. Yanko, if I may come in briefly, and to put this in proper context. Now, if you say that you inherited an economy that is so bad that, somebody, from want of a better word, unsuitable to do anything good. Now, this government, the Mahama government, is just 50 days old in government. You are yet to even present your first comprehensive budget. You've managed to pay coupons in excess of 6 billion Ghana cedis. Some will suggest that it is because of what the NPP government did that has provided the cushion for you to undertake this payment. Because clearly you've not done anything that will suggest that it is your own doing that culminated in the payment of this 6 billion to the matured coupons. What will be your response to this?
My response will be that since we came, we have decided that we will constrain expenditure. We will control expenditure. And in fact, that is the difference between our government as we left the economy for the NPP and what they are leaving for us. Look, when they took over, we had built buffers in a sinking fund that had in excess of $250 million. And because we knew that the Eurobond that President Kufuor took was going to mature in a couple of months. And so we built the buffers, and when they came, they were able to use that money to clear the debt. But what did they leave for us? Look, President Mahama quoted that in the CD debt service recovery account, the balance in it as they left, and my brother, Dr. Amin Anta, is here. I heard him in a statement disputing this. The balance they left was 143 million cedis. Meanwhile, in just about a month after, we had to pay in excess of 6 billion cedis. So what buffers did they leave? And how did they expect any government to be able to pay that money when it falls due? So that is it. In the dollar account, President Mahama quoted that they left only $64,000. $64,000 in the dollar debt service account.
So this 6 billion cedis is basically from cutting down expenditure and,
cutting down expenditure, sweeping of accounts, and many other things that we had to do to be able to meet this obligation.
Right.
Because it was important that we met this obligation. And
it looks like connection to Mr. Thomas Ampemdako appears to be buffering. we'll try and bring him back on. But let me see if Dr. Amin Adam would like to offer some reaction, and then I will let them go so that we deal with the political aspect of the State of the Nation address. Doc, are you there, Dr. Adam?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
So
I would like to yes.
Yeah, please go on.
Yeah, the sinking fund issue, I think it's being overplayed. I mean, because when you talk about buffers, there are three main ways of building buffers. And there are three accounts the Ministry of Finance holds through which we build buffers. The sinking fund is just one of them. It's just one. And the sinking fund has its own sources. The sinking fund is funded from excess over the cap on the stabilization fund in our petroleum revenues. That is one. The second one is through external borrowing. Now, over the last 1 year, because of our IMF program, we were not allowed to borrow beyond 80 million United States dollars. And when you come to the petroleum revenue side, because we did not have excess over the cap, certainly you will not have more money going into the sinking fund. So that is just one of the buffers. The other two buffers, if you care, is the IMF proceeds account. That's another buffer we have. And I'll tell you, the IMF last disbursement came on the 2nd of December, if you recall. But we were able to pay coupons to Eurobond holders on the 3rd of January,
right,
amounting to 346 million United States dollars.
Right.
We didn't pay these coupons from the sinking fund, but it was a buffer that we created, which we could have used just after 2nd December, but we kept it. And after the year ended, on the 3rd of January, we paid $346 million in coupons to Eurobond holders. That was one of our buffers. The second one, in fact, the third one, is the Treasury Main 2 accounts, which is kept also by the Controller and Accountant General. So these are the three buffers that we have, not only the sinking fund.
Right.
I'm not surprised the president went talking more about sinking fund. Perhaps he was misled into thinking that the sinking fund is the only, a source of buffers. But there are these buffers that we've created. And I'll tell you, by the end of 2024, there was some 3 billion Ghana cedis we didn't spend. We could have spent it, but we kept it in the Treasury Main 2 account as a buffer. So why didn't the president talk about that? So let's not do propaganda.
Exactly, but my
management.
My final question,
catch up with you,
Doctor. My final question, so that I can let you go, is also how, in the same State of the Nation address, how do you justify the $400 million expenditure on the Agenda 1 project when one was not even delivered?
Well, these projects were all happening concurrently, and I'm sure you have been monitoring, and you will notice that the projects are at different stages of completion. As of the time we left, about 20 were above 90% stage of completion, about 20. There were others which were above 70% and others below 50%. And so you cannot say that because 400 million was spent, 400 million, completed 20. You are assuming that you would have done only 20 projects from start. But you have 111 or more projects across the country, and every part of this country deserves it. And you see contractors on these sites working across the country. Apart from the jobs that you are creating across the country, it is also an economic activity, construction, which grew significantly over the last 2-3 years. And so the government has responsibility to mobilize resources to complete these projects. Just as we mobilize resources to complete projects that they left in 2016. They have that responsibility. That is why the people of Ghana voted for them to fix it. And so this lamentation, I'm really surprised.
All right, Dr. Amin, thank you so much. Mr. Ampem, if you are there, so what exactly should we expect in the budget, especially on the matter of, cutting costs, rationalizing expenditure, and making money available for critical sectors of the economy? Now that you are quite clear the amount of money needed to service loans, interest payment, and other obligations of government, whilst also meeting the many promises you've made to the electorates?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Good, good. Before I come to that, I want to quickly say on this that we believe, in fact, President Mahama made this statement forcefully, that it was poor judgment to decide to start 111 hospitals simultaneously. I mean, it was poor judgment. It was only motivated by cheap political advantage that the government of the day wanted to have. Because, you see, what is the sense in starting so many projects at the same time with little resources that you know cannot complete all of the project at the same time? So the best way that we felt this could have been handled was to use the available resources to start and complete a number of them. When you finish, you move on to others so that they can be operational, so that the projects can be functional. Today, you have 111 hospitals dotted across the length and breadth of this country at different stages of completion. I mean, what was the use of that? Now, the monies are locked up and none of the projects is functional. It's being used for the purposes of health delivery.
Why didn't you do that with the e-blocks? Why didn't you do that with the e-blocks?
That is the point.
When you started a lot of them simultaneously.
And so for me, if we are going to continue with any of those projects, in fact, our approach will be probably to select a few with the little resources we have and then complete them, then we move on to the other. The president hinted that we will have other forms. And in fact, he mentioned that he's asked the health minister to actually bring a comprehensive plan as to how we are going to handle this.
Right. So
on the issue of the budget that is coming
right.
up and what to expect, in fact, I know that the finance minister is working with the team to finalize the budget. In fact, because I haven't been approved and sent there yet, I'm not privy to much of the information. But I know that this budget will bring hope to Ghanaians. We are going to see that we are aggressively pursuing revenue mobilization, and we are going to cut costs. Look, I've heard a lot of people trivializing the president's attempt to operate a lean government. Today, when I heard the minority leader in his concluding speech,
right,
trying to suggest that the president is cutting down the number of ministers and he's going to, or he has appointed so many presidential staffers. I can say on authority that after cutting down the number of ministers, we will also have fewer presidential staffers than what President Akufo-Addo did in his government. So what President Mahama is doing is sending a very good signal to Ghanaians that look at the times in which we are. If the president is cutting down costs, tightening his belt, then he can then ask Ghanaians to also help us get the economy on track. And finally,
right,
President Mahama made an important call. You see, I've heard some of our friends on the other side suggesting that, by inviting Ghanaians to an economic forum is because we lack ideas as to how to handle the economy. Far from that. President Mahama wants to build consensus on the way forward. And that is what we need to do, because in difficult times like this, you need to carry everybody along. And I recall when I was a new DC in my constituency hosting the National Economic Forum that the NPP boycotted. President Mahama has made an appeal to you that this time we hope you will not boycott such an important exercise. We want to carry every Ghanaian along, including those who put us in the mess, in fixing the problem. We don't care if you share the glory with us that, you participated in the fixing of the problem. That is what leadership is about. And so, Honorable Dr. Amin Anta, I know you're a fine gentleman. You mean well for Ghana. Even if your party decides not to participate, I know that will not be what you want to do. Come and join us. Let us think together. Let us build consensus on the way forward to build Mother Ghana.
Doctor, will you be there? Doctor, will you be there? Will you be at this forum?
Well, I think that the party will take a decision on this, not me as an individual. And so when the party decides, we'll communicate to the world. But I appreciate the fact that you want to build consensus, the same way you did in Senchi. But what did that deliver? What did that deliver to the Ghanaian? It delivered a broken economy, which we fixed. A deficit of 8.3% on commitment, which should have been 3%. That's what it delivered. It delivered a current account deficit, a trade balance deficit. It delivered not so much to the extent that the IMF program had to be extended when we took over from you, because the program was totally drilled. And that is what you people are trying to do, equalization. And so your minister has sent, a letter to ministries to compile projects, commitment, and others, with the view to using it to influence the macro framework and come out and say that the NPP has also breached the IMF program. And I know that you will not win from this.
All right.
We will continue to hold you responsible and accountable.
I'm surprised you think that the fact that the
management of the economy.
Right, let's leave it here, Doctor.
You think that the fact that the minister is asking all MDAs to bring, data on contracts, on commitments, on arrears, means we are up to something. I mean, if you were a new minister,
when he brings it out, in the budget, who interrogate
a new minister taking over the management of the economy, don't you think you will want to have a fair view of what you are up against? And so I think that is very, very important that we know.
Gentlemen, I think we have to leave the economic aspect of the Sona here and then continue the discussion. Thank you so much. Bisa Thomas and Dr. Mohammed Amin Adam, the former finance minister. Of course, the discussion on the economy will take center stage again when the budget is presented on March 11th. But then also at the presentation, there's also the political angle to all of this, what it makes the MPP look and what the NDC is trying to sell to the people of this country. And that is the reason why our next page on this discussion is going to focus on some of the political decisions taken since the assumption of the NDC administration, and of course what we were told by President John Mahama this afternoon. And of course, Mr. Wichranyagba is also here in the studio with me. And Musa Magbambe is the Deputy General Secretary of the NDC, also Deputy Director of Operations at the Jubilee House. So, Mr. Nyagba, to what extent does this make the MPP look bad in the eyes of Ghanaians?
Well, I think that the Ghanaians know what we went through. The path that we have walked from 2017 up until 2020 when things went south, and the efforts that the government put in to salvage the economy and improve conditions for Ghanaians. So Ghanaians are very well aware of what we have been through and the difficulties, the promises they saw in the economy. So Ghanaians are aware. The presentation of the president is designed to kind of misrepresent and give Ghanaians a very dire image of what he is inheriting. But on balance, if you see, the economy His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is inheriting is far better than what he left. And so for me, it is rather disingenuous for him, who left a much worse economy, to describe a better economy as inheriting as an economy that has been mishandled. And I think that is a poor assessment and a poor reflection on who he is, and it probably will be a poor reflection of what work he's going to do. He just tells us that he's setting the bar low. What he's doing is to create the impression things are so bad, and that if he's able to move it an inch, then he has done exceedingly well. The truth is that he's inherited a much better economy. He left an economy that was declining, that was declining fiscal year after fiscal year from 2013 when he took over. up until he left. And that same economy he left that was declining was turned around a year after we took over, and that the 3.4 economy grew 8.1 the year after he left office. So it's an indication of his management capacity of the economy. And so what he did today, if Ghanaians were to give a fair assessment of his office, him being in office in his first term, would come to a conclusion that this 4 years that he has is not going to be any different. It's going to be one that the economy will suffer, and he's looking for a basis to say that, oh, look at where I started from. And I think that is unfair, that is wrong. The economic data shows that this economy is better. He himself should do the comparison. Right. And you can do the comparison. The numbers are out there. I was conceding to you earlier about inflation. The matters about inflation, the factor out there for all of us to see. How is it that in 2022, the economy, the inflation rose up to about 54.1%, and how that was brought down almost in 2 years, turned that around, and that is looking downward consistently, okay, reflecting conditions in other places as well. You know, the last time I was here, I was talking about the inflation situation that created a lot of labor strikes in the United Kingdom, that created difficulties in America, were leading to the Treasury increasing interest rates to be able to contain the rise of inflation. So those realities are out there. We have not at any point in time said that this economy, from when we entered into COVID, we have never said that it's been a good economy. We appreciated and acknowledged the difficulties there, but we have also been clear in our minds to assure Ghanaians that we can do it. Yes. We have indeed brought the economy out of the doldrums to a point where it's even better than what His Excellency John Dramani Mahama left when there was no COVID, when there was no Russia-Ukraine war at all. But then they tanked the economy, but we put the economy he tanked to a better place. And
there are issues about addressing the unemployment situation when at the same time some people are being laid off. I'll come back to you on that. But let me bring in Mustafa Gbamde. Mustafa, your initial reaction to the Sona and of course all the issues that we've heard so far from some of my guests on the show.
Well, thank you very much, and good afternoon to my brother. I think first of all, I was listening to my senior brother, the former finance minister, say that they've grown the Ghanaian economy GDP by 20 billion. And my initial reaction is that an economy that is small, that takes care of its people, is a prudently managed economy. What is the profit of an oversized cooked economy when its people are dying? Today, President Mahama have sown a seed that it's a foundation that hopes are alive. That today, 50 days ago, there used to be a government in power where the people were suffocated, where the ordinary Ghanaian was hard-pressed, where standard of living was very high. Today, we've taken our country away from the casino boys and girls led by a station master, and that the foundation of hopes have just been laid, and that there is an honest evaluation of the state of our country.
Right.
To the extent that Ghana government Ghana economy came under high attack by these casino boys and girls, which my brother Ahiagba knows who they are. They've suffocated this economy. They took so much money, chopped same, managed the economy badly, put all of us in trouble. And when I sit back, today I'm smiling, because in as much as we are yet to start building a country again, you have leadership that you can trust. You have leadership that is honest. You have leadership that has credibility. You have a leadership that even before it gets 3 months in office, began to heal one of the most avoidable atrocities committed by these casino boys and girls, taking pensioners' money. and President Mahama have decided to say, I will honor them, I will pay them back what we have taken from them. And I think that the NPP should be very humble enough to say, this is a solid foundation. And if you examine the euphoria of today's presentation, you realize that clearly it exposes the wickedness, the deliberate lack of management on the part of the NPP, that clearly they had an option to make Ghana better, but because they are fused with the appetite of chopping money, taking what doesn't belong to them, they plunge the nation and the ordinary Ghanaian into hardship. My brother Richard Ahiagba knows that. And so when he comes to sit and he's talking about economic figures, which does not make sense to the ordinary Ghanaian, he is adding more salt to injury. The ordinary Ghanaian is saying, when you were in government 8 years, they saw you living a very opulent lifestyle. They saw how President Akufo-Addo and his appointees mismanaged this economy, and that at best, they didn't want to see this breed of people in government. They have brought a new set of government that is coming to dig a foundation that will give birth to jobs, that will give hopes alive. I have heard President Mahama talk about agri centers. And I was like, wow, the farmers in my village, the farmers in my brother Richard Yahiagba's village, the farmers in my senior brother finance minister's village will see some light. Because as we speak,
right,
when they promise planting for food and jobs, 8 years, we saw that was a scam. When they promised one village, one dam as an agri policy, it was again a scam. But the NDC is saying that I'm going to place tractors at the disposal of farmers, exploit those avenues, go and produce farm for us to enhance our food security. You've heard President Mahama talks about jobs, and these are realistic policies that will be achieved if people don't become greedy. So avoidably, the MPP had the option to make this country better, but they just couldn't because their focus was to steal. Their focus was to be vindictive.
Mustafa, because you touched on jobs, in the State of the Nation address, President Mahama told us that there are at least 2 million youth in the country who are unemployed, and he is designing various models to get them employed. Now, here's the case that the former administration made the work easier when they absorbed some of them. Now, you've come to even sack them. The same space you want to create for people to be employed. This afternoon, for example, we've been told that over 50 PMMC workers across the country have been laid off. The reason being that, they are doing some kind of a restructuring.
No, brother, creating jobs is not evilly planting people on a payroll to politically exploit same. That is not job creation. The only job they created was NAPCO, and they couldn't even pay the people. My brother here knows that in 8 years, the only job creation policy they brought, which functioned, we saw people being employed, was NAPCO. Before they left power, they owed them 8-9 months. That is very evident of the Nana Akufo-Addo's government. And so when you are about to exit government and you wickedly employ people contrary to procedure, contrary to practice, those people should be laid off so that the proper thing can be done. The government is not saying that the fact that you are laid off, you are not longer a Ghanaian. You can reapply when these vacancies are open to all Ghanaians. It doesn't matter whether you are NPP, it doesn't matter whether you are NDC, but government is saying that the people were not employed following due process. Don't we have to follow due process in employing people? Do we have to say because we are in government, we should just wake up any day and be employing people without due process? Now, when youth of this country were complaining about jobs, did the Akufo-Addo government have the avenue to employ, yet refuse to employ their own youth? Is it deliberate? Is it wickedness? Or is it just political, people, when power enters your head and you do not even know where you come from?
their own people, they failed to employ them. And then when you have lost power, within the period of transition, you overload the payroll and you expect these people to be there. Let me tell them, more are yet to be sacked. If you were employed wrongly, that employment will be nullified. You would have to reapply. And that when you qualify on merits, you'll be given a job, irrespective of whether you are NPP or you are NDC. As far as you are a Ghanaian, if there's a job vacancy and you are competent, you should be able to bid and apply for that job. If you qualify, you should be given. That is what the government is saying. What is the hue and cry about this? Didn't the NPP government do the same when they were in power? When they came to power, didn't they do the same? They claimed that the outgoing government at the time employed people contrary to, due process, and that they had to nullify those employment. And that was correct at the time. Today, the same thing is being done, and the NPP want to invent new laws, new rules. Does it not just suggest and expose their double standards?
Another issue that captured my attention. This is a quote, Mr. Speaker. As part of Operation Recover or Loot policy, I've already tasked our investigative bodies to bring the culprits of the National Service Ghost Names scandal to justice. Such brazen theft of public funds must be stopped and punished. It is estimated that the criminal addition at some point of more than 80,000 ghost names could have yielded the suspect over 50 million a month. Unfortunately, some of the suspects are believed to have absconded from the country. Have directed that they be declared wanted and their assets traced and frozen until investigations are completed. It looks like you've already pronounced them guilty, even before a court of competent jurisdiction established so.
No. If you are a potential suspect or a suspect, and it is perceived that at the time you are being sought for, you can't be found, it's just in accordance with, criminal process to declare the person wanted, subject to investigation. And I've heard President Mahama made that statement very clear, that all of these people must be brought to face the investigative process. And I always say this, if you look at the mood of the ordinary Ghanaian, look, if we fail to bring to book these casino boys who have stolen so much than they actually need, if we have not been able to retrieve most of this stolen wealth back to the people of Ghana, I think that Ghanaians will be disappointed. And so I was so happy to have seen that today, not just about oral, lawyer Martin Pebu have actually applied to the Police Criminal Investigation Unit to commence an investigation into illegalities committed by MPP's Chamahun to me. I was very excited because whoever have done something wrong against the people of Ghana must be brought to book. And for me, that is one mandate on which Ghanaians voted for the NDC. They just believe that the people in government were more or less a bunch of individuals who have hijacked an economy, who have stolen the public purse, and they shared among themselves, and that we must take every force to recover what has been stolen.
Let me allow let me allow Richard some reaction to all the things you've said, so I'll come back to Richard.
He's been speaking all this while.
Mustafa is my brother, and I wish him well, but it's just strange that he's struggling. It's just about 50 days into office, and they can't explain things straight. It is not true. Absolutely not true. Okay? The matters to do with the employment, they have not shown us one single evidence of any irregularity. They are claiming that, but we haven't seen it. The president in his Sona says that we will leave no one behind. That's an emphatic, clear statement that he made. Yet they are leaving thousands and thousands of young people behind by retrenching them. You can't make that assertion in capping your statement to the nation that this is the state of the economy you found, and that there is a lot of work to be done, which is a fact, because our economy is a problem waiting for solution, and it has always been. And every government must apply itself to try and solve that problem. Now, so when you make that declaration, and then you are at the same time retrenching people on the basis of creating room to employ your party people, then I am not clear in my mind that you are here to solve Ghana's problem. You are here to substitute, you are here to pander to your party people. And the objective of this pursuit of power for the NDC and for His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is not to help Ghana.
They said due process was not followed. In the
they have not shown you. Have you seen any evidence of that? They haven't seen it. When they do, they will ask you, oh, have they advertised in the papers and all of that? You see, the thing about why my brother made the point that why is it that we've been in government and we haven't employed the people and all of that and
we waited to the last minute.
You see, we need to speak in context. You saw the first half of Akufo-Addo's government, okay, all the way till 2020. But when we came into 2021, right, that government looked different. It was nothing like the first term of Akufo-Addo because you have a parliament that was contentious. And much of our problems began with that parliament because of how the parliament looked. Even actually signaled to the market that this was going to be a difficult economy to be managed. And right from there, you saw the international agencies started to downgrade our economy. But the NDC exploited that adversely, okay, for their politics, but ultimately against the interests of the country. Every blockade they put in parliament affected the economy. They succeeded. They inherited the residual pain from that blockade and that obstruction in parliament. That is what created. Now, before you can employ, you need financial clearance. You have to have the economy, have the fiscal space to be able to do that.
Right.
Since when did the economy turn around? In 2023. The story of the turnaround began in 2023. So you have a limited space to be able to then address all these matters. That's why you have such a delay. But it is not an intentional thing. We came in to do right by this country, and the evidence of our first term shows we didn't complain, we fixed the problem. They left us a mess. Which mess, I don't have to tell you because you saw it. There was doomsday across board. There was difficulty in the economy when they didn't experience anything.
Mahama says he fixed it.
He didn't fix anything.
Exiting.
He didn't fix anything. He left the economy in a mess.
And you left 33 billion debts at ECG, $2.2 billion in the
but how much debt?
sector.
How much debt?
Tesla, 75 billion.
That's okay. That's okay. So is he telling us that when he left office, what was the debt to GDP at the time when he left? About 74%. Right? Is that a fixed economy? No, it's not. When he left the economy to us, what was the expansion? 3.4. Is that a fixed economy? No. You understand? So the point we're making is that today was a good opportunity for him. 50 days into office, come in and make concessions that are appropriate, tell us what you're going to do, but you don't come here and indicate to us that you have inherited economy that is bad when that is not true. This whole business about paying, DDEP bondholders.
Yes.
Today they are moralizing about debt DDEP, but then when they exploited that for their politics, now they're saying that they have been able to pay them and promising they will pay without any penny left in.
The July, August one.
Yes, of course. But before they paid the fourth one, there was the first payment, there was a second payment, and there was a third payment. Okay, the fourth payment, they have not brought a budget. Where they got the money from to pay that is not of their doing. It's economy that we gave them. They have inherited that, produced that amount. Today, as you and I are speaking, do you know how much they have borrowed already? It's almost on an average of 1 billion Ghana cedis a day. That's what they have borrowed already. That's how much they have borrowed already. So if they are saying, and we have done so, from where did they get that money? You understand? So the NDC is not being honest. The NDC, for me, I can tell you this, and we're going to all be here to see it. They are going to make this management of the economy about talk. They are going to just be talking, just like my good brother is talking, sitting in the car that is talking. They are just going to be talking about it. They won't do anything because we know them.
So
we know
this borrowing is 1 billion cedis a day.
I'm saying on average,
yes.
If you see the total they have borrowed in 50 days, if you divide that on a daily basis, about on average about 1 billion Ghana cedis,
and according to the NPP,
billion.
Yes, it currently stands at 59
Yes,
billion.
on average, even more than $1 billion a day they borrowed. You understand?
But Richard, if some people are benefiting $50 million a month from supposed ghost names on the National Service Scheme program, then clearly such people must be dealt with.
Absolutely. I don't have any reservation when that is brought to bear. I'm saying that let's have a conversation about that. Let's investigate it. Where anybody is found to have done wrong, those people must be punished appropriately. Nobody is quibbling about that. There's no argument about that. I won't do that argument any day. It doesn't matter who is involved. But let's not create the false impression. You see, unfortunately, what they are probably mistaking the state of the economy to be is that, oh, he's saying about this casino boys and girls and all that. If people have done wrong, it doesn't mean the economy has been criminally mishandled. That, you understand? So they need to separate the two. The economy that you have inherited is not what you are describing. You understand? So, but then if people have done wrong, those people, by all means, must be punished. But allow for that to be done according to law. That's all we're saying. I mean, we all have interest. I can tell you, I'm the first person to say that I want them to succeed. But I just know, my gut tells me they're just not going to. Because if you see their record, if you see their history, and you know that it's the same His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, who is in office, he's not going to be able to do anything. Why? Two things. Maybe his record shows he cannot manage the economy well, but their disposition, their worldview, okay, their worldview in a competitive market environment such as this, their worldview does not lend for their success. They don't appreciate the market, okay? That orientation is a difficulty for them. And I'm saying that if you put the two parties together and the field we are playing in is a competitive market environment, you can surely bet on a party whose disposition is to embrace the market, work with the market, and grow the economy. That's where the growth will come from. And so, for me, any day, the NPP stands a better chance to advance Ghana's interests. And I'm confident to tell you today that in time, Ghana will begin to see the amount of work the NPP did.
Let me bring in Mustafa. Mustafa, I mean, after the presentation and the reactions that followed, Dr. Kanashigbe, who is one of the conveners for the media campaign against illegal mining, was quick to say that in all the presentations the President made to Parliament and his reference to illegal mining, he was waiting to hear the President say it. I'm going to instruct the Lands and Natural Resources Minister to go to Parliament to repeal LI 2462 that allowed mining in forest reserve. That did not come up.
Well, so let me first of all state this to my brother Richard before we proceed. An economy is said to have been criminally handled when the president supervised a finance minister who takes loans on behalf of the people of Ghana, uses his private company to benefit from fees. That is when an economy is criminally handled. An economy is again criminally handled when you take loans to invest in agriculture, only to find out that it was a Ponzi scheme. And I'm talking about their planting for food and jobs. It was clearly a Ponzi scheme. I'm talking about their one village, one dam. It was another Ponzi scheme. And so I've just given him 3 examples of when an economy is criminally handled. Now, let me go to the issue of repealing the law that allows for
mining in forest reserves.
In the forest. I think that the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources just got sworn in.
Right.
I think 3 weeks ago. And one will appreciate that the level of corruption, the level of, unethical dissipation of government, mineral resources by the President Akufo-Addo's government require a thorough audit, a thorough assessment, a thorough review of the happenings within the ministry to have an informed direction as to how to roll out the current government's policy. And if you don't do it well, then you are bound to fail. We should not do these things in a hurry. It's just barely 50 days. And I believe that subsequent days, with or without the state of the nation, the minister would go to Parliament on any day to do that if he's ready to do that.
Right.
You have the commitment of government already. And let me say this. We are still working with the IGP appointed in the previous government.
We are still working with the CDS appointed by the previous government. I must say that all the security heads under President Akufo-Addo are still at their post, except the National Security Coordinator, of course. Meanwhile, you have seen commitment by this government towards ensuring that at least the field is not allowed for people to continue what they have done many years ago. Just last week, you have seen a team of operatives led by the minister. You have seen the Ashanti Regional Minister. You have seen the Western Regional Minister. You have seen the Eastern Regional Minister under the supervision of the Lands Minister going to stop further destruction of our forest reserve while these reviews are ongoing. So clearly, my brother Kenasigbe will come to understand that what he wants will be given to the ordinary Ghanaian, because President Mahama has committed to the fact that we will repeal that law that allows President President Akufo-Addo and his appointees to flood our forest reserves with Chinese illegal miners benefited from sale, use it under the Ponzi scheme of gold for oil. We are going to repeal that law that displaces all of us, endanger our ecosystem, endanger our living standard, our living as far as the vegetation and environment is concerned. And so I beg you, it's early days yet. The minister will do his work, with or without the state of the nation.
We'll leave it here. Mustafa, thank you so much. Richard, do you have anything more to say?
Yes. I mean,
as we begin to wrap up.
Yeah, so Mustafa is struggling, and this is just the beginning. You know, the matters to do with Galamsey, something very dangerous. We must all speak against it, but that somehow is getting worse under them. They haven't gotten a handle. They were in opposition. They talk large and big. Now they're faced with it. They should deal with it, because it is getting worse. It's getting out of control, right under their control. So they need to be able to do something about it. You know, the NDC, suddenly when the president came to the House today, did not mention a thing, or he didn't even cough about LGBTQ. But then he won on the back of that. The propaganda they did with that, he won on the back of that. Question is, why did he not mention it? He said he died with the last parliament. And now he's going to have the government introduce a bill to do it. He won't do it. But goodness, they are member of parliament for Asin South, the Reverend Intim actually introduced a private member's bill on that, I think last Friday, okay, in Parliament. That is working. We expect the president, he knows about it. We expect him and his government to back that fully, okay, to ensure that that bill is passed, because that is one of the things that the country was crying about. That was one thing the country was yearning for, and they politicized it. They benefited from it. He must see to its passage. But when that is all said and done, our hope is that the NDC must ensure that what economy they inherited, they build on it. We gave them a path of growth. They must not destroy it by talking the way the president has talked today, but show us the evidence that they are going to add to it and make this economy grow so they can improve conditions for Ghanaians. That's what they are elected to do, not to lament.
Finally, people like you, just outside of the Sona, and you know, yesterday, for example, Monday actually, the former majority leader confirmed to us a document in circulation about some work they did regarding the party's performance in the last election, the Ashanti region. They've presented it to the Ashanti region secretariat of the party. Some of the things that came up that is making rounds, the respondents, some of them told the committee that they were unhappy with the leadership style of President Akufo-Addo. They reference a government that was controlled by family members and few other things that are the selection process for your party leaders, parliamentary, presidential aspirants. Comments that came from leading members of the party run up to the election are some of the things that got them to stay out of voting on election day last year. I don't know what the party is doing about this.
Well, I mean, that's the Ashanti regional version of the internal stuff. I think, unfortunately, I haven't seen the document. I haven't authenticated whether or not that is really true. But the matters you have raised are matters that probably have happened, especially the issue to do with the, matters arising from the internal primaries and all of that. It's a human institution. And then just like how we would go to an election with the NDC, come up and have complaints about things that happen. You'd have that. Internally, it's even more tenuous because you have in a close quarters, people disagreeing, people stepping on people in the process to find a leader from constituency, even from polling station, electoral area, constituency, region, and national. So those engagements naturally generate some unhappiness on the side of people. So we knew that we had some internal issue to address. Good effort was given to addressing those. Not all of them were resolved. Of course, the result shows us that we still have a lot of issues to resolve. I would say that rather than focus on this report, we wait for the Professor Okoye Committee, the Election Review Committee, complete their work. We study the input that people have made, and that will become the basis for our restructuring and rebuilding. So for those, I'm not sure what the issues are in that, but the fact is that we had some internal challenges growing from internal democratic processes, but we know now that that has created what that has created, which is the difficulty with the election. We'll fix it, but we're waiting for that report to come, and then that will inspire us to take the right steps based on the recommendations to get things right so that we can come back in 2020.
And will the party be able to resolve every one of them before the next election?
Yes, there is that goodwill now, because we know as a political party we exist to win political power. So the self-interest and the objective of the party will lead every member to realize that it is time to set aside all personal differences and look at what will benefit Ghana. And I told you much earlier that, in us is the belief that given the chance, the party that can advance Ghana's interest is the New Patriotic Party. We believe that, in essence, because of our worldview. We think that it has helped many countries to advance, and anytime the NPP is in government, you see the evolution. Right now, the difficulty we have had, which is an exceptional situation, is with COVID and the general. I mean, look at what happened in UK, right? The whole government was completely wiped out. You go to America, completely wiped out. You understand? A lot of incumbent governments are going against the headwind because of the general economic environment. We are no exception. So what we have suffered, apart from the internal matters, the effect of our loss actually is on the basis of the external impact that has affected our economy. But we are sure that when we do the right thing, when we get our ducks back in line, we will be able to mobilize our party support and be able to win. But what would help us is the NDC's own failure, because I know, given their record, the NDC will not do anything different. And I'll tell you, if you have a second, this whole thing about the one district, one factory.
Right.
Okay? The NDC opposed that. They will tell you they didn't oppose it. They opposed it. They didn't support it. Because when you're trying to incentivize businesses to grow and to invest, to create employment, which was all we're doing. By the way, he said NAPCO was the only way.
The only employment you created.
We created jobs through the one district, one factory in excess of 170,000 direct jobs and related jobs. But what they have done, and now is going to come and bite them, is their opposition to the incentive regime that government was putting in place to drive enterprise. Because they are not market inclined, they didn't see it. They only see economic stimulus from a demand perspective. Or we're using a supply perspective to drive growth. So if they had approved that tax exemption that were proposed since 2022, if they had approved that, would have created even more jobs. Now, if they continue that initiative, they will have to come to Parliament and incentivize those.
Exactly.
And we'll see what obstructions they will face in Parliament.
Richard Ahiawa is the Director of Communication with the NPP. Earlier you heard from the NDC Deputy General Secretary, Musa Ogman. We'll take a short break here on the Pulse and return with more.
been to Aqua Safari lately? Let me share my experience with you at the new Aqua Safari Resort. When you arrive, you're greeted by warm smiles and introduced to your 24-hour butler who already has your itinerary sorted. Enjoy water sports activities like jet ski rides, kayaking, water sliding, flyboarding, and castnet fishing. You can even have your lunch here on the boat cruise. Experience horseback riding, tennis, and some golfing amongst a host of other activities. Let the tour guides take you through the sceneries of the Volta River, the mangrove forest, the friendliness of the animals, local and exotic birds, while you pet and feed them. You can have this large space for your conferences, corporate retreats, and so many activities as part of the package. We chose to have our breakfast with a beautiful sunrise right in front of our cabin. We had an amazing experience and I can't wait to return for more.
Visit Aqua Safari Eco Resort in Ghana, bringing you closer to nature.
Now let me tell you why you should choose Safari Valley as your conference destination.
The new conference building combines modern amenities with the tranquility of nature, providing the perfect backdrop for your next seminar and corporate retreat.
The only conference destination with so many activities. You don't have to travel to visit your tennis club, the gym, or the stables. They have it all.
Enjoy this rooftop viewing deck, basking in the sunlight with the sight of wild animals roaming freely in their natural habitat.
At my break, I'm able to practice my putting.
It's a unique experience that sparks creativity and rejuvenates the mind.
Visit Safari Valley Eco Resort in Ghana, bringing you closer to nature.
You're strong and you're tough. Syntax tank Syntax tank. Ladies and gentlemen, I beg you, check your tongue and get Syntax. SINTEX. Wait, you're just over 25 years we are made in Ghana water storage solution. You were green, you were blue, colors in here, but gray. That's it, your baha, your mom free water. We have over 400 agents nationwide. Just Ghana Finance, yeah, baho. Find us on social media, Syntax Ghana. Not nominate here. Say Giovanni, Syntax, I need you in this community. And it's that simple. I will be there myself. Syntax Ghana page me. All right, so just like that, we're wrapping up inside Tessie. Syntax Tank! Hey, strong! Hey, strong!
Download OneXBet app and enjoy the variety of sports anytime, anywhere. OneXBet app, at the heart of the game.
Welcome back. Now let's talk about something that everybody is interested in now. The paint that is working so much magic in homes and in places that hitherto had serious, leaking issues. And Stephanie again is here with me. Stephanie, welcome.
Thank you.
All right. So I've gotten so many questions. Some are asking, what makes your paint different? Is it ordinary paint or there's something more to it? So first, let's talk about the paint and what it does. So is it an ordinary paint or this is a special kind of a paint?
Okay. So, good afternoon to your viewers. This is a special kind of paint.
Okay.
We have a lot of, products that it's in town and they say stops leaking.
Right.
But this is tried, tested, and proven.
Meaning some research went into it, yes. And then the final product is what
and that is
you
what
have.
Came out. That is why we used the basket as a demonstration.
Exactly. We're going to do it again today as well because some people are so skeptical about the genuineness of what we've been feeding them. But so the paint, it is not a case that you can just get a basket, paint the inside and expect that it will hold the water.
No. It has a nice way to do it. That's why I always say the surface that has to be applied has to be very clean. It doesn't matter. It works on every surface. So for this basket, we had to make sure it was cleaned. So, when you buy it, it has dust and other things. It's the same way when the surface that you would apply it has a little bit of dirt. Trust me, it's not going to work. So it has to be very clean. Then we do the application. Once the application is done correctly, that's it.
And then the other concern I'm also getting is that some people are saying that if the paint is on the market, why don't I just go and buy, take it home, paint the places that is giving me trouble, and expect that when it rains, I will have the peace of mind to sleep. Does it work that way?
You can do that. That is if you trust your painter, but we will still want to give him the correct way to do the cleaning, the correct way to do the application.
Because before the painting is done, something must happen first.
Something has to happen. It's just not, usually we just buy paint and we go to the room. We
and get a brush and start painting.
No. But this one, the surface has to be properly cleaned. If it's not properly cleaned and you paint, the paint is not going to solve the problem you're looking for. Okay. So it has to be very cleaned. Once it's cleaned and it's applied the correct way, that's it. I always tell you, I only have to clean my basket when I'm coming for interviews. I just clean the dust that has been, accumulated in it during the days and something. So once it's done correctly, all you need is when it's dirty,
and then you
wash
clean it. Okay.
You're good to go.
Okay. So if you are lost, we are talking about easy paint, and what it does is that if you have a leaking roof and you've tried all manner of ways to have it and it's not working. The last time I was trying to tell you what somebody introduced me to, and then I tried, it didn't work. Mine had to do with the window, silicone. That's what they told me. So we've used so many of it. As soon as, after a while, it wears off, and then I'm back to the same issue. And so in your case, it is foolproof that it will last for a certain number of years, if not forever. So for those who just tune in and they are asking, what exactly are you talking about? Can you walk us through what this whole enterprise is about?
Okay. So this is the Easy Waterproof Paint, one of the products from Easy Paints Company. And what this paint does, it solves leakage problems. You go to homes, you have the walls looking so nasty. You think there are no people taking care of the walls, but it is not their fault. Maybe they had plumbing works mistakenly done, that wasn't done well, or the surface, the ground that they built the home on, they didn't do the proper due diligence by applying this. So if you have a house that has already been painted and it's peeling, you have cracks in, please rush and come to Easy Paints. Let's solve this problem for you with Easy Waterproof Paint. Now, if you have a home that you've, nicely done, newly done, just cemented, plastered, that is the best we can do. That is the best, because it's fresh and it's virgin. We just go in, we do the application nicely, and then it helps you. I always tell people that we would have loved that once you do the foundation, we come in from there. So we can start from the floor, rise to the walls, rise to the ceilings, and then we are done with you. Your house stays, your pocket is okay. Everybody comes and your home is not a geography class that we have to show them maps of the world.
Somebody is asking that he lives in a compound home and he can tell by the size of the roof that it's been there for over 100 years. It's rusty. Can this help?
It can be helped. It can help. It can.
All right, so then you have your answer. Even rusty roof. Roofing sheet that he's talking about.
Yes.
That you can tell that it's been there for over 100 years. And they have issues with leakage.
Yes, so tell him now that it started raining, or if there are some young men in the house, they can do like their normal Saturday activity, clean the roof for me. Once they finish the cleaning, he should run and come to Easy Paint.
Let's do the demonstration now so that the doubting Thomases will be
okay. So this is water, normal water, no additives. And this is my basket that has been painted with Easy Waterproof paints and the acrylic semi-gloss as a finishing. So
you're going to pour the water inside?
We're pouring it in.
And baskets and water, they are not the best of friends.
Not at all. Not at all. Somebody told me this morning to give him the basket because he was going to use it for some fufu party somewhere. I said, sure.
The basket for fufu.
Oh, now for fufu party. Me too, I'm going to use it for fufu party. But please, this is it.
So two bottles of water.
I'm giving it 2 bottles. So usually people will say, oh, the water in it is just something little. So definitely, it's not going
to. So we're going to lift the basket to see if the water, as you can see, there's no collection of water under the baskets.
I've done my hair nicely. Let me carry it and then let's see.
And let you see.
Yes.
Perhaps you can even lift it.
Yes.
If it is dripping, we'll see.
Let's see.
There's nothing. There's nothing meaning.
Nothing at all.
Meaning we've passed.
Nothing
we've passed.
At all.
And this is what it will do to your home.
Yes.
If you have issues of leakage.
Or even cracks. Even if you don't have issues of leakage, but you want a paint that will, sustain,
we'll deal with the cracks.
Keep the house for you, this is the best you can use. Yeah.
Again, let's talk about where you can be found, the addresses, the telephone numbers. If you don't want to walk in, you can do the discussion on phone. Yes. Okay.
So for bulk purchase, you can get us at Abeka Junction. We are opposite the Allied Filling Station under the main Achimota Road that leads to La Paz. You can find us there, or you can give us a call on 0243 70 7696. 0243 70 7696. But aside our Abeka office, wherever they sell hardware, you can get easy waterproof paint. Make sure the bucket you're going for is this type, and it has the easy waterproof written down on it with the blue cover.
But for professional advice, you recommend that the person should walk in.
It's better.
Yes, have a sit down. Maybe you have a look at the property, and then you can advise appropriately.
We can advise some, on what to do.
Okay. Stephanie, thank you so much for coming through, and hopefully we'll see you next week. Yes. You have a good weekend.
All right, you have a good weekend too.
This is a pause. Let's take a short break and return.
Here with the Ghana Boundary Commission, we are doing an inspection of Ghana's international boundary line with Côte d'Ivoire.
Have you ever wondered what it takes to protect, manage and resolve disputes along these boundaries?
Ghana and Côte d'Ivoire had a problem which was resolved by the ITLUS ruling.
Unanimously finds that Ghana didn't violate the sovereign rights of Côte d'Ivoire.
For decades, boundary disputes have sparked tensions across the continent, but Ghana is taking a different approach, one built on diplomacy, collaboration, and strategic security. The Ghana Boundary Commission stands at the front line, ensuring peaceful coexistence with our neighbors, demarcating boundaries, and safeguarding national sovereignty. Join us as we uncover the untold story of the Ghana Boundary Commission, its challenges, victories, and the future of Ghana's boundaries.
Now, to some other stories now, and some students at the University of Ghana are urging President Mahama to consider his plans to integrate military training into the National Service Scheme as a pathway for recruitment into the armed forces. Now, speaking to JoyNews, Collins Frimpong about the president's plan to introduce military training, the students argue that this initiative would help streamline the military recruitment purposes.
President Mahama has announced that as part of plans to instill discipline among the Ghanaian youth and also Ghanaians in general, he intends to introduce military training into the National Service Scheme. And this has become a major talking point among the Ghanaian youth. We are here in the University of Ghana to engage some students who are potential national service personnel. I want to start for the opinion what they make of this particular policy that the president has announced here. And I have 2 ladies here and 3 gentlemen that I want to engage. First, they say ladies first, so we want to do that first. Good afternoon. What's your name and which level are you?
I'm level 100. My name is Mavis Mensah.
Mavis, which program are you doing?
Bachelor of Arts in Theatre Arts, English and Psychology.
Okay. First of all, what do you make of the policy that the president has announced? He intends to roll out a policy where you inculcate military training into the national service scheme.
First of all, I think it's a good idea, and I'll suggest that they pick out people who are rowdy, and then they give them that kind of they send them to the military, but then that's going to tag them. So I suggest it's a general something that everybody goes through.
Right, but first of all, you said it is a good thing. I'll come to you first, but let me come to my brother here. Good afternoon, and what's your name?
I'm Ali Sharif, level 400 student, reading education.
Right, what do you make of this policy?
Oh, I think it's a very good initiative. I was actually listening to the State of the Nation address before I came to write my exams. He was emphasizing on instilling discipline. And I think with that, he's going to boost our reserve. It is going to give the country a lot of reserve personnel in our military. Unlike the developed countries, they have active personnel in their military and reserve personnel. I don't think Ghana we have some. So an initiative like this is going to allow the country to have reserve personnel in matters of need.
Your name and level?
I'm Aiken Salo, level 200, offering Bachelor of Science in Biological Sciences.
What do you think? What do you make of this policy?
Actually, it's not a bad one, but you see everything on this earth has the positive sides and the negative sides. If you should look at it very critically, since he said his goal or the main aim of it is to instill discipline, let's look at it first. Let's achieve the discipline first. But well, there will be some shortbacks which we cannot really ascertain at the moment until it is implemented. We can't say anything for now. So let's just wait and watch what comes out of it.
But do you envisage any challenges that this particular policy may pose?
As for challenges, there may not be many, but there may be a few. As in the fewest, some people don't have this kind of physical abilities. Sam, what about the disabled ones? What about them? Have they been thought about? What about those who are not really, let me say, in that fit form for such kind of job? Yeah, that's all I have for now.
Right, thank you, Akins. I still have one more person here that we want to engage. Good afternoon, and your name?
Yeah, my name is Prince Kuma. Yeah, I think it's a very laudable policy, and security has evolved. When you talk about military training, probably are not limited it to physical training. Right, so I think beyond even instilling discipline, in our youth, I'm also looking at it from a broader perspective of enhancing the overall national security, posture of our country, especially where our country has been under threat. The country is doing below the 1:500 of the United Nations police to citizen ratio. So we are looking at maybe educating our citizens on basic national security threats and risk, self-defense, and emergency response skills. It may not necessarily be about going to do a press up or something. We are going to make sure we educate people so that they can even detect, alarms, especially when we're doing like see something, say something, right? Most of us were able to say something because we cannot even detect whether something is about happening. So I believe that this is very good. It's not only Ghana is doing this. Algeria in Africa is doing the same. Singapore is doing the same. Israel is doing the same. Estonia is doing the same. So I think as a country, we need to embrace this. And I know most of the girls wouldn't want to do this because I have preconceived mindset about military training and all that. But this training, I don't believe is going to be much about physique because some of us cannot withstand it. I can. Probably my friends can't. So I believe that the policy implementation will take into account of everybody's abilities and then address them as such.
Do you have any recommendations to make if you had the opportunity to suggest
Well, folks, that's our show for today. It's been an interaction on the just ended Sona. For more stories, log on to our website, myjoyonline.com. We've got compelling stories there. John Dramani Mahama, I will fix the economic crisis facing the country. Mahama orders manhunt for fugitives in the National Service Authority scandal. Mahama talks about unemployment, but all he does is sack. That's the minority leader. That's it, folks. Whatever you are up to in the hours ahead, I hope is profitable. My name is Elton Brobe. Have a good evening and take care.
Oh, I be human being, oh, I be human being, oh, I be human being, oh.
Every now and then, teachers and pupils are chased out of the class by snakes.
Born into this world just like you.
So this structure serves two purposes for the children and the animals. An animal will occupy here, shit and urinate all over, even on the tables.
I'm hoping that you will come and help me, oh.
So just write it here, L.
L?
Yeah.
L?
Who will care enough to fix the crumbling before they start?
Be fair to us.
Crumbling Start, as Tuesdays on JoyNews, in partnership with School for Life.
We introduced Season 1. You loved it. Followed with Season 2, which wowed you.
1997, a magazine came out. They described me as beautiful enough for the set, but not intelligent enough for the show.
Now, hold on to your seats. We're coming with a brand new, non-stop dose of the most epic entrepreneurship program ever. The Career Trail is back, and this time, we're cranking it up with no breaks. Get ready as we release new sets of amazing entrepreneurs. Ask the hard questions.
I remember when my results came, they gave me a D in math, and I was like, no, I'm better than a D in math.
They gave you or you had a D.
Unveil the good sides.
I was promoted from constable to chief inspector.
Discover the bad sides.
All I know is that I want to start shawarma. Then from nowhere, I lose my home.
Learn new lessons and enjoy the fun moments with these incredible personalities.
Okay, so 60 seconds, 10 things that are blue. Chelsea.
And oh, guess what? You at home get to co-host by asking your favorite entrepreneur any burning question. What do you want to know?
How do you juggle MCing with journalism?
Here's your chance to get answers straight from the source. Now, to the big question. Who is your chauffeur on this unforgettable journey? Of course, your young and vibrant host, Irene Dubia Aining, will be at the wheel, driving you towards your dream entrepreneurial destination. The new edition of the Career Trail shows every Saturday at 4 p.m. on Joy Learning TV and at 6:30 p.m. on JoyNews, with a repeat on Sundays at 1:30 p.m., Mondays at 5 p.m. and on Fridays at 8:30 a.m. only on Joy Learning TV. The Career Trail, your success journey begins here.
The band was live Afro Harmony. So say harmony normal can enya grow. You be there grow.
What does Afro Harmony represent?
We just don't want to limit ourselves to highlight. We want to class Afro versatile.
Afro Body is basically known for a lot of the VGMA performance.
Right.
Here, Afro Nation, Black Hole, a lot of. You get what I'm talking?
I'm at a point in life, if you understand me or not. Misunderstand me or not, me, I'm okay.
Afro Harmony has made a lot of young guys starting bands have that confidence to come out. I think that's basically one of the most important things we've done, which we sit back and just be happy about.
Hello, good evening and welcome to Business Live. Coming up, President John Mahama insists the current economic crisis is deeper than earlier estimated, as he warns it could take years for necessary corrections to be done, but promises to fix the situation.
Next 4 years, our debt servicing will amount to 280 billion cedis. And this comprises of 150 billion for domestic debt and 130 billion in external debt servicing.
We are live with an economist, plus get to hear from the business community. Also in this bulletin, new data from the Ghana Statistical Service shows China remains the largest source of imports to Ghana, accounting for 50 billion cedis worth of goods that came into the country in 2024. Plus, Dutch ambassador to Ghana blames increased visa rejections on incomplete applications and document fraud.
And if there are any suggestions on how we could improve the system, that is very welcome. But what struck me in the note and what surprised me a bit is that it is quite general. It's addressed to all missions, and secondly, it addresses some general concerns about the way visa applicants are treated.
We've got details of this and more for you. Please stay. Thanks so much for your time. I am Pius Kujubaka. And look now at our stories. President John Mahama has revealed that the current economic crisis and debt stock are deeper than earlier estimated. This, the president says, could take years for the necessary correction to be done. President Mahama said this when he gave the State of the Nation address earlier today. More in this report.
President John Mahama noted that despite this challenge, he's committed to fixing the situation.
It is not my style to lament and shift blame when confronted with challenges. My approach is to accept challenges and work hard to resolve them. Indeed, this is precisely what the people of Ghana elected me to do. Economic crisis confronting our country.
The president also added that despite earlier promises, the state of the sinking fund for settling debts was nothing to write home about.
The sector continues to struggle despite the reportedly spending of 29.9 billion on the financial sector cleanup exercise up to date. Scant reserves were also left for debt servicing, despite implementing what may be considered the most severe and distressing economic policy in the annals of the Fourth Republic, if not in the entirety of our nation's history. And I'm referring to the domestic debt exchange program. This is in stark contrast to our actions in 2017 before we left office, when we allocated $250 million to the sinking fund handed over to the incoming government to service debts, Ghana's debts. There have been claims that buffers were left for debt repayment, oncoming debt repayment this year. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, let me give you the statement of account for the debt service reserve account, which is also popularly referred to as the sinking fund. This fund shows a balance of only $64,000 in the dollar account, $64,000 in the dollar account, and 143 million Ghana cedis in the CD account.
The president revealed that debt servicing for the next 4 years should reach more than 200 billion cedis.
The repercussions of the accumulation of debt and economic mismanagement will require extensive work and sacrifice to repair. In the next 4 years, to put things in context for you, Mr. Speaker, in the next 4 years, our debt servicing will amount to 280 billion cedis. And this comprises of 150 billion for domestic debt and 130 billion in external debt servicing.
He also revealed that most of the state-owned agencies like Cocoa Board and Electricity Company of Ghana have been saddled with huge debts.
As Cocoa Board has supplied 210,000 tons out of the rolled over contract, resulting in a revenue loss of $840 million for both Cocoa Board and the Ghanaian farmer. Mr. Speaker, Cocoa Board and the Ghanaian farmer will lose another $495 million by the time the board finishes supplying the remaining rolled over contracts.
On correcting the huge deficit, the president promised that the budget will give some fine details later when the finance minister comes before the House for some highlights on the economy.
Currently, there are 55 stalled projects due to the default of debt and subsequent restructuring, with a total value of $2.95 billion not disbursed. The stalling of these projects is expected to result in a cost overrun of about 15 billion cedis.
President John Mahama was optimistic that despite all these challenges, he is committed to correcting the wrongs of the past and putting the economy back on track.
We are doubling our efforts to complete all outstanding structural reforms. Through the budget, we will implement corrective measures to restore fiscal discipline and debt sustainability. We're also working hard towards completing the upcoming fourth review of the IMF-supported program. The review is scheduled from April 2nd to April.
And still on the State of the Nation address, President Mahama also lamented about the dwindling fortunes of the Ghana's oil and gas sector. He emphasized that government is committed to incentivize investment into the petroleum sector.
Ghana's petroleum sector has witnessed a precipitous decline, with crude oil production sinking by more than 32%. This has resulted from the high opacity levels, a very hostile business climate, and excessive political interference in the sector, culminating in most of the major oil companies exiting and stalling all upstream activities. The decline in upstream activity is obvious to any person familiar with the twin cities of Sekondi and Takoradi. Just under a decade ago, these cities were the bustling epicenter of fabrication, logistics, service activity associated with the upstream oil and gas sector. Unfortunately, my recent visit reveals many shut down facilities and many businesses have packed and left the shores of our country. Hundreds of workers have been laid off and left unemployed. I wish to assure the good people of Sekondi Takoradi and indeed the whole Western region that we are going to breathe life back into your area. Mr. Speaker, we have already commenced revitalization of our upstream petroleum sector by creating a business-friendly and congenial environment for our partners and other prospective investors who wish to come in. My meeting with the players in the upstream sector have been extremely positive, and we have been assured of substantial investments running into billions of dollars in the very near future. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Energy and Green Transitions gave the directive for the removal of the unitization based on the arbitration that took place. We believe that this will open the way for an amicable resolution of the issues between Springfield and ENI, and this should make our oil and gas prospects more attractive to investments going forward.
Let's unpack the economic issues highlighted by the President. Joining us via phone is economist Professor Patrick Esuming, as well as Mark Bidwabwaji, Chief Executive of the National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. He's joined us via Zoom, I'm told. Thank you, gentlemen, for your time here on Business Live. First off, I would like to start off with you, Professor Esuming. When you hear the President say the economy is in deeper crisis than earlier estimated, what sort of message is the President trying to put across, not only to Ghanaians, but investors as well, you would say?
Good evening and good evening to viewers. Thanks for having me. My interpretation of that is, before, in fact, it's barely 2 months ago when the former president presented his last State of the Nation address. And, the impression that was created is that, we are on a path to recovery and the economy was strong. I think what the president is saying is that we should not underestimate the depth of our challenges, and that the challenges are deep and they are widespread. And frankly, I think the state of the economy probably reflects that more than what the previous president said, because the level of difficulties we are in is not something that, we should underplay. So while it's communicating that, it might take a while before we are back to where we want to be, I think at the same time, it's very important that you are upfront with the people of Ghana so that we adjust our expectations accordingly.
All right. Despite the concerns he's been raising about the poor state of the economy, he also expressed commitment to, fix it. But would he get the support and buy-in from the private sector and investors to help deal with the issue, you think?
Well, I think it depends on the specific programs, especially on the fiscal side, that will be put in the budget. And the president did say that a lot of the specific and final details will come when the finance minister presents the budget next week, or the week after. So in that sense, I think, people will be looking at the budget, especially the private sector will be looking at the budget with some keen eye to see exactly what the president will do and whether his actions and his reassurances that he's going to welcome the private sector to partner the government, whether he will actually do that, and then it will be something that, they will find acceptable. So I think that's where it is. For that, we have to wait until the budget is presented, and then whether the request that the private sector has made of the president, to what extent it will be addressed.
Indeed, some have also said that the 2025 budget will set the tone to invite the private sector and investors to help resuscitate the economy. But what sort of message are you looking at?
Well, I think today what I've heard is the president tell us the problems are deep, but at the same time announce or confirm a number of additional initiatives. I think that got me a little concerned, because when you come and say our problems are bigger than you even expected, and you had 4 original programs in the manifesto based on your anticipation of what it is. So if the problems are more than expected, I expect that. I thought that the president would be a little bit more moderate in terms of some of the things that were promised in the speech. But that said, I think for me there are 3 main priorities. Number one is presenting a plan that is believable. We know we are in difficulty, and we know that it will not be solved overnight. But you have to give us a plan or a strategy that we can look at and say, this is credible, and this is honest, and when we follow this, we will go somewhere. In terms of specifics, I think we know sector and agri sector are very important. As for the agri sector, I've spoken about it a lot in recent times. The rate food prices are going up should be considered a national security concern. So I'm expecting that a lot of specific things will be addressed, will be put in place to address that. The president did speak somewhat about, outlines of the broader transformation programs, but I think we'll see more when the finance minister presents. And then it's about how to pay government finances. So far, the president has done well, taking with his plans to rein in expenditure, cutting back on some of the government expenditures. We are going to see a full detail. How are you going to rein in expenditure? How are you going to rationalize the taxes? How are you going to go back the taxes and at the same time ensure that there's enough funds to prosecute your program? So those are the things that I'm looking forward to seeing.
I appreciate your thoughts, sir. Professor Patrick Isuming, for your input this very moment. I would like to bring in the Chamber of Commerce. Its CEO, Mark Bidu-Awawaji, joins us via Zoom as well for a conversation on the back of this. Thanks so much, Mark, for waiting to speak to us. Now, what do you make of the President's address when it comes to the state of the economy, and what sort of message do you get as a business community?
Well, I think we were expecting that the President to say it as it is, and he did rightly that. Our economy, even though you've made some gains or improvements last year and last 3 years, 2023, I think that we are still not out of the woods yet. The macroeconomic numbers that we are having clearly shows that the economy is not healthy. The symptoms are clear that the economy is not healthy, and we are still not out of the crisis yet. In fact, if you have an inflation of 23%, if you have these taxes that we have, interest rates that high, policy rates running around 27%, then obviously you can't see that we have a very robust economy. So for me, we are not out of the crisis. I mean, if you look at the World Bank report about 2 weeks ago, it clearly stated that we are actually in crisis. And I think the President was only affirming what we know already, but now giving us more information and data to back. It's only when we recognize that we have challenges, that is where the resetting that they want to do will work. So for me, it's a clear indication of what we are going through.
A clear indication of where we are. But does this set the tone for an inspiring 2025 budget, you would say?
Obviously, for the most of the statements that were made today was to give us the current position, the situational analysis of the economy and other sectors as well. That is going to actually set the tone for the budget. Now that we know the issues, the budget must address all these individual issues. There's no question about that. And as the President said, we voted for him to come and solve our problems for us. So he clearly acknowledged that he's not there to lament or just say the things, but he's there to resolve them. So the budget should now pick all these issues and see how they can resolve them. We want to see the actual policies to revitalize the economy. We want to see how we are going to navigate all these challenges that were enumerated. So the budget for me is a critical area. My focus was not on this particularly, but the idea is that it's going to give us the fair idea of what is happening, for which reason the Minister of Finance will now pick up all these issues and present the budget reflecting the challenges that we are facing. We want to see a budget that will resolve the issues that the private sector is currently going through. He said the private sector, we have a very hostile environment. And what are the hostile environments? He acknowledged that the taxes are so high. He acknowledged that inflation is high, cost of credit is high. All the issues concerning the private sector are all not on the right path. So the budget should tend to reverse and improve the business environment. And I'm sure that once all these things are done, the private sector is ready to support all the policies regarding development, regarding growth. And of course, the 24-hour economy is also one of the focus of the private sector if the right environment is set for us.
Mark Bedwa-Boaji, thank you so much for your thoughts this very moment. I truly appreciate it. Mark Bedwa-Boaji is the Chief Executive of the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, speaking on behalf of the business community. Now, data from the Ghana Statistical Service shows China remains the largest source of imports to Ghana in 2024. Ghana imported goods with a total import value of over 50 billion cedis from China. More in this report. China leads the chart, followed by the United Arab Emirates, the United Kingdom, India and United States of America, each with imports exceeding 10 billion cedis. China retained its position as Ghana's largest import partner, increasing its import value from 33.9 billion cedis in 2023 to 56.8 billion cedis in 2024. In 2024, the United Arab Emirates accounted for 21.9 billion cedis of imports, and the United Kingdom, with 19 billion cedis, primarily consisting of mineral fuels and oils, replaced the Netherlands and the Russian Federation in the top 5. 10 products accounted for the third of all imports. The highest import value was diesel, automotive gas oil for the Tema Oil Refinery, followed by light oils, motor spirit, and super. You're still watching Business Live. We have more for you after this break.
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency. The chop money emergency. Emergency. Catch it. I'm your rent emergency. Now, there's a new emergency number in town.
More money, challenge and enjoyment. At the top life regardless.
Dial star 770 hash for all your money emergencies and chop life.
Dial star 770 hash for money emergencies and get easy and quick access to your money, loans, and other banking needs. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
It's an automobile company that aims at bringing every dead vehicle back to life through the swing of our magic wand of latest technology. At Icon, we put smiles on the faces of our customers by mending and fixing all accident vehicles and brings them to its normalcy. We also give your vehicle that touch of elegance through spraying, be it in our working space or through our home services. And due to our 360 automobile services, we are bent on resolving your electrical, AC, and many other problems you encounter with your vehicle. Locate Icon Autotech at Tema Community 25 behind MF Estate or call 020-878-7048 or email us on service@iconautotech.com or visit our website at www.iconautotech.com.
Hello, welcome back to Business Live. The Netherlands is among some of the top European destinations for Ghanaian travelers. However, there are increasing concerns about high visa rejection rates and other inconveniences which applicants say make the acquisition of the visa difficult. Blaise Suga has more.
Just days after announcing a major reform to Ghana's passport application process, Foreign Affairs Minister Samuel Okudzeto-Ablakwa, through his ministry, has scaled up his resolve to address concerns of Ghanaian travelers. In a note verbal dispatched in the last couple of days, all embassies and high commissions in Ghana are being urged to put in place appropriate and humane conditions at their embassies and application centers. The ministry explains that the move follows complaints which cover issues such as not providing conducive waiting areas, non-availability of emergency services, long waiting times for appointment dates, as well as challenges in using visa application websites.
Struck me
Already, the Dutch ambassador to Ghana, Jerome Viel, has confirmed receipt of that communique to JoyNews, but says his outfit has a difficulty in improving service delivery based on what he describes as generic observations.
First of all, no system is perfect. So every system can be improved, and if there are any suggestions on how we could improve the system, that is very welcome. But what struck me in the note and what surprised me a bit is that it is quite general. It's addressed to all missions, and secondly, it addresses some general concerns about the way visa applicants are treated. So that is quite difficult for us then to improve our service delivery based on these generic observations, because we don't feel that those generic observations apply to our situation.
Although Schengen visa applications remain at an all-time high, so are the number of rejections from applicants in Ghana.
If I look at the visa process, and I said we have about 15,000 applications, I see that a lot of those visa requests are rejected because the visa applications are not complete.
With rejection rates at somewhere 42%, that's quite on the higher side. Is it the case that the Netherlands and by extension Europe is not as open to Ghanaians, if I may say so?
Well, if you submit an application in the correct way and with the right reasons, then the application is honored, so you will get your visa. And secondly, what we often encounter is a lot of fraudulent documents.
How much of a problem or challenge is the fraud that you're talking about, a challenge to your operation?
25% of all application is due to fraudulent documents.
With a growing appetite for increased migration, it is expected that Ghanaian authorities and their counterparts will hold further talks on measures to sanitize the visa application regime. Blaise Suga's report for JoyNews, Accra.
And that's our package for tonight. I am Pius Kojo-Baka. We have more for you when you log on to myjoyonline.com/business. There you go on that portal. Ghana's debt soars to 721 billion cedis. ECG owes 68 billion cedis. Cocoa Board 32.5 billion cedis, says Mahama, and of course this stems from the State of the Nation address. Also on that portal, Director General of GAPOA calls for removal of COVID-19 levy, VAT on transit cargo. More stories when you log on to myjoyonline.com/business. Always a delight serving you. Let's connect at 8 p.m. with Prime Business.
The United States has spoken. Executive orders signed, aid suspended. But what does this mean for Ghana?
I don't want to say when, but it's going to happen. Has to happen, or we're not going to have a country left.
With U.S. aid halting its operations, the shockwaves are already hitting key sectors: health, education, agriculture, infrastructure, and governance.
U.S. aid was established in 1961 by John F. Kennedy. So if Donald Trump wants to, rule it out, it's not surely going to work through executive instrument. But I think it's a wake-up call for African leaders.
If you think about
how much USAID spent, using Ghana as an example, that this has some serious consequences for the countries involved.
Now Ghana stands at a crossroads.